I've been making YouTube videos for over 7 years, produced multiple viral videos, blown up multiple channels, helped businesses generate hundreds of millions of views, maybe even billions now, and have generated millions of dollars from YouTube for myself and my clients too. But I don't want success on YouTube to take you 7 years. It can be done so much faster. So I've taken everything I learned and I put it into this video. I'm going to show you behind the scenes of how I blew up channels, how I blew up businesses using YouTube, and how I generated views as fast as I could. You're going to learn to be more productive. You're going to see mistakes that you must avoid at every cost. You'll understand how to master the foundations, how to come up with amazing ideas, how to make your content 10 times more interesting, how to master thumbnails, edit, and how to make money. I'm calling this YouTube University. It's everything you need, but sadly, nothing will work if you don't master everything in our first lesson. So sit back, relax, and discover the silent hacks YouTubers use to hook you so you can get on camera and present with so much confidence, viewers just won't have the guts to ignore you.
This YouTuber has gone from a shy and awkward creator to one of the most loved and fastest growing on the platform. Aaron, more famously known as Mr. Who's the Boss, started out making tech videos and eventually exploded when he produced content covering the stranger side of him. But for 4 years, he had a gigantic problem holding him back, and if he hadn't fixed it, his channel would never have hit its true potential. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, another tech YouTuber, Marcus Brownlee, had exactly the same problem and had figured out exactly the same retention hack that caused exactly the same result. But what did they both change that enabled them to get millions of views? Well, before we look at that, we need to analyze the problem they both had to solve if they were ever to stand a chance on YouTube. And it was made clear due to a man called Albert. In the 60s, he established that the way humans communicate is 55% non-verbal, 38% vocal, and only 7% down to the words you say. Yeah, so basically your body language, your facial expression, and your tone, all of these things impact how your video's information is interpreted and received by your viewer. It's even more powerful than the words you speak. I know, right? Groovy. And that is what drives retention. Oh, one sec. And it's why Aaron and Marquez struggled for years, because they only communicated with 7% of their power. But how did they fix this? And what are they doing now that makes their videos 10 times more addictive to watch? There are 3 things we're going to look at that transformed them. The basic, the necessary, and the downright impressive. Let's start with the basics and see if you can spot it on screen now. Both of these creators have not just solved the issue, but mastered it. You see, when people start making videos, they hit record and they feel uncomfortable. Why? Because we overestimate the stakes of communicating to others. And we think things like this. I'm just not credible enough for this. What if people argue with what I say? I am not good looking enough for YouTube. Which causes anxiety. And unfortunately, because almost 90% of communication is non-verbal, that fear is what the viewers pick up on, and the result of that is catastrophic. I mean, have a watch of this, and let me know if you squirm a little bit.
Okay, hi YouTube, Mr. Who's the Boss here. And in this video, we're going to be comparing Sony's PlayStation Vita with Nintendo's Game Boy Color.
So how did Aaron and Marquez fix this? Let me make this simple solution clear on screen now. You see that? These guys don't talk to camera anymore. They conduct their words with very slow but deliberate hand movements, and that strengthens their message. They keep their palms open, which has been proven to be easier on the eye and more welcoming to viewers, and they avoid covering their vital organs, as this is what we do as a survival mechanism when we're nervous. This allows viewers to latch on to our points. But it also disguises our anxieties and sets a video up to have much higher retention as a result. But there's more. An experiment was conducted where a group of people were asked to watch a Wile E. Coyote cartoon and then record what they had seen. The catch being one half of the group had their arms tied behind their backs. And what they discovered was the group of people tied up actually found it harder to describe what happened in the cartoon. And they said, yeah, it was about this bear dog trying to catch an Eskimo. So hand gestures don't just allow viewers to take on information easier, but they help you keep the beat of your speech and make finding your words a lot easier, which in turn hooks a viewer. And what's funny is 4 years into Aaron's journey, he actually fixed this issue. But unfortunately, he decided to shoot his video on a close like this, which meant his hands never really made it into shot. And Marquez, believe it or not, did exactly the same thing in his journey too. They were so close. Excuse the pun. But what if you're not on camera? What if you're just using a voice? Is all this power lost? Which takes us on nicely to the second thing the guys do to build retention. Let's demonstrate it in an old clip from Mr. Who's the Boss.
The future is a really exciting place.
2016 is going to bring huge amounts of technology, which is going to change the way we actually live our lives.
That might be the least exciting clip about an exciting thing I think I've ever heard. But listen to him now.
Welcome to 17 of the wildest inventions, from fierce to fantastical to straight up untamed.
What a guy. To harness the 38% of communication that is vocal, these guys don't say words but they express them. And that means that even when it's a voiceover, your viewers are understanding your words on the level you intended. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to present the same lines in 3 different ways. Mr. Who is the Boss is probably one of the greatest YouTubers ever. Mr. Who is the Boss is probably one of the greatest YouTubers ever. Mr. Who is the Boss is probably one of the greatest YouTubers ever. Simply using more emphasis on one word in a sentence can make it mean something completely different. And that extra emphasis lets people know what to be excited about, hides any of your nerves, and it's a very powerful retention hack that these guys use all of the time. But we're just scratching the surface. This next thing I'm going to show you is probably one of the most mind-blowing retention hacks I've ever seen on YouTube. But before we get onto that, I want to talk to you about the thing these YouTubers do that is the exact opposite of some of the biggest creators on the planet. And it's all because of this.
There's a lot of other YouTubers that do the over-the-top exuberant, like 150% version of themselves. My evolution hasn't gone towards that because I don't find that it actually makes the videos better. So to me, the tech is the star of the show. So I'm not trying to make me more interesting. Most of what I'm focused on is sharing the tech.
For a creator to admit they're not the star of their own channel is tough. But it's smart, and that's what makes his channel so amazing, because he knows what his viewers really care about. So to avoid overpowering that, everything he does is steady and calculated. And in YouTube terms, it's slow. But Marquez has figured out the style that works for his viewers, and that is a retention beast. And actually, Aaron is the same. He's calm and he's reassuring. But Aaron, even though things were going amazing, still had a massive problem. Marquez. You see, there will only ever be one Marquez Brownlee, and that means anyone out there who's just copying his style will only ever become a watered down version of him at the very best. So for Aaron to ensure he didn't ride in the MKBHD wake, he had to do something to differentiate. And wow, did he do just that, with probably some of the most amazing retention hacks I have ever seen. And they're one of the biggest reasons every video he makes now gets millions and millions of views. But what did he do? Well, he started dancing. Seriously. Watch this. Aaron pretty much always starts his video landing in his seat, which gives it some energy. Then he points to the left and the scene moves with him. And then he points to the right and it happens again. And then items fly in from the side and he's catching props from above him and then pulling them out from below him. And his hands emphasize his points, and his body language paired with his calming voice gives it excitement without being too overpowering. And then his editor uses subtle movements, text and sound effects to complement this, and all of these things make it almost impossible to stop watching. There's always something new and fun happening, but it's never manic and it makes you smile. And that's because Aaron's videos are choreography. And that's the thing about the best YouTubers in the world. What you see on camera is a show, which creates an experience to the viewer that helps them connect with the creator on a much deeper level than words alone can achieve. And what I love about these two legends is they are proof that becoming a YouTuber isn't about being a natural showman, but developing the skills to become one.
You are going to die, which puts us in a bit of a pickle, because it means time is very valuable, and if you want to grow a YouTube channel, you kind of have to devote a lot of time to it. So in this next module, I've got 2 videos for you that are going to show you how to level up your productivity so you stop wasting time and then can live longer. Starting with a lesson that requires you to do one thing to get instant productivity and a mental health lift.
Deleting the YouTube Studio app from my phone was one of the best decisions I've ever made about YouTube. Not only did it boost my productivity and make me less stressed and happier, but I honestly believe it could be damaging to the growth of a YouTube channel. So in this video, you're going to find out why I deleted it and just how much of a negative impact it could be having on your life, your productivity, and your content. Now I need you to be honest with yourself here. Is this the first app you look at in the morning, at night, the one that you end up looking at without even realizing it? And if it is, do you ever actually feel that good when you come off of it? No. Me neither. In fact, it got to the point when I realized I had a serious problem with the app, and there was this constant urge to keep checking it. The thing is, I never meant to look at it. It just kept happening on autopilot. And it turns out there's a scientific reason for this that YouTubers need to be very aware of. So let me explain this to you. There's this thing called a dopamine-driven feedback loop. Now, dopamine is a chemical our brains make to try and motivate us to do something. Our brains release it after we eat nice food, after a bit of rumpy pumpy. and what we have what's classed as a successful social interaction. Now this is basically your brain giving you a little reward, or I guess a high, and then that motivates us to do those actions again. And it turns out that rewarding social interactions like the laughing face emoji, positive recognition, messages, likes, shares, comments, all give us this dopamine kick as well. But the issue is when you go to the YouTube Studio app to check and none of these things are there that give you the kick, you end up feeling rubbish, and then you chase the hit again and again. And then even when you do find one of these rewarding social interactions, the whole flipping cycle starts again. And the thing that scares me the most is, and you're going to notice this a ton too now I've said it, when YouTubers show their phones or share screen recordings in their videos, the YouTube Studio app is always there front and center, and you just know they're probably stuck in the same loop that I was. If that's not enough of a reason for you to kick this app from your phone, these next ones should be.
I think I'm losing my mind.
Starting with the whole productivity issue. If you check your app when you edit, write, film, plan your content at all during the process, it takes your brain 15 minutes to get back into full productivity mode. So you'll make videos way slower, and probably videos that are less impactful and less creative, which means it could be making your videos worse. And then there's the fact that this app is, I would say, 80% useless and potentially damaging to your channel, especially newer channels. The app is a watered down version of the desktop YouTube Studio, except instead of giving you the best features that really matter, they give you all the bits that are pretty useless and will force you to make some bad decisions. So here's why. Going by the data in the YouTube Studio app is like a doctor judging your health by only taking your pulse. So when you want to see how well a video performs, you should never just check the average data of that video that YouTube provides you for retention, for click-through rates, watch time, or impressions. But that is literally all the app gives you. And this data could make it look like your video is over or underperforming. The really important thing to check is how well your videos perform in different traffic sources. And there are about 15 different ones. So the number you get given is the average number of all 15. And really, search, suggested, and browse are the most critical ones you probably care about, and those other 13 will really impact that average number and disguise what's actually happening in the important traffic sources. Like in this video, the average for its click-through rate was 5.9% when you look on the app. When we used the proper YouTube Studio, when discovered on the homepage, the video had a click-through rate of 9.6% and the subscription feed 11.2%. So if you went by the YouTube Studio app's data, you might decide to change your video's title or your thumbnail to improve on that without knowing that actually it could be the best click-through rate you've ever had in browse, and then you could totally ruin the chances of that video performing. And then the next thing, and this is a guaranteed mood killer, but it's the comments. So comments, good or bad, are one of the best ways to ruin your day. One troll or even a comment with good intentions that comes across the wrong way can upset you for hours, and that is horrific for productivity and life, and if it happens 3 times a day, it's not much of a life, is it? This app also encourages you to reply to comments all throughout the day. It makes it convenient, doesn't it? But replying to comments here and there wastes so much of your time and energy. In an ideal world, you want to devote 15 minutes to respond to comments in one go and then just switch it off after that. Now, it's great to chat with the community, but it's not worth it taking over your life and interrupting the real world. And then there's the fact that you check your data too often. This is a biggie. So in some cases, let's say on the release day of a video, you might need to react to a dodgy click-through rate. In most other cases, it's not a good idea to always look at your analytics. YouTube's a marathon. We need to let things sit and go through the whole YouTube system before we panic and make changes too much. And then we need to learn from that data. But doing this requires the right brain space, and looking at it in the ad break of your favorite TV show is not that right space. You won't action anything on your sofa that can make a difference. A deep dive a few times a month and a dedicated session spent on it will help you make better decisions, you'll have more data to look at, you won't rush things, and you'll feel happier. Now the problem is, what if you don't have a desktop to check your data on, and this app YouTube give you is all you have? Well, delete it still, because to access the proper YouTube Studio on a phone, you just type in studio.youtube.com in your browser, and when this pops up, click the link here at the bottom, and then you have full-blown YouTube Studio on a mobile device.
All right, so hopefully that life-stealing app is gone from your Nokia 3310. Now let's move on to our next lesson, which is going to show you how to make a video in only a few hours, thus saving your life and giving you more time to do whatever the heck you want to do. Eat jelly beans, I don't know. The question is, will you guess the twist? You'll see what I mean.
Since 2019, I've written well over 1 million words of YouTube scripts, and you know what? I still find making videos hard. But over that time, I've discovered some unconventional growth tricks that I really wish I'd known sooner, because they unstick you when you're feeling stuck, and they enable you to just get that video made and posted. To prove the power of this first one, which is probably the ultimate YouTube productivity hack, what I'm gonna do is set a timer for 2 hours and write a script.
And then when that timer ends, no matter what state this is in, I'm gonna film it, I'm gonna edit it, and then I'm gonna upload it to this channel. And at the end, I'll reveal it to you, even if it's not finished. Which is gonna be interesting, because sometimes my scripts can take 8 to 9 hours to write, but I feel like showing you this productivity hack in action will allow you to judge whether or not it's effective or not.
Okay, so let me explain how this productivity hack works so you can use it to save hours. Way back, some dude came up with this idea that if you give yourself a long time to complete a task, it will take you that long. But if you reduce your time, half it, even give yourself a quarter of the time that you would usually, you still get the same task done. This is because with less time, there is more stakes and urgency, so it causes you to focus on only the things that get the task complete. Whereas if I gave myself 8 hours to write, then I'd just end up on Discord chatting to people or on my phone or singing.
Let's get it on in public.
It's known as Parkinson's Law and it's backed by science. So the next time you start making a video, set a time limit. That might be for ideation or writing or editing. You need to make sure it makes you feel almost uncomfortable and witness yourself achieve productivity levels you didn't think were possible.
Always turn your email off because it's you're just going to get distracted. 2 hours isn't that long. Where was I? I just distracted myself talking to you.
Moving us on to the next hack, which I recently discovered enabled me to write faster in a more creative way, and it actually made me happier too. And it's why I'm currently sat in that chair writing. So let me explain how this simple trick works. I am a digital nomad. That is basically a posh word for a homeless man who lives in Airbnbs. Each month I move to a different one. One month I booked my Airbnb and I walked in and I started working on scripts, but it just felt like I was typing through treacle. I couldn't come up with any ideas. I was struggling to string words together. And this went on for an entire month. Now I just thought I was burnt out or tired, but that wasn't it. Come the end of the month, I had to move to another Airbnb, into the one that you can see on screen right now. And I started typing and it was like the floodgates had opened. It was the easiest I've ever found making videos. And that's where I'm sat right there.
That's not comfortable. Posture. Always look after your posture.
Because I realized that the environment you are in plays a massive part in the ease of creativity. And for me in particular, having a lot of natural light streaming into the room totally transforms my ability and my productivity. And it's not just me. Roberto Blake recently tweeted something similar. So if you're feeling stuck, try writing outside or by a window, or just tidy your environment, and you might just find it changes everything fast.
Let me explain the next thing I wish I knew sooner as fast as I can so I can go back to writing this script. But it's important that I explain it and that I stop doing it myself because it just stops videos getting made. But it comes at a bit of a cost that concerns me. So let me explain. Look at this picture. It looks great, right? You'd probably hang it on your wall. Well, I would if I wasn't homeless. Now let's compare it to this picture. It looks great too, right? But which one do you prefer? The first one took 10 hours to produce, the second took 12. Would you pay more for this one than that one? Probably not. This is YouTube through and through. We spend our lives trying to perfect our content, but the truth is often getting it to 80% is going to be good enough to get results. That final 20% we fraternize over often doesn't have enough impact with our viewers to be worth the effort. And worse, if you consistently strive for what you believe to be perfection, it wastes a ton of time and it could actually just stop you making videos, and that is the whole point of this game. And let me tell you a little secret. In my most viewed video of all time, I'm out of focus. I don't even think anyone ever commented on it. So that's the strategy I'm going to be using on this script, and it kind of scares me because I've not posted a video to Film Booth for a while and I don't want people to be like, oh, he's lost it.
Bringing us on to the next thing you'll wish you knew sooner, because if you can just accept this to be true, this happens, and this happens. And I know it does because that's the data of people I work with, and I have hundreds of wins all caused by the same change they all made. So I want you to imagine there's this one skill you can learn to explode on YouTube that won't just blow up your channel, but also your social media, your business. It's going to help you find editors, writers. It'll even land you more dates. I'm not even kidding. You can use it on Bumble too. And it's why I have no matches. Too handsome for this stupid app anyway. It's also why in Hollywood, when they make 99% of films, they don't give actors a list of bullet points to just riff and tell the entire story from. Instead, they write a script to ensure that viewers are always 100% engaged and invested. Because if they're not, they get a massive flop.
Oh, apart from the classic French film from the 1920s, that was off bullet points.
Shut up in the comments, you. Now, YouTube's the same, but here writing scripts is 10 times more powerful because when you practice hooks and setups and retention tactics, you can then use these in your social media posts to get attention, as well as your marketing, as well as your emails. So writing for educators is the most powerful YouTube skill on the planet. You just have to get over the initial learning curve, and you will be on the fast-track road to Successville, Tennessee. Oh. It's got a match. Julia from Successful, Tennessee. It's not real, is it? Julia's not, she's not real.
Here's a little tip for writing. So what I'll do is I'll write a few lines and I'll go back and I'll just present them out loud like I'm talking to you. Like, he just went out there and documented himself doing it and the results were incredible. You can kind of hear it in your own voice, and then I'm always usually thinking at the same time, can I make this paragraph a bit shorter? Can I make it simpler? But often what I'll do is I'll just write the first version and then I'll go back, and then the second round where I'm starting to edit it, that's what I'm thinking. More dramatic words, is it entertaining, is it informative, and how do I make this shorter and more to the point? And that's kind of it.
Okay, so the next thing I wish I'd known sooner, it would have helped me post content more often and make better videos that got more views with less effort, much less. So let me explain. Have you ever made a video and you just kind of like rushed it out? You put way less effort and thought into it and it absolutely took off and outperformed all those other higher effort videos you've made in the past. What most people do when this happens is instantly tell themselves,
Oh, good. I don't have to put much work into my future videos now. The viewers want that.
but the reason people think this low effort video has worked so well is incorrect. Now I realized what was actually happening here when I went through a bit of a growth plateau. So years ago, I blew up pretty fast, and some of you sexy legends who have been watching me for years, you might remember. And then, like most of the moment channels, my views suddenly slowed down, and I was kind of like... One day I was trying to find a pattern in all the biggest videos as to why they'd done so well, so that I could try and make this comeback. And I said to someone,
All my best performing videos were the easiest ideas I ever came up with. They practically wrote themselves.
and that is when it clicked. When coming up with ideas, or writing, or editing, the best ideas are often the ones that come to us with the least friction. This is why those low effort videos people make do really well, because they went with the most obvious idea and didn't overcomplicate things, and it worked. So the next time you get stuck anywhere on YouTube, just ask yourself this: is this a struggle because it just doesn't really work and I'm trying to force it? Or should I just go for something more obvious and put that on the back burner for another time? But a word of warning, this doesn't mean make what you want. You still need to research and find the right videos to make and understand your audience, but when you have that down, trusting your instincts could be your secret sauce. But what if things get so tough you just can't get unstuck?
So I'm halfway through the time limit now, and things have been going pretty well, but I've got to a point where I've just kind of hit a block. I'm struggling to come up with a way to make this more interesting so that you guys will hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. You know. But this next thing I wish I knew sooner, you're gonna love, because it's gonna get me out of this mess, it's gonna get you out of overwhelm too, and the best thing about it is you just stop writing. And the even better thing about it is, for me, I get to go on one of these. There she is, my baby. These are the best things about Dubai. So sometimes I just fly around Dubai on these things at night when I'm bored, try and set like a record for the time I'm getting around the marina on. Today I'm gonna try and get a 112 to defeat Mark Roosley. I've never even seen a 113. If you get that reference, you need to comment. Here we go, the 112. I'm typing a storm on the line. The key is to not kill anyone. It's a bad idea to kill people in the UAE. Ladies, believe it or not, this is actually the hack, flying around on one of these. And now I will stop wasting time flying around on my cool scooter. And I'll go back to explain why you should do it too. But first, maybe one more lap. Yeah, move it, bozo. All right, let's stop here. All right, so I've wasted about 10 minutes, but every time I ever get stuck writing or doing anything creative now, I simply stop, go outside, get a bit of nature, go for a walk. 10 minutes later, I come back and everything just seems to have worked its way out. When we're too close to our content, it's very hard to see obvious answers sometimes, so that little break makes all the difference. Anyway, I've got to get back on with this script because time is ticking.
The next thing I wish I knew sooner, I found very hard to come to terms with. But I can honestly say it changed my life, and without this, I'd have no following or no business. And those things built me a pretty cool lifestyle where I can travel the world and do whatever the heck I want when I want. And this change happened because I embraced it. And it works like this. So if I told you not to put your hand in the fire because it might hurt, versus don't put your hand in the fire because it's going to melt your fingers to the bone and it's going to cause you to scream in agony, and it might mean you can never swipe right again, which person are you going to listen to? On YouTube, if you want your viewers to pay attention, you have to make them realize why what you're about to say is critical so they don't just ignore you. Use your words to create a feeling of urgency and pump up the stakes of what will happen if they do drift off. I mean, let's just rewind this video and listen to what I said when I set up the entire section of this video. But I can honestly say it changed my life, and without this, I'd have no following or no business. And those things built me a pretty cool lifestyle where I can travel the world and do whatever the heck I want when I want. And this change happened because I embraced it, and it works like this. Can you see what I did there? If you make it sound like they're gonna get an average result or just solve an average problem, you're gonna get an average response.
Okay, there's the time up. Is it as refined as I'd like? No. Is it as funny as I like? Not really. Is it a bit too long? Yes. Is there some bits I probably would have just completely cut out? Definitely. But there are some fun moments in there, and there was one thing that I've done where about 18 months ago I came up with the idea for it, and I finally found a place to put it into a video. I think you're gonna like it. But before I reveal it to you, I just want to hit you with one more thing I wish I'd known sooner, because this is a real channel killer, and sadly, it's caused by people like you. So let me explain.
So when I broke out on YouTube, every video got the same handful of comments.
Ed, this editing's too fast.
And you know what? They were right. I actually thought it was too fast too. But the thing is, the channel was growing faster than ever, so what am I supposed to do? Listen to the 5 or 6 people saying it's too fast, or the hundreds of thousands
thousands who were saying nothing. In fact, all they were doing was watching and growing the channel at a pretty amazing rate, so I just stuck to what worked. When you're a smaller channel in particular, it feels like one comment represents your entire audience, so the trap to avoid here is not to make decisions based just on these people. Everyone has different tastes, things are subjective, so just keep that in mind. Now, if you get loads of comments saying the same thing, it's probably a sign, but be careful because if you make a change based on them only, you might actually wreck the thing your viewers loved in the first place. But Ed, how do we watch the video you wrote as fast as you could? Well, you just did.
Bum, bum, bum. Bravo. Quite the twisty twist, eh? The comments I got on that video when I posted it to my old channel Film Booth originally were really fun. 50% of people were just blown away. They were like, I didn't see that coming. The other 50% were like, yeah, I knew that was coming. Smarty pants. Good old comments, gotta love them. All right, so before we get into the key foundational advice for YouTube growth, our next module is gonna stop you making all the dumb mistakes everyone makes every day on YouTube. And to start, I want to eliminate the biggest mistake ever. This lesson's going to help eliminate your fear of just getting videos out, and it's going to show you how Beyonce solved this problem too. Yes, that's right. Beyonce themed YouTube advice coming right at you. All right, let's do this.
I recently went to launch a new YouTube channel, and just before I hit publish on the first video, I realized this is f***ing terrifying. Nobody's going to listen to you, and it will never work out for you. Never does. You loser. 2 months later, the channel was still empty, and the stress of not pulling the trigger had hit me big time. Ed, this is ridiculous. You know that gin tastes better in your oats than Guinness. That's true. But also you jump straight into making videos, you fool. That's always going to end in disaster because there's 3 things you need to do before you start, and not having them will ensure you never post. So in this video, I'm going to show you what those 3 things are, as well as the thing Beyonce would do if she started a YouTube channel. And at the end of this video, we're going to then launch Drunk Ed's channel live. No, not live. It's live to us. But this is a recording to them. Live. No. No? Alright. So let's start with the first of our 3 key channel launch thingamajiggies. And in order to explain, I need to introduce you to 2.3 million kilometers of sand, which I'm gonna leave Ed in now without a single drop of water. Water's cheating. Bye, Ed. Bye. So the reason I've left him behind is because of this. If someone left you in the desert to survive, what do you think your main objective might be? I'd say there'd be 3 things in this order. Survive, find water, and find food. Starting a YouTube channel is like surviving in the desert. In order to post your first video and keep posting them, you have to have a lot of motivation because it's so flipping scary. And we don't like to face our fears. But how the heck do you get motivated? Well, it's actually quite simple. You just need a goal that you're so excited about, not hitting it would feel as severe as not finding water in the desert. So to get myself motivated for my new channel, I wrote down what that goal was, and when I looked at it, I suddenly started to feel excited to post my bank of videos. In fact, let me share it with you. Oh, and for those of you who watched this video where I moaned about needing time off to reevaluate my mission, and I just want to make good videos. This channel was the solution I came up with. Anyway, here's my new channel goal: to change the narrative on YouTube from chasing views to building a personal brand, business, and lifestyle as a result of those views. Now that is a pretty epic goal, right? But wow. Wow. Does it make me want to hit upload when I think of all the YouTubers I've met who could quite easily quit their jobs and have amazing lifestyles if they thought bigger than just making a bit of ad revenue? But that brings us on to a very common problem. In the desert, Ed's goal was to survive, and in order to do that, he had some pretty obvious benchmarks for success. I mean, if he found water, for example. Oh yes. Thank God. That would be an amazing result and he could celebrate. Now on YouTube, people tend to make the mistake of saying, I want to get 1,000 subscribers, I want to get monetized. And these types of goals are like sitting in the desert and saying, I'm going to build a sandcastle. I'm telling you now, any one of you can hit those goals. It's just a matter of time and patience. But what everyone can't do is 1, get started, and 2, keep going past that, because when your first ad revenue check for $20 comes in after 3 years of hard work, you will lose all that motivation, which is key to keeping us going. So work out your measures of success that are not just about getting views, that keep you hungry to post, so that when you hit them, you get a feeling of meaningful satisfaction and progress, which is critical to actually get your posting. Bringing us on to the second thing you need before you start a YouTube channel. Where's Ed? Hello? Hello? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Ed. There you are. What the? Oh, yeah, mate, get in the car, you drunk fool.
Is it a bit about Beyonce yet?
No, not yet.
I can see you. Halo, halo.
Stop singing. Get me a
Hello.
copyright strike.
Beyonce wouldn't do that to you.
So the second thing you need to do before you start a YouTube channel actually applies to anyone, whether or not it's their first or their 10th time. And it all comes down to Skittles. Ed, pass me the Skittles. I asked you to get me a big bag of Skittles. What's this?
But you got wet.
Skittles don't shrink when they get wet, Ed.
They did.
So, in this glass is a mixture of Skittles. The blue ones, these are the channel growers, and all the other colours, they're a mixture of flops and okay performers. To grow your channel, all you need to do is pull some of these blue Skittles out of your glass, which seems pretty easy, right? Even though there's not that many in there. But of course, YouTube is not that easy. So what you actually have to do is pull all of the blue ones out of this glass when they all look like this. Every video you ever make is gonna feel like a blue Skittle to you, and the mental strain of putting in all that work and getting a fraction of the views you think it deserves is what makes people fear posting or lose the passion to keep going, because it will for a very long time feel like you get no reward. Come on, be a blue Skittle. 0 views. Wait a minute, Mum said she watched it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
But I want you to think differently to those quitters, and instead of thinking that every video you make has to generate massive views for your channel, instead just think of it as one lesson. A lesson in what topic might get you more views, a lesson in editing, a lesson in making thumbnails, a lesson that will get you one step closer to finding a blue one. Because you'll never feel like a failure if your goal is just to learn something new every time. But you will, and it doesn't matter if you get 10 views or 1 million views, feel like a failure no matter what you do if you base all of your success on views. Because the second your first video gets 1,000 views or 1 million views, your expectations will totally change. And your view numbers that would have once seemed like a massive achievement will now make you feel like a failure. Remember that one, it is the hardest to overcome. Is it Beyonce time? Yes, it's Beyonce time. Yeah. Oh God. So now I'm going to show you what Hollywood's top consultants teach some of the most famous people on the planet to overcome the biggest problem every YouTuber ever has had. But unlike them, I'm not going to charge you tens of thousands of dollars. It's free because you're looking so fine today. Especially you, Steve.
Who's Steve?
I don't know, I just thought I'd freak someone out called Steve. Steve. So Beyonce is one of the greatest and most confident performers of all time. Except she's not, because she's a complete imposter. Well, she thinks that anyway. And the crazy thing about this fear of being judged is, it never goes away. In fact, as time goes on and you learn more and more, that feeling's actually going to increase as you realize how little you actually know. And this is rife in celebrities, powerful people, and it holds everyone back. And this was the position I was in with my new channel, because this is about the business and marketing side of YouTube. And I am not Alex Hormozy and Chris Du. I do not have $100 million to my name. I've got this, fake money from Amazon. And although I started my first business 20 years ago, actually won some awards and helped other creators build their businesses, nobody cares. Or at least that's what I've told myself, and why I couldn't hit publish, because I'm an imposter. So to get around this, I turned to Hollywood's most expensive trick, and Beyonce did too. So let me explain. So Beyonce had a big problem. She was afraid of performing on stage, so she turned to something called character invention. This is where you invent a character who performs outside of your own comfort zone. Now, Beyonce's character is called Sasha Fierce. She is a brave, confident, and incredible performer who impacts Beyonce's posture and even the way she speaks. This means it's not Beyonce you're watching up on stage, it's her character, Sasha, and this is what enabled her to get over her fear and accomplish amazing things. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Ed, that is about as authentic as your Gucci t-shirt. And you're right, it kind of feels like that way. But you're better off creating a character like Beyonce than not getting started at all.
My t-shirt.
So to solve this, I made up my own Sasha Fierce. His name's Ed, and he's the face of Film Booth. He's the performer, he's the safety net from the trolls. Because it's not me out there, it's just that show pony. The thing is, I now need a face of my new channel, Creator Booth, who's not afraid of having his credibility challenged. But how do you make one up? Well, it's actually pretty easy. You just think about all of the things that you want to come across, and then you give it to them. And then you make sure nobody is at home, the windows are shut, and then write down a paragraph of the script. Hit record and just belt it out with as much energy as you can throw at it, then do it again with a little less energy, and again with less. I'm telling you now, you'll watch back one of those clips and you'll see the version of you that ain't no imposter. Name them and then go get recorded. And now you're motivated and confident. There's only one more thing left for you to do. Twerk?
No, definitely not that. Subscribe?
No, not that. No, actually, yes, that. Stop interrupting. It's time to go and launch a Skittle on a brand new channel together. Probably not gonna be a blue one, but you know what? Who cares?
No, don't do it. They'll laugh at you. They'll laugh at you. This is never going to work. They're going to hate it. Don't do it. No, don't do it.
Do you want to know a funny story? I shot most of that video on the day me and my girlfriend broke up. Wait, that's not that funny, is it? Still, it got 700,000 views, so it was worth the pain. But that's one of the things about YouTube. You just gotta keep on trucking, no matter how gut-wrenching the pain is. But how? How can you keep going when you post videos and they keep flipping tanking and you're like, ugh? Well, I'm gonna show you later in this module, but for now, let me show you a few more foundational mistakes you just have to avoid at all costs, because it will help you with your mindset and it will stop you burning out too. Oh, I'm not mobile enough to get my arm behind my head.
If you're getting annoyed at the slow growth rate of your YouTube channel, then even just making one of the mistakes I'm going to talk about in this video could be seriously holding you back. And how do I know that? Well, it's because I made every single one of them. And when I stopped doing them, things changed a lot. I need to warn you, some of these things are not going to be easy to hit, but they are the things I just wish someone had shook me and screamed in my face so I would actually have paid attention to them. So I'm going to hop in my time machine and take you back to the first big mistake. Oh yeah. Everyone thinks time machines are invented in the future. They weren't. They were invented in the 1800s by Harry McTime Machine, and they're kind of basic. There I am on my computer, spending more time trying to figure out why YouTube won't promote me and blaming it for another poor release. And that was my first massive mistake. But my retention's okay. Silly me. Because the problem wasn't YouTube. It was me. It's just blaming YouTube is way easier than blaming yourself. The thing is, that won't fix anything. Now, when I realized this and took 100% of the responsibility for how the channel performed, it instantly made me focused on what really mattered. You, the viewer. This realization was the trigger for fixing every other big mistake that I was making. Starting with producing too much content. So let's go back to January 2021 to talk about that, shall we? So that's me getting ready to film 17 videos in a day. 17. I was just focused on getting videos out rather than focusing on videos that built a connection with the viewer through higher quality and storytelling. Now, in some niches, you kind of have to make a lot of videos. For example, if you're a heavily news-based channel, you need to give the audience what they want, and that means fast-paced information on the day it breaks. Otherwise, it's not news, it's olds. But for the majority of others, you just have to trust that the more time and effort you put into your content, the more your viewers are going to enjoy it and the better it's going to work. But when we're in the system, it's so hard for us to sacrifice quantity. I found it tough anyway because I was worried that YouTube was going to punish me for not releasing as often, when in fact it was the exact opposite. So if you're posting 2 videos a week and you're getting really frustrated that your channel's not growing, why not try dropping it down to 1 a week and doubling up on the creativity and the storytelling? This extra effort will create a human reaction, which in turn will give YouTube the data that it really wants to see. I went from 3 videos a week to 3 to 4 a month. My views went from 135,000 a month to just over 1 million. The thing is, I knew, probably like you do, that quality was the thing to aim for. But for some reason, I just did nothing about pushing it to the next level. And I actually think that is the most common mistake creators make. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. If you're not growing at the rate you want, then you have to change something. That might be your strategy, it might be your production, but if you're hoping that eventually something will take off, what you're counting on is a lottery win, and that can be painful. Talking of pain, let's go back to the moment that almost broke me. This was massive. A few hours ago, I released a new video, and the video took me 2 weeks to make. And when I say 2 weeks, I mean every second of those 2 weeks, that video just completely consumed me. I couldn't sleep, I was just so wired. And I've never ever tried so flipping hard in my life for anything. And now Liv's home, and she's asking me how the video went. And that's the moment she broke down in tears. Because I just told her that nobody's watched the video. And she'd just seen how much it had taken out of me and how much it meant. And it genuinely hurt her seeing me crushed. Not my proudest moment. Oi! Stop being such a flipping baby and getting so blooming upset about YouTube, Ed. Oh, I'm getting upset about YouTube. This is supposed to be fun. All this frustration you're feeling, it's just getting in the way of you sitting down with a clear head and asking yourself, why didn't this do so well, and then just fixing it. It's not fair. You've got to let go of the emotion. Learn to love it when things don't go right. You will learn 10 times more from your failures than you will when things work out. You should be celebrating right now, because that tanking video holds the key to growth. You just gotta spend the time analysing. Wow, thanks, me. I do have one question though. How do we do in the Euros this summer?
YouTube is a jigsaw puzzle, and you don't start a puzzle because you want to make yourself angry. You do it because you want to enjoy the challenge. As soon as I started thinking like this, it just helped so much. Now, the next mistake I was making, some of the channel's viewers will have noticed the difference this made when I stopped doing it. And that was I was spending far too much time trying to learn about YouTube and hacking it, rather than learning about making better videos and studying how top creators make their content. Now, the bucket's getting very loud and annoying, so I'm just gonna skip to traditional B-roll now, because banging it gave me a headache. The focus should be on making videos that people really enjoy. And yes, learning about the AI and how YouTube works is really important. But the AI doesn't feel anything. It can just track data. It can't track the size of the smile you put on someone's face or the way that you make them feel.
No keywords found.
If you focus on things like that, it will start to show YouTube the things it really wants to see. And I really think you should be out there watching your favorite creators or creators whose style you'd love to adopt and study them. Think about how they write, how they edit, how they present on camera, the type of things they do to make their videos more interesting. It doesn't even matter if they're in a different niche.
If you're a dentist, for example, and you love Mr. Beast,
Start making videos called I gave myself 15 fillings. Who wouldn't click on that? If you're a business coach who loves Casey Neistat, turn your next video about the top 3 business mistakes into a story that involves you going surfing. And the final mistake I made was I was blending in. If you're doing everything the same as everyone else in your niche, you can't really be known for something. And that makes it easier for you to become forgettable, which is a critical error. I think you should start working on ways to push your content where other creators dare to go.
Why the bucket on my head, I hear you ask? Well, this is a great little YouTube hack. To explain how it works, let me tell you about what happened today when I went into the bank. This old man, he came up to me and he said, "Can you help me check my balance?" So I kicked him. Okay, so when people tell a joke, like I just did then, no matter how awful it is, you basically try to guess what is going to happen, and then when the outcome's unexpected, it makes you laugh. So when I was writing that video, I was originally going to do some sort of crazy special effects for time travel, but I just thought to myself, well, that's far too obvious. Instead, I asked, what would be the most unexpected time machine ever? And that's what I came up with, a filthy bucket. So if you want to use sketches and storytelling and just keep people interested, keep in mind the unexpected. All right, so this next lesson is the sequel to the Buckethead. I think you're gonna like it. It's gonna keep you motivated, and it's gonna stop you making 5 more channel-killing mistakes, so pay attention! This video might just be the reason you're still doing this in a few years, rolling in cash, laughing on the floor about how wonderful this is.
You guys make it really hard to quit, and to be honest, I was pretty sure I was done with YouTube.
I don't know how I'm gonna keep doing the vlog, so it's just not worth it.
only a very small percentage of YouTubers ever make it to the 10,000 subscriber mark, and the biggest mistake that stops them getting there is they quit.
But the real tragedy is not that they stop, it's that they don't impact the lives of all the people they were destined to. Imagine if Mr. Beast had decided to call it a day. There would be millions of less inspired creators, less laughter, less good being done in the world, and I, for one, wouldn't be here making videos today. In fact, the only reason I am is because the day I decided to quit, here, a short of Mr. Beast appeared on my phone and it changed my mind. And then 30 days later, this happened. And the main reason people quit is because of the biggest mistake going. They don't have a goal. To show you why this matters so much, I'm going to travel across multiple dimensions so you can see just how important it will be for your success in 2022. Using this, my dimension hopper. Let's leap. In this dimension, the YouTuber has no goal. And they've just discovered they picked up 10 subscribers this week. And they're frustrated because they feel like, well, they're going nowhere. And that is the moment that they quit. But in the next dimension, this creator has a 5-year goal for generating business. And they want to use YouTube to enable them to work 3 days a week, go on 4 holidays a year, and help them raise a ton of money for a children's charity.
They've also been smart and realised YouTube has a compounding effect. And as a result, if they grow 10% every month for the next 5 years,
through the magic of compounding, they'll actually hit 100,000 subscribers. And look, they've just seen they picked up 10 subscribers this week. Increíble! He alcanzado mi objetivo de más en una semana! What a difference in attitude. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to say, when you cross dimension, the world often looks the same, but it's nearly always different in some ways. So we're probably in a Spanish dimension. And that's also why you need one of these. Because sometimes it's hard to know when you're actually back in your home dimension. So all you do is you spin it, and if it doesn't fall over, you're not home. We're good. When you set a big goal, you've got something to aim for. Something that's going to keep you pushing through the tough times and make quitting a lot harder. Now in this dimension, I'm going to show you the next awful mistake, time priority. Look at this.
They've just come up with a video idea and they're gonna make it after like no planning.
I tried to conquer the biggest galaxy in the... No. What's up, everybody? Ugh. No, that's not gonna work. You're supposed to be evil. Why is it so hard to talk? You only need to say 3 things, Kyle. Ah! Stupid, 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 stupid.
When you don't plan and you try and come up with things on the cuff, you get what I call foggy head. It means you struggle to talk to camera and then you waffle a ton. Your content's then less creative and you're filming and you're editing. It all takes longer and it's so frustrating. The mistake people make is giving the video production part all of their time to planning your intros, thumbnails, titles, and how to make your content more interesting and entertaining should be one of your main focuses before you touch the camera, just like in this next dimension. I mean, just look how much more they're enjoying it, and they're confident because they spent so much time on their plan. And now they don't need to worry about what they're saying, they don't get foggy head, and they can concentrate on being a really fantastic presenter. This dimension's pretty normal. Let's move on. Help! Now the next mistake not to make is what this person's just done. And that's they rushed out a video to fill a gap. And they didn't have anything planned and they thought they just needed to post something, which meant it wasn't really their best work. And now they're staring at a video that no one's really clicked on, and when they have, the retention just sucks. What's worse is they're blaming YouTube and saying how this isn't fair, even though they know they rushed it. Crazy how our minds work, but I've done that too. Hang on a second. Why am I wearing these? Uh-oh, maybe I've leaped too many times and caused a disturbance. Or maybe I just noticed a continuity error in the edit and had to refilm this bit. Now in this dimension, they decided not to make a video just to fill a gap and instead take that time and put it towards making their next release even better. And the comments they're getting on it right now are flipping amazing. Their viewers loved it and they came up with a way better thumbnail and title too, so their click-through rate is through the roof.
Oompa, loompa, doompa dee doo. I'm glad I spent more time on you. Oompa, loompa, doompa.
The next mistake wastes so much of your time and holds back your channel, and it's letting your videos die. And I don't need to hop dimensions because I can show you exactly what's happening at home. For many YouTubers, when they make a video, their graph looks like this. They get a big spike of views on release, and then over time it flatlines. The thing is, people then go and make another video and it does the same thing. Now, why I think this is a massive mistake is because if your video actually got a good response in the comments or the retention's rocking, don't accept this flatline. Reposition older videos with new titles or thumbnails so that it can go and hit its true potential. Look at this. I didn't make a video for a few weeks and instead put my time into changing old thumbnails and titles, and actually ended up growing my channel faster using less content. And I think that should be your focus for 2022. Look at these old videos and practice your thumbnails and titles on them. Because if they're not getting any new views, there's hardly any risk to making some changes and learning from them. Wait a second, I didn't leave that there. Uh-oh. Benny, no! Oh no.
So if you're enjoying my weird time travel, you're really gonna like what's coming. And if you don't like the weirdness, you're gonna hate it. Yeah. Anyway, before we get onto the critical foundations for growth module, I wanna show you that YouTube really is just like the Matrix. And if you can see the Matrix, you can stop making our final batch of channel killing mistakes, which of course, I made a ton of times too. Enjoy the list.
Are you like Ed? He's wondering why his YouTube channel won't grow, even though it feels like everything he's doing is of a high quality. And he's even got a posh microphone. To make things worse, YouTube was his plan to market his business, and it's currently generating him a massive $0, which means he has to make a decision now to protect his future. Ed, you have two choices. You can take the blue pill and wake up tomorrow morning, blame every reason in the book for why your channel isn't growing, or you can take the red pill, and although it might not be the easiest journey of discovery, finally have your eyes open to the real reason your channel won't grow. I'll take the blue one. What? Yeah, no, the red one sounds like way too much work. Oh, this guy. Not bad. Luckily, this version of Ed took the red pill and his eyes were open to all of the massive problems he just couldn't see. And it did this to his channel and changed his life forever. But you still might not have had this breakthrough. So in this video, I'm going to reveal to you all of the incredibly common mistakes Ed made in one of his first videos that when he fixed made growth so much easier, so that you can spot them and stop making them on your own channel. And I'm not going to hold back on this roasting because, well, I'm Ed. Before we watch it, we should probably start with the first massive mistake. Wow, just look at that title. 8 super important things you need to consider before you start a YouTube channel. An 83 character long title. Ugh. At that stage in my journey, I was in that whole stuff as many keywords into a title phase, which just kills the chance of a video performing on the homepage because it's too specific. And I was catering to what I thought the algorithm wanted, not what humans were interested in. And now it gets even worse. Ugh, that classic shade of blue and vomit. How did this not go viral? And then I've made the ultimate thumbnail mistake, and I've written the title of the video in the thumbnail. So the thumbnail is no longer a thumbnail, it's a title. So I have 2 titles, and they both suck and just say exactly the same thing. The point of a thumbnail is to create intrigue and make people want to know what happens next. Simply writing what the video is about on it does the opposite, and it kills click-through rates and makes it unclear, messy, and it's just a mega no-no. In fact, I can't leave this image like this. Hang on. Hello, James. This is James Kelly, a highly skilled creative who's joining Film Booth to help me level up my content.
So what do you need besides a miracle?
I need thumbnails. Lots of thumbnails.
Okay, loading up now.
Okay, I think I've got some inspiration here for you. I'm gonna send that up now.
Alright, yep, got the link. What's this? Ultimate Batman roleplay?
I'll come back to what James has made later so you can see how a thumbnail's really made. Okay, the moment of truth. Let's start the video and hope it's not as bad as the packaging. Why is it that most YouTube channels fail to grow? Well, it's because they have terrible thumbnails and titles, obviously. It's probably because they've missed out on these basic steps you need to take before you start My voice sounds like it's walking through treacle. Why am I dragging every word that I say like my viewer's an idiot? So let's give it another play. The first step is your goals. Now, you might be a kid in your bedroom dreaming of YouTube fame. No. That just killed the retention of the video in a split second. So look at the retention graph. This is the point where I committed the crime in question, and look, that drop is the result, just there. The mistake I made was I just told everyone the point of the entire section of the video. That means the viewers don't need the content that comes after now. They'll just go, oh yeah, goals, I know where this is going. And then they'll skip to the next point. You have to make sure your viewers anticipate something, because when they don't, they get bored or leave, and it's one of the biggest writing mistakes going. Let's skip to this next mistake that I made that will wreck your viewers' session times, but it's one of the easiest things to fix. And then we'll reveal the new thumbnail design that James has been coming up with. James?
Yep.
How you getting on?
Yeah, things are going great, mate.
Okay, well hurry up.
Cheers.
Wrong font detected. Bad colors detected.
What am I going to do with this?
Core temperature rising.
So watch this to see my next mistake and how I ended the video. So make sure you subscribe for more videos like this. And over the next 10 years, that's right, 10 years, we're going to be providing content on a regular basis, all designed to help grow your channel. And check out this playlist here to learn all the basics of building, and I'm going to say the word again, growing your YouTube channel. Oh, it's the worst. So what I did there was kind of right, but actually it was hurting me more than it was helping me. So I've been using the same strategy for my end screen since the day I started this channel, where I simply point to a video and then tell them what to watch next. But that doesn't work, because even doing this, my end screen click-through rates were always really low. But I was making 2 big mistakes that are very hard to spot. And when I fixed them with a sneaky little system, it meant I managed to increase those click-through rates to over 20% with almost every video I made, which in turn creates longer viewer session times. And increasing those will grow your channel faster. And now I'm going to run you through how to use it and quadruple your clicks on your end screens. And I'm going to tell you the exact words to say too. So to harness the power of end screens, you first have to change the way you look at videos. And I can sum this up really in 4 words. Never finish a video. Seriously. What you want to do is make it feel like someone has only watched half of the content they really need. And you do that at the end of your videos by saying something like this. The thing is, even after learning all of these powerful YouTube tips I've just taught you, you still have a big problem, and that means you still need more information to fix that problem. And believe it or not, that key information you need is in this video right here. So make sure you watch that next to really get the results you want. Now, of course, you need to tailor that to your own content, but I constantly get comments like this as a result of that statement, and massive end screen click-through rates and longer session times, which play a big part in blowing up channels. So treat your end screens with the same care and attention as you do your thumbnails and titles. But there's another big mistake I was making other than not really selling the end screens, and 99% of YouTubers will have made this at some point or still are, and that's I gave the viewer too much choice. So the problem with giving people more than one option to click on is they are less likely to click anything at all. Just give your viewers one thing to do. Make it the subscribe button and ask them to subscribe, or set up the problem they have and then tell them the solution is in the next video. Trying to do both is counterproductive. Definitely do not use 3. James, how's that thumbnail coming on?
We did it, mate. We got there. Easy.
So now let's look at how to transform the packaging on this highly offensive older video to see if we can get it to work. So as we know, the original video was called 8 super important things you need to consider before you start a YouTube channel, which is so long it would be dangerous today to try and say it in one breath. Now, consider was the first word that just has to go. Not dramatic enough, and then super important to me feels like it has very little meaning. So I came up with this instead. 8 growth hacks new YouTubers must not ignore. But I think that's only okay. So I had a look at the first sentence of the intro just to see if there was any other direction I could take it. And it said, why is it that most YouTube channels fail to grow? Well, it's probably because they've missed out on these basic steps. Now, luckily for me, this meant I could level up my title with way more dramatic words, and I came up with new YouTubers who ignore this will fail. Short, dramatic, intriguing, now we're talking. And then the thumbnail, thanks to James, looks like this. It's like chalk and cheese, but I'm telling you now, your packaging is more important than your video. If you can't get clicks, you can't build watch time, and for the majority of creators I work with who can't understand why they're not growing, this is nearly always the problem. The thing is, when the channel started growing, as a result of fixing these issues, a whole new bunch of problems suddenly appeared, which could have destroyed everything. And I really wish I'd been prepared for them sooner, because it would have made my journey not just faster, but more enjoyable.
Wow, Matrix-themed YouTube education. What will he think of next? Well, just you wait until I get chased by a bear. But before we get into the deep stuff, we need to move on to the foundations module. This one's flipping critical. Understanding these next 3 lessons will literally stop your channel collapsing and killing your hopes and dreams. It's grim. So let's start with the thing that stops 95% of channels growing and fixing that. I'm running out of ways to...
The reason 95% of YouTube channels don't grow is because of this. The YouTube chain. And when one of the 5 links breaks, the whole thing falls apart. So ends your chance of fast growth. And sadly, by the end of this video, many of you are going to realize that the reason the growth of your channel is so static is because you've only been focusing on this part of the chain, maybe that bit. And I'm afraid a 2-link chain is useless. Scooby-Doo would never have been able to tell bad guys with that. But luckily, you're also going to learn the system to use to fix this, just like these 2 channels did. But before we get onto that, let's reveal the biggest problem you have right now, which is the 4th link on our chain, making videos. You've been told countless times before, make the best videos and you'll grow. But it's simply not true. And that's because the best videos means different things to different people. But does that mean they have to be the funniest, or tell the best story, or be the most informative, or all of those things? Well, actually, it's none of them. Because the best videos on YouTube are the ones your target audience are interested enough to click on. And that's why channels don't grow, because in order to find out what your target audience finds interesting and then deliver on that, these other 4 sections of the chain have to be your main focus before you can make the best video possible. Now you're probably wondering what those sections are, so let me reveal the first one to you, and this is the most important one. It's about what I call your avatars. For growth, you have to understand what type of content these guys consider to be interesting, and that's what holds the majority of creators back. They don't focus here anywhere near enough. Tyler, how many times have I said to you, why would our viewers care about that in the last 30 days?
4.563 million.
I wish he was joking. But how do you work that out? You move on to the 2nd link in the chain. If you want to transform your channel in 2 months, then start researching and looking for patterns 30 minutes a day. This is what all the best YouTubers in the world are doing all of the time. And you'll notice the results of them doing it too. For example, when Ryan Tran made this video here, which blew up, Eric suddenly made this thumbnail, and then someone else, and then another. A dark, mysterious background and an orange jumpsuit became a pattern on YouTube the top creators all tried to harness. Why? Because they noticed it worked on a human level. Everyone was at it, even the Germans. It's not about making a carbon copy though. Originality is still important.
Now what's cool is to find this information, I've actually set up my vidIQ to track who I consider to be the best YouTubers in the world. And what this does, it gives me a list I can then just scroll through that helps me spot trends they might have all picked up on together. But if you do this, you need to make sure you're learning from content that worked, not the videos people made that didn't. And actually that's where it gets a little bit confusing, especially when every video a creator you're studying gets hundreds of thousands of views. So to get around this, you want to use the views per hour feature on vidIQ and then establish what's getting a lot of views now, so you don't analyze dead videos that didn't actually do well in terms of reaching a new audience.
Or you could go to a whole new level on this and do what Tyler does.
So I downloaded this Eric script and I analyzed it line by line to break down how he uses the 3-act structure and the retention tactics he uses.
Then you can move on to the next link in the chain, planning. This is where you take all of the information you've learned from the first 2 links and then devise a way to put it into a video.
The first step is to have an interesting idea you think your viewers will love. Then to work out a thumbnail and title they will click on. Be careful though, because this is where a ton of creators fall down. Because you know how awesome your video is, but your avatars won't. So go and look at the research and work you've done on them, and then ask yourself, how do I make this information clickable to them? Because a video title stuff with keywords that says exactly what it's about is often too specific, so there's no intrigue or sense of wondering what might happen. And that's what gets clicks when YouTube recommends your videos. Then you move on to planning your video's story, information and creative elements, and work out how to make the best video on this topic you possibly can.
Which brings us onto the link most people focus all their energy on. The 4th link, production. And as I said at the start, this should be a byproduct of all of the other links.
Production might take you an hour, it might take you weeks, but for many of us, including myself, it's actually one of the shortest parts of the process. Apart from sometimes editing takes ages, but let's just forget I said that to prove my point.
Many of you won't do this bit, and then many of you will do far too much of it. This is the final part of the chain that when you focus on it, will ensure that every time you repeat this whole process, you get better and better.
Here you have to use the data YouTube gives you to work out, firstly, how interesting your viewers found your title, thumbnail and video idea by studying the click-through rates at certain points. And then you look at your retention and you ask yourself, how good a job did I do of keeping them entertained? You check your comments to see if you hit your comment goals and if you did enough to inspire an emotional reaction from your audience. And then you need to establish if you managed to get people to watch another video after, because we don't want one video to get watched ever. We want people to watch 10 in a row, because that's what makes channels fly.
This data on a video is one of the most obvious signs you have that you've managed to achieve that.
All I'll say is try your hardest to get this number to 20%. And after you release the video, detach all emotion from its performance. And if it did badly, just ask why and react to that in your next video. And if it did well, ask why, and then make sure you build on that.
People say you need to make hundreds of videos on YouTube to get traction. But actually, I kind of disagree. What you need to do is understand humans and make videos they find interesting time and time again. There's no magic number to aim for. Now that could be 10 videos for one person or 10,000 for another. All of our journeys will be different. Just don't hit record and expect different results if you're not hitting each 5 parts of the chain. I was absolutely terrified when I released that video because I was like, oh, this information's so basic. The viewers are going to think I'm mocking them. But you know what? It got over 900,000 views. And that is the moment where I realized that simplifying content is the name of the game here. So I'm glad I took that risk. A lot more on that later. But let's move on to our next lesson and our first behind the scenes of how I blew up a YouTube channel from 0 subs to monetized in just a few weeks. This channel then went on to pick up 60,000 subscribers in a few months, but the videos mainly just focused on those first few weeks. And everything I just taught you about with the chain, you're gonna see in action here and how it works. So YouTube have just emailed me and told me that I'm monetized, which is great because I only started my channel 6 weeks ago. So there's the email they sent me. Here's my watch time. I'm kind of shocked at how well this has worked.
I started a new YouTube channel to see how fast I could get monetized and documented the whole process. So in this video, I'm going to show you just how that happened, as well as this.
All of these emails are from brands reaching out to do a sponsorship on the channel, which is just bonkers.
Growing a YouTube channel is incredibly hard, and every day thousands of people around the world put crazy amounts of effort into trying to do it. But the reason this challenge started was because when I went to make the whole get monetized on YouTube video and did my usual research to see the advice out there on it, I realized something. If I started again now, I'd pretty much do none of the things that we get told to do. I wouldn't devote much time to search. I probably wouldn't promote my videos outside of YouTube at all. I'd just focus on making videos for people. not algorithms. But let's face it, if I'd made a video saying,
you should consider this method,
it's all just talk, right? So I thought, well, I'll start again and just document the process to getting 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours in an attempt to help new creators discover another way of doing things. So I set out to do just that, and the first thing to do was to set some goals.
Okay, so my goal here isn't actually to get monetized. I think that's a bad goal because it forces you to chase viewers and subscribers, not the right kind of viewers and subscribers. So my first goal is to build a community of YouTube viewers who are all really interested in the content I make. I want as many mega fans of the topic as possible because I feel like these guys are just naturally going to be more likely to click on the content when they see it, as well as watch it for longer. And my plan to do this is to get YouTube to suggest the videos I make to these people. I'm not gonna promote one video outside of YouTube because I believe this can actually be quite damaging, and also I think YouTube's better at knowing who to show our content to than we are most of the time. So I'm just gonna keep this channel a complete secret. And I've decided another goal is to try and get more return viewers in a 28-day period than I have subscribers. Now that's not a secret hack of the algorithm or anything, and of course I want to keep getting new people come in, but I feel like return viewers to a channel are your community as they're active and subscribers aren't always. And YouTube shows you your return viewers in the back end. So to me, focusing on return viewers will help the channel get monetized, but also build the right kind of community to help it grow faster, in theory.
So now I need to explain to you the strategy I would use that achieved monetization so fast. Now we're often taught that we should make videos for search in the beginning. You know the kind of thing, how to do X videos with lots of keywords in the title. The problem is when 75% of views on YouTube come from suggested views, why would you ignore this? The whole problem with that is though, suggested is a very different game. So let me explain. There's these things called traffic sources. This is data about where your videos are discovered on YouTube. So we have browse, and when you click it, you can see that's videos discovered on the homepage and subscription feed here and here. Suggested, which is those videos down the side of search, which you guessed it, is in search. And then others, but those are kind of the big three. But then each traffic source has its own algorithm. So if you get a high percentage of people click on your video when it's shown to them on the homepage, YouTube will then give that video more impressions on the homepage, which is this figure here, a very important figure. But at the same time, if that percentage is very low in suggested, YouTube will stop promoting that video in that part of YouTube. And that's it in its simplest form. And that's kind of the problem, because in many cases, you tend to see content made for search doesn't do that well in browse, which is also a big problem for building those repeat viewers, because they watch what's suggested to them. And getting suggested just requires a different approach. Now to give you an example, let's say I'm going to make a video about how to recruit someone. A search-based video would be called How to Hire a New Recruit, because that's what people type into search, right? The problem with this is often when YouTube starts suggesting these videos as a test, let's say on the homepage, it's just not that interesting, is it? So a title written for an algorithm doesn't have the same impact on a human. So with suggested, you flip it and you call the video something like, doing this repels top talent. And it's all about writing titles that appeal to people, that intrigue more, rather than something that's full of keywords. By the way, I just paused this to let you know that you still will need some keywords, but they're not everything. So in order to do this well, you need to spend the time working out who your viewers are and what they really care about, because if you don't do that, you will never establish what it is they will click on. So to do this, you go through a process that's known as building an avatar. Avatars are common in marketing. The idea is you work out 1, 2, 3, or 4 different types of people who might be interested in your content or your service. And the more you learn about these people, the easier it is to come up with titles that they will click on, because they'll feel like you're talking directly to them. So to create an avatar, I put myself in my viewers' shoes and listed all of the things I thought they might care about. Their fears, their frustration, their age, location, how much they earn, what they did on the weekend, what they thought about the second they woke up, and I ended up with this spreadsheet. All right. So now let's look at their fears. Being stuck in the place they're in now in a few years' time, not being able to sell enough to get by, never making anything of themselves despite their best efforts, and falling behind the crowd. So can you see how thinking about these things will give you the ability to come up with a title that this kind of people will be way more interested in clicking on? For example, struggling to sell your X, try this, is just so much more impactful than how to sell X online in 2021, the best selling tips ever. Using that exact structure on a video from the new channel, it picked up 13,000 views so far. The majority, as you can see, are from suggested and browse, and it's still moving in the right direction. So I then started researching other channels in the niche, looking for what they did that worked well, what types of videos did they make, how did they produce content, what questions did people have in the comments, and something happened that just completely threw me.
So I've either just stumbled across something that's really good news or really bad news. Basically, all of the competition I've been checking out are kind of covering the same topics, and what I've realized is none of them are actually targeting the frustrations and the things that I've written down on my spreadsheet. In fact, I've not actually found one video talking about the things that I want to talk about and I think people want to know about. So what that could mean is there's just zero market at all for my idea. Or a more exciting option is that I've found a gap, because if there's some level of demand, so like this might be a winner.
So armed with my avatars and my research, I then set out to plan my strategy.
So here is my plan. Video 1 is going to target a breaking news item that will hopefully get the ball rolling, bring in a few views and build up the initial audience. Videos 2, 3 and 4, I'm going to target evergreen search terms. Video 5, that's when I'm going to hopefully target frustrations and interests and goals and all those things that I've put on that avatar sheet.
The key here would be to make sure these videos worked with the videos that I had made before for search. Now what I mean by that is this. If they find a video in search, what would be the next thing they would want to know about after watching that video? So I sat down and wrote up some title ideas and then started making the videos and got underway. And here's what happened. Video 1, targeting the news. So the first video got 200 views in 2 days. I did absolutely no promotion anywhere at all. And then as expected, it crashed a few days later and nothing else happened to it. And then video 2 tanked. 20 views in 2 months. Video 3, it was a real slow performer. For 12 days, it did pretty much nothing. And then at the same time, it took off in the search results and on the homepage and in suggested. So just bear that in mind. Sometimes it takes a little while for things to get going. And then my fourth release, also built for search and suggested. But this was the decisive moment here. And notice this one got picked up in search within a few hours, which to me says it's probably not a topic that well catered for and people are looking for that information. So I decided to make more around that topic, and that then led me on to this bad boy, which now has over 41,000 views in 2 months. 10 days in, I built up 1,400 unique viewers. So I decided it was time to start targeting getting browse and suggested views. So remember I said that I'd noticed these other channels were not covering topics I thought that my target viewer or avatar would be interested in on my spreadsheet? Well, this next video, I thought it was time to test that out. I made a video on what I kind of thought their biggest issue would be that they would want solving. And I released it and it tanked, which was really frustrating. And that's a feeling I get pretty much every day on YouTube about this channel. So I moved on to try another idea based around a problem I thought they all had, and that didn't tank. It actually picked up 800 views in the first 24 hours, and then a day or so later, this happened. The previous video I thought would either crash or burn actually got picked up by browse and suggested, and wow. I'd found 2 topics in the same week that were a hit right next to each other. So I went and made more videos in that series and they went on to do quite well too. And that brings us up to this moment. So YouTube have just emailed me and told me that I'm monetized, which is great because I only started my channel 6 weeks ago. Here's my watch time. I'm kind of shocked at how well this has worked. But the thing that really surprised me was I'd actually been making faceless videos before this point. So I was never actually on camera. Because things were going so well, I decided to get in front of the lens, and it just made the biggest difference. Suddenly my inbox was flooded. This is crazy. This is all the sponsorship emails I've received. All of these are from brands who have reached out for a sponsorship deal. I did not expect that. And that brings me up to where I was yesterday. So it's been just under 90 days now since I started the challenge. And did I hit the goals? Well, yes. Monetization happened in 6 weeks. And I'm going to show you my analytics. You can see that the channel has made £263 in ad revenue. It's about $370. But more importantly, in the last 28 days, my return viewers have been higher than the amount of subscribers I have, with just under 4,000 of them. I've currently got 3,200 subscribers. And probably the most unexpected thing is the whole sponsorship side of this, which was not even a thought in my mind at the beginning. And I'm about to start my 6th sponsored video. But there is something I need to tell you, because I'm not being 100% honest. See, I didn't actually start a new YouTube channel. I started 2. The other channel, I went for the traditional search-based strategy. Now, regular viewers will know a few months ago, I actually unlisted hundreds of videos from this channel that were ranking in search and bringing in quite a lot of views, but I removed them because I thought it was kind of attracting the wrong audience. So I re-uploaded them to this new channel. 4 months later, this is the result. 0 subscribers, and I kind of feel that speaks for itself, really. Now, I'm not saying search is dead or not to do it. You've seen that it played a part in this challenge, but actually spending the time on working out who your viewers are, what they care about, and how to write titles that really appeal to them as people, not algorithms, that's the thing I think you should consider looking at now. But let's not ignore the 2 elephants in the room, though. Firstly, it probably wouldn't be fair if I didn't make it crystal clear that if I'd not found this gap in the research phase, then this would not have happened as fast. But then again, that's why you should do the research, right? But also, the niche of the new channel is just way less competitive than the niche film booths in. I'm not competing against Peter McKinnon and some of the biggest and best video creators in the world. So there's no doubt that the niche was a lot easier than film booths. And secondly, I've been making videos since I was 14, so 5 years, 21 years. So for this project, I didn't have to learn how to film, write, edit, produce,
present, and all of the things that new channels have to learn to do before they can make any real progress and get the kind of retention and click-through rates that you need for this to work so well. And that's a valid lesson, because YouTube's just not a level playing field. It absolutely blows my mind that video has been watched by over 2.7 million people. I remember when I released it thinking, this is probably gonna get 10K. Yeah, I got that a bit wrong. But this whole idea of avatars is kind of confusing, right? The thing is, it is critical to get to know your viewers. So this next lesson is going to show you some more actionable ways to do that. So pay attention, sexy pants, because this info is actually the secret sauce.
Have you ever wondered why some YouTube channels grow faster than yours, even when their content isn't significantly better? Well, it's because they're cheating. I'm Ed, and I help people grow YouTube channels that build businesses and have generated creators tens of millions in revenue and hundreds of millions of views. And today I'm going to reveal what this cheat code is, how to master this technique for more views and more income, and also why you need to stop giving solutions, and I'm going to give you a simple trick to accelerate your results. So let's start with what this cheat code is. And it works like this. So let's say you're ill and you go to the doctor and you say, "Doctor, I've got a headache." And they turn around and say, "Okay, well, let me give you some advice to fix your tennis game." You'd be like, "What? I don't care about that." And you'd leave and you'd never return. "You're probably the worst doctor I have ever had, and I'm not coming back." What's that got to do with YouTube? Well, if you want to grow your channel and your business 10 times faster, all you have to do is diagnose problems viewers actually have, then provide solutions that solve them so they keep coming back to you. If you can't do this, you put them off like a bad doctor and nothing works. We call this cheat code getting to know your audience, and it's the foundation of growing a channel and a business that you then build everything else on. The thing is, doctors spend 7 years at uni to be able to understand their patients. How can you do the same, as there's no viewer understanding university, after the Great Fire of '92 anyway? Well, actually, there is. Kind of. And this comes in the form of posting a video, failing, posting, seeing a little bit of traction, then asking yourself, why did that do a little bit better? And then just repeating over and over again until you get to a point where you've worked out the major things your viewers do and do not care about. And you're going to know this is happening because you'll start to say things like this. "Nah, I can't use that word because no one ever clicks on it. I can't talk about that topic because it always tanks. I need to make all my videos over 15 minutes long now. I need to never talk about that again because it's ringing in the wrong age group." But how do you get to that stage without it taking you years? Well, let me unleash 4 of my cheat codes to speed up your progress here, and then I'm going to show you how this is going to help you make money and grow your business too. Cheat code number 1. To understand how this works, we need to go back to our rubbish doctor, and another sick person has just burst through the door and they've said, "Doctor, I've got Wilson's disease. I'm going to need zinc acetate, tricetin, and tasnabnabnate." It just doesn't happen, right? What actually happens is someone says, "Doctor, I don't feel very well." And this is the biggest mistake I see businesses looking to grow channels make, because they misdiagnose their viewer awareness levels, which there are 2 types of. Solution aware, these viewers know what they need. This is like patient 1. Then we have problem aware. These viewers know they have an issue, but they're not really that sure how to solve it. Now, this is like patient number 2. This matters because if you only make videos that target solution aware viewers, you limit your reach a lot and get less views. For example, a photography video called How to Shoot in RAW is only going to attract people who understand RAW's benefits and has a potential reach that's this big. But a video titled The Fastest Way to Take Pro Quality Photos appeals to a much broader group. So this many people understand why they need it. Inside the video, you then introduce RAW as the solution to their problem and keep everyone very happy. So to grow your channel faster, learn what the problems your viewers care about the most are and make videos about solving them rather than just focusing on solutions. The thing is, how do you discover what the problems and results your viewers really want are? Well, try this. Find 3 good channels in your niche and look at their videos in the last 2 years that have a ton of views. Note them down, and what you end up with is a list of videos showing you what your viewers' biggest problems are. Views are clues, baby. You then make your next video targeting one of these big problems. And as you'll find out later, this is going to help you make money too. Cheat code number 2. This is where you learn what problems to solve inside your videos that the viewers will really care about, so they'll keep listening to you talk. And you do that by copying all of the comments below a high-performing video from cheat code 1 and typing this into AI. Based on the following comments, what did the viewers like most about the video? What were the viewers' biggest problems they had in relation to the content? What are the results they want in their own lives? What interested them the most about this video? What didn't they like about it? And if you were to make a video about this, what would be the top 3 things you'd include to keep these viewers happy?
Then just paste the comments and hit send. AI is then going to point out the thing the people who commented actually care about, and it's going to tell you what to include in your video based on what mattered to them the most. I call this comment hacking, and it's a very fast way to understand your viewers without you having to make loads of videos over and over again and then figuring out how to react to them. Cheat code number 3. Ever wish you could read your viewer's mind? Well, buckle up, because I'm going to show you how to do just that. I'm reading yours right now. Oh, you are dirty. Disgusting viewer. Anyway, this is the retention graph. Most people have no idea what it actually means, but I'm about to make it your new best friend. Here's how it works. After you've posted a video, just give it a few days to marinate, then sneak into your analytics and scroll down until you spot this bad boy. So let me help you decode this squiggly line of truth. Putting it simply, if the line drops, your viewers are heading for the hills. If it's flattened on a pancake, they are glued to their screens. The trick is to turn this into a power tool for understanding your audience by working out why these drops and flat sections happened. So let me show you how to do that, starting with 3 common reasons these drops happen. Firstly, ask yourself, did you go all Einstein in your explanation and confuse the heck out of people with way too much depth, like this graph here shows? Secondly, did you make your point way too long and beat it to death over and over, like this graph here shows? And thirdly, did you forget to sprinkle in enough hooks to keep re-engaging viewers, just like this graph here shows? Alright, so what about the flat lines? Firstly, when you see one, you want to ask yourself, did you bust out a killer metaphor that kept viewers hooked, like this example? Secondly, did you tell a story where they all wanted to know what happened at the end, so they stuck about, like this graph? And then thirdly, did you make sure you didn't wind down the video so they didn't know it was coming to an end, and the last final 10 seconds held their attention, like this example? Our 4th cheat code is like getting your viewers to write an instruction manual about themselves. To get them to build one, all you do is make a Google form. Put what's your biggest problem and what's the number 1 question you'd like me to ask and any other information you might want on it. Then just share the link with your audience. You can put it on your community wall, in email, social media, and below your videos. When people fill this out, you will end up with a giant list of your viewers' biggest problems, which we know is critical for both your channel and business growth. And all you do is then load those into AI and then ask it to find repeating patterns, much like we did in the comment hacking. And it's going to teach you a hell of a lot about them. The thing is, how do you use all of this information to grow a business? Well, I've got some great news for you. Remember what stuff we talked about for growing your YouTube channel? Hopefully, because I literally just said it. By using these tricks, surveys, comment hacking, studying problem sizes, looking for patterns, it's like you've been enrolled in How to Build a Business 101 without even realizing it. Because YouTube and crushing it in business... where's the power cut? Great. Is the power coming back on? No, genuine power cut. Okay, well, let's just try this with the power off, because the camera still works, so I'll just pump the ISO up. Where was I? This is going to be an interesting thing for the retention. Because YouTube and crushing it in business are like 2 peas in a pod. Why? Because they both boil down to 3 things. 1, figuring out what keeps your audience up at night, aka market research. 2, whipping up some amazing content that solves it, aka a product. And 3, wrapping it all up in shiny packaging that gets people's attention and makes them want more, aka a sales page in your marketing. When you learn to grow a YouTube channel, you're also learning all of the key skills to build a business too. So keep digging into your audience insights. Your future business mogul self is going to thank you.
Congratulations! Well done for sticking through. You have just completed the Foundations module. Are you ready to graduate to Ideation? Isn't this exciting? Well, the next 3 lessons in this module are going to show you how to come up with ideas that are so amazing your viewers are going to be like, holy crikey, Batman, I need to click on that bad Mother Hubbard. But more importantly, I get chased by a bear, I flash a little bit too much skin, and you're going to see exactly how I broke a world record for views on a YouTube video and how you can do it too with your next video idea. So let's start with how to craft a fantastic idea and me getting chased by a bear. Be careful out there. Bears are everywhere.
Your video ideas are what's stopping you from getting the views you deserve. And what's crazy is YouTube actually gives you clues to follow to show you what types of videos to make that will get you more traction. So in this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step system to uncover those clues that will give you titles, thumbnails, and topics that finally get you the views you deserve. And the first step of this system is to get outside. But why? Scientists discovered that being outside for half an hour actually improves your focus and creativity, which means after a dose of nature, you'll actually find the following steps of this video so much easier. Of course, one thing you do need to watch out for if you do go outside is bears.
Next, we need to go and do some research and find some big hitters for your channel. And to help you learn how to do that best, I've actually created a brand new channel from scratch, and we're going to build up its next 5 video ideas together that are primed for views. So let me introduce you to Kofifi, a channel for coffee snobs. Knowing as much as we can about the potential viewers of Kofifi is incredibly important for this next step, because it's the only way we can really work out the ideas that they're just going to love. So I'm going to build up a picture of who those viewers are, just like I did in my last video, otherwise known as building an avatar. So here we go. Avatar 1 is 30 to 50. They like the finer things in life. They ski in the winter and they read the magazine GQ and love wearing what the famous people in it wear. They spend a ton of money on their kitchen, and their idea of having fun on the weekend is a dinner party. What they love about coffee is the process of making it from scratch, and the first thing they think about when they wake up in the morning is what blend would have more synergy with their mood. And I'm going to name this avatar Simon the Architect. After you've thought long and hard about who your viewers are, we need to move on to the next part of the system. And here we're going to build up a list of channels and videos that your avatars will love, and click on faster than Simon can say, have a cup of choo-choo on me. If you don't know any channels in your niche to start looking into, no problem. Just type in the biggest question your viewers might have into the search bar, and you'll probably get presented with a list of channels pretty fast. How to make a great cup of coffee. And then scroll down and I can see some channels I recognise, but this chap here looks good, so let's investigate him. Oh my giddies. It's actually my avatar Simon. The glasses, the GQ look. This is a jolly good first sign. Next, I'm going to click this legendary button here, which if you don't see it, it's because you've not downloaded vidIQ, so you need to get that done. It's the trending button, and it's going to show us something called views per hour. As you'll see when you click it, you're given a list of videos that are currently getting the most views on that channel. In other words, they are hot. And hot videos are a result of great titles, thumbnails, retention, and ideas. So we really need to investigate them, because those videos are holding the key to your success. Next, I'm going to show you how to analyze a channel, and this is where the magic's going to happen. Firstly, we're going to look at these top videos with velocity, and straight away, something is jumping out at me. This is a coffee channel, and this video here is about Brad Pitt, and it's flying. So we need to find out why, because it looks like it's a totally different kind of video to everything else they've made, and I think that's a clue. So I'm going to hit play and give it a watch.
Today, we're going to have a look at the new commercial for DeLonghi with Brad Pitt in it.
So James might have been smart and hopped on a trending topic here, but I can't be sure that that advert has had a lot of hype, so let's think deeper. Well, to start off with, it's very funny. And then there's the thumbnail. Well, my avatar's into GQ and celebrity fashion, so they're probably going to be interested in Brad Pitt. And the title has expert reacts in it, which is a concept that does really well on YouTube in multiple niches. And then there's weird coffee, which makes you wonder, what is Brad Pitt doing that's weird? And then James's reaction in the image really gets your mind going. And I think my avatars would love this kind of video too. And actually from the comments, his viewers really enjoyed it because it's out of the box thinking, and I think that's what you need to do too. So I'm going to write this down as a potential concept to build around, and what I mean by that is this. So I can see that mixing TV with coffee works, so think about our avatar and their age. You could go back through famous films or TV shows and tear apart everything they ever did wrong in the coffee scenes. Or actually the perfect idea would have been when the Friends reunion was on TV, to make a video about every mistake Central Perk had ever made about coffee. It would then target a trend and break the mold of what to expect from a channel. Oh hindsight, you are a marvellous thing. Going back to the channel for more clues, we can also see that reviews are popular, so I'd want to try and cover kit reviews, and yeah, we've also got some educational content flying about too. Oh, and this one I love. The most wonderfully absurd coffee brewer ever made. That is top notch. Because if there's something weird or unusual and you can show it visually in a thumbnail, you will get more views. I'm noting that down, and then I'm going to go and research weird coffee things to explore further online for my own video. Next, I went and found 4 more channels in the niche to repeat this process on. But to speed it up a bit, once I'd found some ones I thought looked good, I put them into vidIQ's competition research tool, and that then gave me all of their videos with the highest velocity over the past month, week, or even day to analyse further, which should hopefully help me a lot when I try and come up with my finalised video ideas for Kofifi later. Now, the first time you do this, I'd really recommend that you do a deep dive too. This overview is perfect though for ongoing research. And then the next step of the system is to do this again. Great, more work. This is getting weird. But this time, channels outside of your niche who you think your avatars might also watch. And this is where the best ideas come from. And it's also going to stop you making one of the biggest mistakes on YouTube: blending in. Because on YouTube, there's a lot of copying going on in niches, and the same information gets passed around. But I believe if you want to get the views you deserve, still talk about the popular topics in your niche, but try and use thumbnails and titles and ideas that have proven successful outside of it. Otherwise, you'll just always be a watered down version of your competition. So to start, find 5 channels you believe your avatars might watch. Go incognito, watch a video from your niche and see what YouTube suggests down the side next, because YouTube's likely to suggest content here that viewers then watched after. And actually, I see this video about technology, and it's from a channel that I've heard of, and the topic is definitely the kind of thing my smart avatars would find interesting, so I'm going to go and examine that channel to start. Again, you're looking for videos with velocity here using vidIQ, but what you want to do is, instead of thinking about how relevant the videos are to your audience, examine just the title structure and thumbnails of their most successful videos. It doesn't matter what it's about. Using the trending tool again, I can see that this video about asteroids on Veritasium is flying, so we have to think, why? Well, the title and thumbnail is creating a sense of fear in me. And I'm thinking, oh crikey, what should I be worried about? And that makes me want to click. So what you want to ask yourself is, how can you use that title and thumbnail concept to work for your niche? So I need to find something in the coffee world that they don't know they should worry about. Now, a quick bit of research showed that actually some coffee beans are not good for you. So I'm going to write this idea down for when I come up with my video ideas for Coffee. Now give me an hour and I'll be back with 5 more channels. So this is cool because I found there are tons of different things that I could actually try out that are interesting in the coffee niche. Matt Develler was one channel I looked at, and actually this video he made here could be a challenge I do on Coffee too. Or you could go the other way and try, I drank 10 cups of coffee a day for 30 days, although don't hurt yourself. And from all that research, this is what I now have. So I started with a simple review video because it's a great way to get search traffic in and fill my channel with many more of my avatar Simon ongoing. And actually every channel I looked at in the niche was doing well with this type of content, so I didn't want to totally ignore it. A video about something weird. The idea I've borrowed from James's channel, and I just think things like this are interesting, fun, and incredibly clickable, which my research showed too. A challenge video because I want to take my viewers on an emotional journey that will separate it from the others in the niche. And look, a title like that is just way more likely to get clicks on than why you shouldn't drink too much coffee. And that idea came from Matt Develler's Hit Coffee video challenge. A reacts video because I want to bring in an element of fun, education, and I know this title and concept works because of the results it had on this channel, which isn't even coffee dedicated. People just love to know if expensive things are worth it. And a health video because I want to keep my viewers safe and surprise them with some information about something they didn't know could be hurting them, but really they should. And I've taken this from Veritasium's concept about asteroids. I know, it's a lot of work and it's scary to put even more time into the platform, but if you do this consistently, after a while, your efforts will start to pay off.
The things you do for views. But remember what I said about doing something unexpected? There's another example of that in action. You probably didn't expect me to get knocked out at the end. Maybe you did. Maybe you're smarter than I think you are. Anyway, the next lesson goes a little bit deeper on ideation, and when I originally released this, I did something in the middle that destroyed my retention. Turns out flashing your viewers isn't that well advised, but saying that, this video picked up almost 250,000 views, so some of you sick perverts liked it.
If I were to tell you that fixing this one thing could be the difference between 0 and 1 million views, would you try it? Well, this channel did, and that big jump on the graph is the result. 1 million views in a month! But what did they change? Well, it was the result of them discovering the thing you're probably ignoring, along with 90% of other YouTubers. And not using this can totally wreck an idea. So what did they do? Well, in this video, I'm going to reveal this incredibly powerful tool, and then I'm going to show you how you can harness it and how we used it to generate 1 million views on another channel's video fast, very fast. But to start, can you guess what these 3 things are you have to focus on if you want YouTube views? If you can't, your channel's in trouble because I made them pretty obvious. So let's reveal them. Simple, right? But what if I told you that actually there's a 4th thing that most channels don't know exists? And understanding it is what causes results like I've just shown you. And it goes in between your idea and your thumbnail. Go on, have a guess. I bet you can't. Well, to reveal it to you, I want to play a quick game called Guess the Famous YouTube Video. What I've done is taken some very famous videos and made new thumbnails and titles for them, and all you have to do is guess what the original video was. I'll throw in a few clues too, because this is going to be challenging. Alright, so video 1, I've renamed it how to make a franchise more profitable. Now, the original video had over 10 million views, and chuck in a few visual clues about what the original was. Any guesses? Okay, video 2 originally had over 100 million views, and I've renamed it How to Enjoy Spending Time on Your Own. And here's a few visual clues to help you along. Now that is a tough one. And then the final one, and by the way, if you're feeling brave, feel free to comment your answers below before I reveal them. And it's called The Impact of Cold Temperature on Food. And the original of this video had 58 million views, and I'm gonna give you a few visual clues as to what it is now. You're never gonna guess that one. Okay, so what in the name of Brian G. Johnson is going on here? Well, let me reveal to you what the original videos were, and then I'll explain. So this first video, drum roll please. You should have said it was Why McDonald's Ice Cream Machines Are Always Broken by YouTube superhuman Johnny Harris. And then next up we have this video, drum roll please. I spent 50 hours in solitary confinement. And then we have the final video, which was drum roll, no hang on, saxophone solo please. And that was by Tom Scott, and a video called We Sent Garlic Bread to the Edge of Space and Then Ate It. So let's reveal what's going on here, and then I'll go deeper to show you how to take advantage of this with a real life example. So to start, I'm going to target scientific YouTuber Tom Scott's video, as it's probably the most accurate example of this in play. Now, Tom Scott doesn't actually know this, but I've had a hidden camera in his office for years now, so to reveal this powerful views tool, let's watch back the planning session of this video to show you how he solves the massive problem you might have.
Okay, humble servants, what video ideas have you got for me?
I think we should make a video about how hot air can push things up to space.
We can't do that because all of those videos where they say they sent things into space, they only ever send people to the edge of space, you idiot.
Children, we must stay calm. We do not want a repeat of last time.
Sorry, Sir Tom. Well, what about if we taught people about how cold space was?
These are fabulous ideas, but what have I told you about ideas?
A great video isn't all about the idea, but the way the idea is presented.
That's right. So what about this? Let's combine all of the wonderful ideas that you had into the video, but work out a really fun way to show them. But we don't stop there. What if we focus the thumbnail and title on the fun thing we did, rather than the information we're trying to teach people?
But how could we possibly show that space is cold when you send things into space, you don't actually send things into space, and teach people about thermal air patterns?
Garlic bread. Oh, not this again.
Wait. He's onto something.
We'll send the garlic bread into space. Everyone loves the stuff. It's not too scientific that it'll scare the people off who aren't interested in science. And even better, after the video, we can eat it.
But how can we possibly title a video like that?
Easy, we'll just show the thing we did. It's so strange, people want to click on it to find out why and what happened.
You're a genius, Sir Tom.
And now, we disco.
And that is the fourth piece of the puzzle that sits in between your idea and your thumbnail. You can have a great idea and you can make great thumbnails and titles, yet still get no results. The thing most people ignore is how you present your idea before you package it. So Tom presents his idea, which was a scientific video that's basically about how hot air causes things to rise, into a story about garlic bread, and then the thumbnail design and the title came after, resulting in a way more clickable story. So right now you're probably thinking to yourself, I'm starting to get this. So now I'm going to show you something that might make you realize that you don't, by demonstrating to you how to actually present an idea live. Well, not live, but you know what I mean. And then I'll back it up with some proof that this works and show you how we use it to generate millions of views fast. So the first step in this process is coming up with the demo video's idea. So let's just say the idea for this video is the creator wants to show people how to complete level 3 of 80s computer game Streets of Rage. Oh, and by the way, don't worry if you're not one of the millennial nerds who knows what that is, you're still going to be able to get results with this system. Now, instead of just jumping straight to coming up with the thumbnail and title, we need to take the idea to the presentation stage that you have now unlocked. This is where we now find the most interesting way to present it for clicks and retention. So the first way we could present this video could be by making it a simple how-to video that just shows people the step-by-step process of completing level 3. The second way could be based around the 3 mistakes that stop people completing it, and the third would be a challenge challenge where you try and complete level 3 in world record breaking time. And then the fourth way could be a story about someone else who achieved something amazing in the game. Every single one of these videos has exactly the same idea. Show people how to complete level 3. They just find different and more interesting ways to do it. And let me tell you a secret, if you want retention like that, the more story-based option will do it. And for that reason, the speedrun challenge sounds like the most clickable and most fun, and would be a really simple way to show people how to complete the level. And then next, we would move on to make the thumbnail and title. Do you see why this presentation stage is so powerful? Most people think this is the thumbnail and title stage, or it is the ideas stage. But I believe splitting it into its own category forces you to find better ways to communicate your ideas, which then should make how you package your thumbnail and title easier and more effective too. So let's look at the really simple way we use this fourth tool to help send that video crazy. It started at stage 1, where myself and Clark had a quick research to see if we could find some patterns of videos that had done well before in his niche. And what we discovered was videos about books perform great. So there was the idea. We were gonna make a video about books of some kind. And then I said, Clark, have you read any good books you could talk about? And Clark, being one of the most chill guys on the planet, said, oh dude, I've read like 300. So we had a little search for books he could make his videos about and came up with a few ways to present the idea. But when we looked at them, none of them really had that oomph we wanted. And then Clark came out with probably the most beautiful sentence of 2022. He said, what's funny about the 300 books I've read is they all pretty much make the same 3 points. I said, Clark, you're a flipping genius. That's how we present this video. It's the story of what you learned reading 300 self-help books. That's such a huge amount to read, and your realization sounds like a really interesting and intriguing story. So with the presentation of the idea now decided, the title and thumbnail concept became so much easier to come up with, and Clark did an amazing job on it, resulting in wham, 1.4 million views.
I always thought Tom Scott might have commented on that video, and the fact that he didn't maybe tells me he didn't approve, because every time I've ever made a video about another larger creator, they've commented, looks like I found the limit of what's appropriate, eh? Or maybe he just didn't see it. Yeah, we'll see. Which brings us on to our final video about how to present your idea, aka the idea. Now, I actually deleted this video a few hours after I posted it originally, so only a few people have ever seen this. I can't remember why I deleted it, but it's all about the time I broke a world record for views and how you can too if you spend more time on your ideas than pretty much anything else.
Have you ever wanted to break a world record but thought you maybe don't have any kind of skill to do that, or you just didn't want to do this? Well, I think I found a way for you to set one simply making YouTube videos. In fact, some of you might already be world record holders without even realizing it. And recently I discovered that I was too, with a video I'd made being the most viewed video ever on its topic, and it actually had 300% more views than the next closest. So in this video, I'm going to show you the system I use to make the video that holds the record for views, and what's amazing about this system is cracking it will get you ahead of 90% of YouTubers. And then I'm going to point out 3 other channels who are also record holders, and what's cool is one of them could be you. But first, the bad news. And this is going to stop this view system I'm going to show you ever working for you. And that is this. The way you were taught YouTube is actually hurting your channel. In fact, it is worse than that. You've probably been taught to do the exact opposite of what actually works when it comes to getting views and return viewers. So let me explain this, because you have to break your programming to grasp my system. So I want you to guess what I'm thinking right now. Ready? If you said you are thinking about a monkey in a tutu eating a Wellington boot, you are correct. But if you said anything else, you are wrong. The point I'm trying to make is this. It is literally impossible to know exactly what someone is thinking unless you are 90s TV star Mystic Meg. So with this in mind, now pretend I'm your viewer and I've come to YouTube to watch something, and the first place I arrive is the homepage. What exact thing do I have on my mind? What do I want to watch? You don't know. You can't ever really know because we're not mind readers, and that's why you've been taught YouTube wrong, and 90% of channels are stuck because you were told to make videos that are trying to guess the exact thing your viewers are thinking by making your video titles super specific and cramming keywords into them. What this does is build channels who over time pick up subscribers when their videos rank in search, but when they release a new video, hardly any people come back to watch it, because when YouTube tests it with them on the homepage, the traffic source that brings people back fast and blows up channels, they all ignore it because they don't have that exact super specific problem the second they log in. So your video becomes invisible to them. And I don't know about you, but I want to build an awesome community of return viewers, not not just make a subscriber number tick up. I mean, I could do that on Photoshop. It's not very satisfying. So what do? How do you unlearn the damaging approach that you currently have and start to make videos that bring people back en masse and set a record in your own niche no matter what the topic? Well, now I'm going to show you how I did just that by taking a very specific title, the type that you've been taught to make with very low view potential, and turned it in to 1 million views. And before I show you 3 more channels with world records, I'm going to show you an egg cup, which is going to make you realize the problem you might have in a split second. An egg cup? Yes, drunkhead, I said an egg cup. What else would you expect on a YouTube channel about growing YouTube channels? Low view videos, the same information repeated over and over again, boring clickbait titles and bad thumbnails? Yeah, well, apart from that. Anyway, here's how you're going to set your own record. Together, we're going to build a sandbox to design your video in. And the first step is simply to decide the size of that sandbox. Because if you want to set a world record for views, you need to find a massive topic in your niche, one every one of your viewers might find interesting. Because the more interesting it is to them, the more people will click on it and the more watch time you will build. So for my record holder, I knew if I wanted big views, I had to pick a topic about a problem every YouTuber ever has had. And when I thought about it, that problem was scurvy. Only kidding. The topic was presenting a video. Don't be joking about scurvy. She's a cruel mistress. Okay, pirate head? No, the name's Stephanie. Anyway, presenting is really hard and it takes us all months or even years to get good at, right? So the sandbox was vast. Step 2 is to then build the walls. So the whole point of a sandbox is the walls stop the sand from dispersing and hold everything together. In YouTube terms, these 4 walls hold your topic idea together. We'll call this wall the style, this wall the title, this one the thumbnail, and this one the story or content. Now this is the most important part, but it's tricky and most YouTubers will gloss over it, so it's your opportunity to shine by adopting it. All you need to do next is find a way to make your topic more remarkable using these 4 walls. So let me explain. Even though presenting to a mic or camera is a problem every YouTuber ever has had, videos about it don't really get that many views because it's not really one of those burning desire topics that stop people scrolling on the homepage. So what we need to do is turn it into one. And to do this, all you do is select your starting wall, it could be anyone, in the hope it will help you find one interesting and remarkable idea to then build your entire video around. So what is that one interesting and remarkable thing for your video going to be? Well, I can't tell you that, but what I can do is show you a way to work that out. So for example, you could discover it by turning to wall number 1, the style of a video, and then just brainstorming that in the sandbox. So if we put my video about presenting in the sandbox and think about the video style options we could adopt, I could have made it a presenting mistakes video, but then I would ask myself, is there a more remarkable or interesting way to teach people presenting that could be more clickable or unique? And when you think like that, and about what else you've seen work on YouTube in other places, it could have also been a video where I went out onto the streets and grabbed random people and then taught them how to present. The viewer would get the same information from both. However, to me, one of those sounds way more remarkable and interesting, right? Way. Oh yeah. Thanks, Drunkhead. That was actually quite helpful for you. I like your videos. Yeah. Anyway, so let's just say I decided to roll with the whole strangers idea. I then look to build the other 3 walls around the style and play about with them in the sandbox to find a thumbnail and title that was highly clickable with it before I then went on to plan the story. Or you could start on another wall. So let's pick the title to play with, because you might have come up with an amazing title that nobody could resist clicking on, and then all you need to do is think about what video you could fit into it and think about the thumbnail and the story after. Now this isn't an easy thing to grasp, but it is the thing to get good at, and you will with practice. So to help, let me show you the sandbox I built for my record-breaking video in question. My first step, you already know, was to pick a big problem lots of viewers would relate to, and from there I decided to build my first wall and opted for the title to begin my sandbox thinking session in the hope that it would help me find my one remarkable and interesting thing to build all of the other walls around. I typed down a few different versions and most of them sounded pretty boring if I'm honest, but I picked one that had a little bit more intrigue to it and decided to brainstorm from there. Now here's the important thing to note.
This is what we call a working title, not a final title. Next, I turned to brainstorming the content and tried to think of an interesting way to tackle this topic. Now for me, I usually try to find a good story I can tell that shows the viewer how to overcome the problem I wanted to help them solve. So to find that story, I simply played in the sandbox and did some research to try and find YouTubers whose story I might be able to tell. I checked out lots of big creators' first ever videos until I landed on Mr. Who's the Boss, and his presenting was awful years ago, and now he absolutely rocks. So we had one YouTuber's story to tell the viewers, but I wanted to see if I could find a better one, so I kept on looking. I then checked out Marcus Brownlee, and he'd overcome some really big presenting issues too, and that's when I realized I might be onto something. Two creators in the same niche with very similar subcounts both overcame the same problem to get the same amazing result. Can you see the story starting to assemble here? And then as a result of this research, I had a eureka moment and found that one remarkable and interesting thing that I could build the whole video around. Marcus and Mr. Who's the Boss both use a ton of body language when they present, and body language is powerful, but it doesn't make a noise. So I scrubbed out my working title and wrote the silent hack YouTubers use to hook you. And suddenly the star wall of the sandbox flew into place. It would be the story of these two YouTubers and how they overcame the biggest problem out there. Then the thumbnail wall connected because I just needed to show them both in it. And then all that was left to do was to build the content wall, which meant writing and planning the story based all around the power of body language. And I would now have the beginnings of the most viewed YouTube video ever on presenting YouTube videos. And here's the finished result, with 300% more views than the next closest on the topic. And what's cool is, there's not a keyword in sight. You know what I love about this? 5 years ago, someone told me I gave the worst 60-second presentation they had ever seen at a networking event, and now I have the record for a video about presenting. Screw you, Mark Smith.
But you were pretty bad though, I mean, look at this video.
So you clicked on our LinkedIn advert, and it's taken you here to our glorious landing page.
Drunk Ed, you swore you would never show anyone.
It wasn't me, it was Stephanie.
I'm sorry, Ed, it's true. It was me. But you gave me no choice. Why have I gone Irish? But this is where most YouTubers come undone. It is so important to realize that even when you start planning your video, you might suddenly have a revelation that something else would make a more remarkable and interesting version of it. That's the whole point of the sandbox. It's a journey of discovery. So don't be afraid to backtrack and rebuild in the sandbox if you find a better idea later on, because it could be a game changer for your channel. I mean, I'd actually planned about 50% of the video that you're watching right now, but I suddenly realized that my working title, which was how to get ahead of 90% of YouTubers, wasn't the best because a line spilled out of my brain when I was writing it that said something like, I actually used this system to generate the most views ever on a video about presenting YouTube videos. And I was like, wow, that is so much more remarkable and interesting. That is the thing to build everything around this video. So the thumbnail, the title, the intro, the ending, and every word I would write could then be tied to this single premise. But we're not done in the sandbox yet. Oh no, the next step is to play around in it a little bit more and create your intro and your ending. Yes, that's right, we plan our ending first. Why? Well, think of it like this. Imagine you wanted to build a sand turtle in your sandbox. You know how to shape it because you have an end vision in mind. And that means if your turtle suddenly starts to look like a cat, you stop and you adjust it. Now think about what works on YouTube. All you have to do is get people to watch a video to the end, right? So if you plan an ending they care about, you stand way more of a chance writing an intro that helps them get there. The cool thing about this is it's also going to help you stay on track when writing your videos because you can delete anything in the story that doesn't take the viewer towards that ending. And then you can piece the middle together. Moving us on to the next step where you film and edit the thing. There are many ways to make a video. This is just one example of the sandbox in action, but if it's a vlog or a gaming video you're making, this is still the same process. You need to work out the one remarkable and interesting thing about your topic to build every other element around. Which brings us on to the biggest problem you as a YouTuber really have right now, and it's down to this egg cup shape.
Ugh, here we go.
What?
You and your stupid metaphor.
You know I can literally just delete you from this video, right?
No, you miss watching me twerk.
It's true, I would. So if you want to be in the top 10% of YouTubers and grow a channel and a business, this is where the results are made. I cannot express this enough. The larger the section of the egg cup, the more important the task is to grow on YouTube. Now the egg cup's going to look different depending on your niche and your style, but this shape is based on a regular talking head video, and this top half is the sandbox where all your results are going to come
come from. So if your egg cup looks like this, you might have just discovered why you're not getting the views you want. This top half and everything I've just shown you is where all the views are on YouTube now. Bring this on to some YouTubers who might not know it yet, but they also have a record for views on videos because they found more interesting and remarkable ways to present their topic. Like this one here from the Toaster Challenge, who has the world record for views on a video about generating electricity with manpower. Can we get a round of applause? Or this video here from Vsauce, which holds the world record for views on a video about how computers trick us into seeing color. Or the Yappy Beeman, and I love this, who holds the world record for views on a video about removing a swarm of bees. I'm telling you now, if he had called this how to remove a swarm of bees, and then just given step-by-step instructions in a list from his studio, it wouldn't have gotten more than 30 million views. It wouldn't have even got 1 million or 500,000. It might not have even got 10, because there's nothing remarkable about that. He thought differently though and gave it a title which, combined with the thumbnail, is just so appealing. I actually really enjoyed watching that video. I learned a lot too. In fact, all of these videos without the sandbox could have just been set up as more dry and less interesting ideas that stated the obvious with some sort of specific boring keyword stuffed in the title, but they led 100% with what is more interesting and remarkable, and it worked.
Well, that was a bit confusing. Maybe that's why I deleted it. Also, since making that video, Guinness got really strict on people using their branding, so I have to say this now. I didn't break an official Guinness world record, so don't sue me, Guinness. I just made that all up for fun, and if you sue me, I will never drink Guinness again, and that's gonna knock down like 50% of your revenue. Which brings us on to the next module, and this really is the secret sauce to YouTube, and it's all about how to make your videos more interesting so people can't stop watching. Video crack. Some of the fun things to look out for in this module are my arm getting bitten off by a shark, Morgan Freeman doing skids in a church car park, and eating 7,000 calories combined with a near-death experience. All right, so let's start by looking at how successful YouTubers make their content go viral every time, and don't worry, I wasn't hurt in this video. You see what I mean? Oh no, actually, the slaps, they actually hurt.
Mark Rover could have just told you how to measure the height of something. Instead, he jumps off of a cliff to show you. Zach and Jay could make videos about yachts using photos. Instead, they knocked on the doors of yachts in London to go further. These top creators don't just try to make interesting content, they go to war with boring. And the first weapon they pull out in battle is to show, not tell. Anyone can just say something, but taking the message of your video and finding a way to show it creatively to prove your point is what makes content really special. And that's what Eric Floberg did when he made this video. Now, he could have stood there and ranted about how YouTubers always talk about how their kit doesn't matter when it comes to making videos, even though they use tons of it to make their own. The rant could have lasted 15 minutes, but instead he made this, and in 43 seconds proved his point in an entertaining way, simply saying,
"What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're talking about why gear doesn't matter."
That 60-second video got 1.2 million views. But you don't want to just show, that can still be boring. And that's why drying paint is very exciting. You see, you want to go to the next level and find a really creative and interesting way to make your point like those guys do. So here's an example of what I mean. Corridor Crew, a visual effects channel, didn't just show their viewers how to remake a scene from the 1980s Tron film on their computer, they set a challenge to remake the entire scene in a day. 24 hours for two guys to remake a video that would have taken a team weeks. So not only do you learn how they did it as part of the story, you are literally pulled into the story with them and are willing them on. And what makes this approach of a storytelling challenge even better is it had stakes. The stakes being the time limit that they had set themselves. And stakes create tension in content, and that makes video more thrilling, more entertaining, and it slaps boredom around the face. But that's hard to do, isn't it? And yeah, you're right, it is. But hard is good. It's an opportunity for you because most people just won't go through these lengths to make sure their content isn't boring. So if you want to rise to this challenge, then the first thing you need to do, start by planning your video as normal in bullet points like this is fine. Get down all of the information you want to get across in your video and then put it into an order. Now, whatever you do, don't make this. You've got to bolt on another round of work here. This is the creativity round. And this is where you're going to focus only on finding ways to make sure every point you want to make can be made in a more creative way than just talking about it. You can keep it simple to start, and that might just be by using B-roll to help show what you are talking about. It might be by telling a story that proves a point, or it might be by working out a metaphor you can use to help with every point that you want to make. This is all about the planning and ensuring that you make every second count. count. Make every second as interesting as you possibly can. Let's look at Casey Neistat as an example here. Casey always shows. Here he is reviewing a GoPro, not just talking about it, but flying down a water slide to prove his point. That's interesting. Then suddenly he flies down a street in New York on a boosted board, not just talking to you on camera, but everyone around him. Because let's face it, walking is boring, so if you can make that more interesting, why wouldn't you?
Now I don't have one of those fancy boards, but I do have a bike, so let's see if this makes the video more interesting. Safety first. What if you don't have a bike or live anywhere fancy or nothing interesting ever happens to you?
Well, sometimes you have to fight dirty in war, so you make it up. I mean, I didn't just crash, of course not. But I needed to do something big to make my point stand out, to make you pay more attention, and to make my content less boring. All it needed was just a few different camera angles, some editing, a few sound effects. This story became more interesting. But at the same time, I also used this little white lie to prove a point and educate you.
Now this just isn't about lying here, but exaggerating the way that you get your information across.
Act out scenarios to help make that information more digestible and more interesting for your viewers. And then, and this is crucial, you have to let go of the information that you think is important in your videos and establish if it's really important to your viewer. That is really hard, distinguishing between the two. Editing is the last chance you have to make sure every second counts. Is every piece of information that you present something that delivers on the title and adds value to your content? Because if it's not, you've got to get rid of it. When I sit with creators and work on their content with them, it's pretty common that a 12-minute video should have actually been 6 or 8 minutes long. And there's 4 minutes of information in there that's just getting in the way. So forget this whole crazy make longer videos for the sake of watch time. Nearly every video that David Dobrik makes is 4 minutes 21. The video I showed you earlier was under 1 minute. Logan Paul's videos are very short because it's not your job to make longer videos. It's your job to make your videos so good your viewers want more.
Alright, so you're probably thinking, how did you do the car crash scene? Well, I'm not going to tell you. No, of course. So originally we were trying to get a car to accelerate right up to me on a bike and then just slam on the brakes with the idea we would cut to a second angle so it wasn't actually hit. It turns out having a car drive up to you really fast and then slamming on the brakes is very dangerous. So we stopped trying to do that and I survived. It's been cool to see a lot of people put that into their own videos too over the years. Anyway, enough behind the scenes. This next video is going to show you how to generate more likes and comments through more simple hacks. And these are going to make your viewers go, ooh, me likey. I don't know what to do. Should we just get rid of that? Just maybe magic.
In this video, I'm going to show you 3 secrets that I use all of the time to help you get more likes, comments, and subscribers.
And by the end of this, you're going to be armed with some really powerful ways to make better videos that are going to create an emotional reaction with your viewers. And it's even going to bring out comments from people who have never commented before. And I've never actually told anyone about this, ever, apart from Hillier Smith. So let's start with the first secret. And this is like falling into a bargain bucket of Kentucky Fried talent. It's also how I recently got Morgan Freeman to do a voiceover in my video.
Ed unlisted all those videos,
which resulted in way more comments. And in truth, it was this dude on Fiverr. I sent him a script, he recorded it, and then he sent it back to me the next day, and that was it. Easy. I've also had some jingles made here too. This awesome lady sings anything I ask.
You write the words and I'll make a jingle like this.
And that's what Fiverr's really good for, harnessing other people's talents to quickly make your videos more creative, which will bring in more likes, subscribers, and comments. But you do need to be careful, because for every gem, there are 100 stinkers on Fiverr, and I've been scammed before, unfortunately.
And that was the moment the viewers realized Ed wasn't sponsored by Fiverr.
How's that for a plot twist? So how would this get you more comments, likes, and subscribers? Well, putting it simply, the more effort you put into trying to surprise your viewers with something they might not have expected to see when they hit play, the more they will appreciate you, and the more they will want to show that appreciation by clicking here, here, or here. And Fiverr has so much opportunity for you to get this result. For example,
I could have a British lady present a line of video. This British lady has a name, you know.
Or I could get Christopher Walken and Arnold Schwarzenegger to argue over what was a better camera.
Come on, Arnie. Clearly, Canon is #1. No, Sony is better.
Or maybe have an artist turn the opening scene of a video into a comic to try and hook a viewer. So now you know what that intro is all about. Which takes me on to the next thing I don't really want to tell you, but fine I will because it's important, and that's this. I steal things. And you need to start stealing too, because theft is a great way to get more comments, more likes, and more subscribers. So let me explain and dig myself out of this hole. Creativity is around you all day, every day. And the more in tune you are with it, the better it's going to be for your channel and your viewers. If there's a moment in a film where you see a cool graphic or a transition, and it creates a positive feeling inside of you, recognize that and then steal it and remake it in your own videos. If you're listening to a podcast and someone comes up with an amazing metaphor, bag it. TikTok as well is just an amazing platform to steal from because of the way people can hook you in an instant. The silly jokes, the memes, and even the editing tricks are something that you can just nick. I stole the idea of visiting your past self in a previous video from Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, and I stole this scene here from Star Wars. Just don't tell Disney. Okay, so maybe steal is too harsh a word, so let's call it creative borrowing, or I guess inspiration. So this next secret is not just going to make your next video better straight away and drive likes and comments and subscribers, but it's so powerful it will probably freak you out. And that is this. When I'm in the planning stage of my content, one of the first things I do is to write what I want to see written in the comments from the viewers. So let me explain. This is the planning document for this video here, and that there is the reaction I wrote that I wanted viewers to have and see written back in the comments before I made it. And then this was the result.
Now you might need to pause the video to read the comments, and they're not the exact words that I wrote, but usually they're pretty similar. And look, here's another example.
For here I wrote, I wanted people to say, why has no one ever explained it like this before? And the result? Now it's crazy, but by setting a comment goal for your video about what you'd love people to comment after watching it, it actually ensures you can hit it. And that is so powerful because you're never gonna hit a target you don't aim for. And it's scary how often I see comment goals come back at me. So how do you do this? Well, the first thing is when you've got your general idea for your video, you wanna write your comment goals at the top of a page and then write your plan and script below it if you do write a script. When you've done that, read it back and ask yourself, will this plan and script make people comment these things? And if you think it won't, ask yourself why, and then work on it until you think it will do to your best ability. Once you're happy with it, then go and make the video. But when you edit and you think it's done, you need to do this again. Watch it back and ask yourself the same question. But actually, it goes even deeper. Because when I interviewed Hillier Smith, there was a bit of the interview that I didn't show you where we both spoke to each other about this technique I was using. And it turns out that Hillier was actually doing it too, but his way was even more powerful. And this is what he said.
Is there anything that you could give people to do to say, look, before you start editing, do this thing, just to remind you of your actual goal here?
Yeah, I'd say feeling, emotions. Write that down on a post-it note and stick it on your computer and have that remind yourself of the feeling that you want to create.
After our conversation, I thought I'd try his technique out. So when planning this video here, I decided I really wanted people to feel inspired and motivated.
But not only that, I also set probably one of my most ambitious comment goals ever, and that was to make a video people watched multiple times. Something they'd come back to when they needed to experience those emotions.
And I thought, yeah, all right, Ed, dream on. But guess what? And I could not believe this.
The emotions came back many times, and my comment goals.
Look, I know this sounds far-fetched, but I honestly think this will help you get more likes, comments, and subscribers because you're shifting your focus completely to that viewer's experience.
And then your viewers will want to thank you for it.
All right, so you want to know another little secret for getting comments? So in this interview I did with Charlie Morgan, we hid Crocs inside his fridge and just ignored them when we opened the door. Now, we kind of knew people would spot it, and guess what? A ton of comments flew in from the eagle-eyed viewers who all noticed there was a random pair of Crocs in his fridge. Now, over the years, I've seen the main driver of comments to be little things like this, not just the sheer amazingness of a video. For example, in this video, I used Guinness as a prop, and suddenly tons of Guinness comments come flying in. And then I used blue Skittles in this video, and I still get emails and comments about this today. So just trying to make your videos that little bit more fun and interesting is what people really flipping like, and they remember and they value. So try to have at least one thing in every video that achieves this. All right, so now let me show you how some of the top YouTube creators in the world use some sneaky tricks to keep you hooked that achieve a similar thing. And don't worry, my arm grew back, but the shark was sadly put to rest.
Each of these YouTubers are using a sneaky trick in the videos you can see on screen right now. Can you guess what it is? All of them went from regular everyday people to some of the most loved creators on the planet. But something they don't have in common is the time it took them to hit extreme levels of growth. Why did some blow up so fast whilst others took years to get anywhere? And what was it they all eventually discovered that enabled them to generate millions of views with every video they made. I wanted to find out, so I analyzed hundreds of videos and discovered 4 sneaky tricks that didn't just transform their content, but actually force you to like them more. In fact, using these things could be the game changer you've been waiting for, with one of them being potentially the best news you've ever heard, because it will fill you with confidence and give you more ideas. Talking of game changers, let's start with the first trick a YouTuber used to create what I consider to be a game-changing video for them, and it blows my mind that more people are not talking about this because it is genius. Ryan Trahan was doing well as a creator, but he had a problem in that some of his videos would do amazing and others not so much. To pile on the pressure, there was another gigantic issue which you're probably going to come up against too, and that's when you're in a niche where the answer to more views seems to be spend more money and do crazy stunts. How could you possibly grow if you don't want to blow your life savings or put your body on the line? And that's where this first sneaky trick comes into play, because Ryan found an amazing solution, and what's crazy is it's hiding in plain sight. Let's see if you can guess what it is as I explain the almost cheeky way he solved the problem with this video here. So in this video, Ryan sits in the world's quietest room in an attempt to beat a world record, but that's not why this video blew up. In the intro, he sets up that sitting in this room is rumored to drive people insane, and he makes out it could be torture. Ryan stays until he beats the record, and then at the end, they reveal that sitting in the quiet room isn't dangerous at all. So have you spotted the almost hilarious thing Ryan has done here? Let's look at this on a really simplified level. This video should have been called I Sat in Silence for 45 minutes, because that is literally all that happened. But the way he presented this idea with his thumbnail and title turned it into an exciting, low-cost challenge. But an exciting title isn't enough to make a viral hit, so to ensure this isn't the world's most boring video, in his intro he quickly set some stakes that doing this challenge was potentially very dangerous, with previous people who attempted it losing their minds. Now you might be thinking, well that's a lie, but actually it's smart, because there is a well-known urban legend about this place that it does drive you crazy. So what Ryan actually ended up making was an educational video that exposed the truth about this myth. The stakes he added to it in the intro and ongoing forced the viewer to want to know what happens next, and then he simply uses sound effects and editing to add more tension, allowing Ryan to turn what is basically just him sitting in a dark room in silence doing nothing into 20 million views. It's one of the smartest YouTube videos I've seen, because it solved the dangerous challenge and money issue and had amazing results. So what was Ryan's sneaky YouTube trick? Well, it's that you can turn anything into a viral story. All you have to do is think about how to present an idea so it creates anticipation. And if you're really smart, you'll combine that with this next pattern I discovered that once again hides in plain sight. So if you've ever tried to make a video, you've probably sat down and started planning and gone, how the fiddlesticks do I start this bad mamma jamma? And it's hard, right? But the biggest YouTubers in the world figured out something super simple that enables them to get really high retention, solve this problem, and allows them to create the perfect introduction every time. And what's funny is you're gonna start spotting this everywhere now, because many of them are using it in every video they make. But what is it? And is it actually something any creator can use? Let's see if you can guess what they're doing from these short clips.
Delivery. I ordered 10,000 Amazon packages and I have no idea what's in any of them.
We are currently surrounded by countless sharks.
Maybe even 1,000.
I don't think it's that many. And in this backpack is 100 grand. And if you retrieve that $100,000 in cash, I'll give it to your #1 fan.
Oh.
Shark-infested waters just to get some money, eh? Now you're probably wondering, well, what is it they're doing? So to help, I've written their scripts on screen now, and I'll explain. So every single one of these YouTubers in the first line of their video tells the entire story. And what that does is it sets up what's at stake, the hero, the conflict, and it creates anticipation, and that builds retention and hooks a viewer. Oh, hang on, let me get changed. Now the reason this works is because the viewer straight away knows what's happening, meaning there is no room for confusion. You're not going to waste my time with 5 minutes of rubbish until you finally give me any good information. So if you let them in on what's happening fast and then spend the rest of the video showing them why that matters, you'll keep them hooked. But can you do this too? Well, yes, of course, try it. But I need to be honest with you. Although it sounds easy, it's known by writers as one of the hardest things to do. Don't beat yourself up at the start.
But Ed, you hypocrite, if it's so good, why didn't you use it in the intro of this video?
Well, there's 2 reasons for that. Firstly, I did. It just wasn't the opening line. Look, here's the script. And secondly, because I decided to use the next thing I discovered and I'm about to show you instead, because I think it's one of the most powerful tricks out there. But first, let's have a look at the big YouTuber third sneaky trick. Now, this is the one I mentioned in the intro that YouTubers use to actually make you like them more. Seriously. Now, what's funny is, it's probably the exact opposite of what you'd expect it to be, and I think it's something that nearly every creator starts out fearing. But when they realize that they need to embrace it and show it off, they start to make videos that get view numbers like this. See if you can spot it in these clips here.
But I'm so thankful for everything, for real.
And this is actually making me so upset because it's happening with my own family.
They gave me permission to be able to let you guys know.
Did you guess it? Let me drop you some more hints. You know that person you follow on social media who's super hot and has the perfect body and is always on holiday? How do they make you feel? Not great, right? And let's be honest, do you even like them? No, you don't. You just seem to torture yourself following them. But sadly, this kind of content has set up the idea that people have to show themselves being perfect. And as you're about to find out, it's literally the opposite. I mean, which do you prefer from these two stories? Story 1. At the age of 10, John took to the streets to sell Christmas cards to help support his family. They were so poor, they only had 27 cents to their name. As time passed, he managed to land a job and took out a $700 loan, which he invested into his own product and attempted to sell door to door. Sleeping in his car, he tried to get by. Today, John Paul DeJoria's net worth is $2.7 billion as a result of this product, John Paul Mitchell Systems. Versus story 2. His mother let out a final cry as a newborn baby entered the world. He opened his eyes and took his first glimpse at the planet, where he was already one of the richest men in history. Donald Trump went on to, you know the rest of the story. The first one will win every time because viewers are not perfect. They have insecurities and problems, so they love to watch people like them struggle to overcome them. But what they heavily dislike is when everything is handed to someone on a plate. And it's why you'll now notice some of the best YouTubers in the world showing their flaws, vulnerabilities, and will heavily feature when things go wrong or get tough, because that's what makes a story so relatable and human, thus hooking a viewer. Can't believe I just said thus. Which brings us on to the trick massive YouTubers use daily, which is an extension of my previous point and the one I used in the intro of this video. So let's see if you can spot them from these short clips.
If someone was following you, do you think you'd notice?
What would you do if you only had 7 days to live?
How would you like to make millions by pressing a few buttons on your computer?
Did you spot it? Those videos play off one of the sneakiest retention hacks you'll ever find, and it's to do with the viewer's brain. But to really understand this, try this next. The next time you watch a good film or a TV show or a great YouTube video, try and catch yourself talking to yourself. Now, I promise you will do this. What you'll find is, as you watch along, you'll start to put yourself in a character's shoes as you see their flaws in yourself. And the result of this is, in your mind, you literally become the hero in the story and you start questioning their actions. Questions like,
if my parents had died when I was young, what would have happened to me? Would I have wasted all my money on supercars? Or would I have tried to defend Gotham? Would I take a throat sweet to sort out my croaky voice? Or would I just embrace it?
And that's what these YouTubers' sneaky intros do super fast. They show a situation the viewer will relate to, which fires up their brain and makes the viewer talk to themselves and say, oh, I do that, or oh gosh, that's me, or could I live without social media? And then they're all suddenly pulled into the content and boom, another viral hit. And that is the ultimate trick these top YouTubers all understand very well. A video shouldn't be a one-sided lecture, it should become a two-way conversation that fires up the viewer's internal dialogue. And the simplest way to achieve this can be to ask the viewer a question in your intro. So why was it some of these creators blew up so fast whilst others took years to get anywhere? Well, there's a lot of reasons, but in truth, the simple pattern you'll find on top YouTube channels is a combination of all of these 4 things you've learned about today, and the fact that they all just took different lengths of times to discover that the more relatable your videos, the more human you are, the more you think outside the box and overcome your problems, and the more your videos start to feel like a two-way conversation with your viewers, the better you become at hooking people and the faster you'll grow.
So going back to this idea of the little things, how did you as a viewer feel when you saw me re-enter the scene with the same mag Mr. Beast threw into the sea? When we experience creators make that little bit extra effort, I think it builds trust. I mean, if someone goes that far for 3-second gag, it means they care about the viewer, right? So never underestimate the little things and showing that you care in this way. This brings me on to a questione. Have you ever thought that YouTube just doesn't like your channel and it's holding it back unfairly? Well, in this next lesson, I'm going to show you why it does just that, and we're going to do a skid in a church car park.
The reason the algorithm does not like your YouTube channel is because of this. Imagine you were driving a car and it sounded like this. What would you do? Keep driving, ignore it, and hope the damage would vanish on its own? Or stop, get out, and try to repair it? It's a pretty obvious answer, right? Yet millions of YouTubers, when they look at their video retention and see a dodgy graph, ignore it, and the algorithm hates them for it.
So in this video, I'm going to show you how to pull off 4 of the most powerful watch time hacks that will help you flatline your video's retention by driving from here to my friend's wedding here. But to ensure I arrive in style, I'm going to clean the car first whilst I show you them. Hi, excuse me. Sorry, I'm just trying to film. Could you move the car? Yeah, thank you. Cheers. That's more like it. So to show you this first retention trick, I'm going to attempt to read your mind. No, seriously. In a second, I'm going to play 3 very short clips, and then after you've watched them, I'm going to guess which one you found more interesting, and then I'm going to explain how I knew that, which will reveal this powerful hack. Okay, so this won't work on 100% of you, but I'm willing to bet so long as you've cleaned a car at some point in your life, you went for number 2. Why?
Well, because the first one would have been less appealing to you, or let's call a spade, boring, because there wasn't as much as a problem that the character had to overcome. And the third one would have been less interesting because I featured a very specific car cleaning tool that only the fanatics might understand what it is, making it incredibly relatable to them, but insignificant for everyone else. But on the second one,
when you saw that cold, dirty, wet sponge hit the floor, it took you back to a moment where that had happened to you. And you thought to yourself, ugh, I hate it when that happens. And that's your first powerful retention tool. You need to figure out, no matter what you're talking about, how to make your content more relatable to your largest audience size possible.
Because that will make a retention graph that looks like this, and the algorithm will love you for it.
Shouldn't you be getting ready for the wedding?
Yes! I've got ages. So now what we're going to do is take what you've just learned up a level. And what I've done to help you understand this next trick is remade the previous video where I dropped the sponge. Check this out. So if you want to flatten that retention graph, humor is one of the best ways to do that. But how do you make something funny? Well, let me explain using my example. So you know from experience that when you drop a wet sponge on the floor, they go splat. So what that means is when the sponge bounced back, you didn't expect that, and it made it more amusing. So to make something funny, subvert someone's expectation. Because when you surprise people, they'll remain interested and they'll want to keep watching. You're fired. So this next retention booster is one I'd make my mission to focus on over the next 12 months because it can be a very simple solution to the thing that's wrecking your video's performance. But first, I've got to go and get changed for the wedding. Okay, let's hit the road. So every YouTuber has a big problem, but I think the best way to describe it is by looking at the highway.
When you drive down the highway, or the motorway for us Brits, something strange happens, because you'll be sitting there and eventually you'll slip into your unconscious mind and you'll daydream. You can even forget that you're driving at all, and then you snap out of it and you realise,
where am I? Oh no, I'm in a traffic jam. How long have I been out? Half an hour? Screw this. I'm taking the side roads.
But when you drive down windy roads, what happens to you is totally different. You're more alert because every 60 seconds you're having to take a turn, and the scenery changes all the time, giving you tons to look at, and it stops you falling into a trance. And what's crazy is, even though these windy roads take longer, to your brain, it feels like it was a much shorter journey. So to boost retention, you need to get your viewers off of the highway and bring them onto the country roads so they get to the end of your videos and say, whoa, 10 minutes went past. It felt like 2.
Oh no, I didn't buy him a present. Oh, I know. Nothing says love like Maltesers. But I'm not talking about loads of B-roll here and crazy editing cuts. I'm actually talking about something that's way more obtainable to more creators.
Mr. Who's the Boss does it in every video. He'll be talking to one camera and then he turns his head and talks to the next like this, activating the country roads in your viewer's mind.
Or another easy option to keep your viewers awake is to do what I'm doing now and pick up your camera and just vlog with it. And then you can cut back to your home studio like this.
And if you don't have multiple cameras, fear not, shot, shoot your entire video to this one, and then pick a few lines after, reposition your camera, and deliver them one by one. It's so simple, but this basic pattern interrupt can help to keep viewers interested without the need for tons of B-roll. Just don't overuse it.
We don't want to give the viewer a headache. We have a problem. I have 2 minutes to get 5 miles, which calls for only one thing. I need to push the sport button. Yes, just in time. Hello mate, where is everyone? No, I'm at the church. Are you serious? All right mate, I'll see you next week. Wrong date. And that brings me on to something that you've got to accept in 2023. And that is that even with these retention hacks, sometimes your videos won't perform as well as you'd hope. And the simple answer is just to get back on the road and try again next week. Here's a little bit of behind the scenes info on how we produce that bad boy. So the time of year I shot that in, it gets very dark at like 4 PM in the UK. And I'd hired Tom, this guy from the channel Ultra Sharp, to help me film. Now, because I only had him for the day, I needed to shoot everything that 100% required him with me that I wouldn't be able to shoot on my own, and we needed to do it before it got dark. So to achieve that, we had to plan a shooting order and film in a random order, which created an interesting problem, because the very first thing you see in this video with the yellow car was the last thing we shot. But why is that a problem? Well, I had to clean the car during the filming. So when Tom moved the Aston Martin, it revealed a very clean car, and the whole point was I was going to clean it for the wedding, so revealing a clean car would have just ruined continuity. And remember how I said we have very eagle-eyed viewers? I didn't want them to comment on that, so we had to do something. The solution? Bit of computer trickery, where we just re-added the dirt. And that was probably the second most fun I've ever had making a video. The most fun one's coming up in a bit. But let's just complete this module on making videos more interesting now, with a lesson that's gonna help you understand how to keep people glued to their screen. Not literally, because that's dangerous. And I was very nearly sick filming it. Have you ever wondered why one of your videos gets a load of views and then the next one doesn't do as well?
It's so frustrating because if you want to grow your business via YouTube, you have to keep people coming back.
But how do you do that?
Well, over the last 6 years, I've helped hundreds of business owners generate hundreds of millions of views and tens of millions of dollars using that system that gets a result, and I call it the binge trap. So now I'm going to show you how to optimize videos to create a binge trap that grows your business, and 3 things the internet won't teach you about making videos, but more importantly, you're going to learn why the end of your video is the secret to all of this.
But it's not to do with the end screens, it's to do with this cheesecake, which I'm going to eat all 7,000 calories of to explain. To start though, I need to show you why creating videos that focus on binge sessions should be your ultimate goal. So think of YouTube like this. If someone is watching one of your videos and they see all of this competition down the side, all we want them to do is click on your video next and ignore everyone else, right? If that happens, YouTube will reward your channel with more impressions. If you can do this 3, 4, or 5 times in a row, with every video you make, your views will explode, and then so can your business. The thing is, most people are actually doing things in their content which stops this from happening, but it's not because they made a bad video, it's that they made one that isn't optimized for large binge watching sessions, and there's a great big difference. And that brings us on to the first part of the binge trap formula, and to show you why this is so important, let me ask you a question. What is the best flavor of cheesecake in the world? Is it New York baked, vanilla, Toblerone, strawberry, blueberry, gooseberry, Mars bar? When you look at that list, you're probably going to think to yourself, one of these is actually the best. Some are nice, and some are like, ugh, why would anyone order that? This is how YouTube works too. People have different tastes of the style of content that they like to digest. Some are going to want massive unedited deep dives like Lex Friedman gives. Some are going to want more entertaining story-based videos like Mark Rober makes. Others are going to want vlogs like Casey produces. And some are going to want to watch shorts from people like... can't actually remember the names of any short form creators. Anyway, look what happened when Noah Kagan figured this out. He came up with the style and the video exploded, flipped to a different format, didn't work out as well, went back to the other style, it worked, went back to the other, it didn't do so well. Eventually, he just went all in on the style that his viewers loved, and that meant that when they had watched 3, every time they saw another one of those videos, they would know exactly what to expect, making his content easier for them to click and watch all the way through. So the first part of the binge trap is to simply establish the style of the content your viewers love to digest so that you can keep giving them their favorite cheesecake over and over again. Meaning when they see your next video appear, they're gonna have more trust that it will deliver on their expectations, and they'll begin the binge trap. Which brings us on to a big problem that stops the binge trap working. If I gave you this cheesecake to eat, do you think you could finish eating it? Probably not. And that's where the second part of the binge trap formula comes in. Because what we need to do is get our viewers to the end of a video without them feeling like they've had too much. Because like I said at the start, the end of the video is the most important part of this whole entire process. So it's critical we include the right ingredients in our content to achieve that kind of result. But how do you do that? Well, I'm going to give you one of the most powerful ingredients on the planet. And it works like this. Have you ever had a moment where you're watching a video and a creator says a line that suddenly makes you understand how something works?
And that's why eating too much cheesecake will kill you.
I get it now. We call them light bulb moments, and when you get them, you feel really good, right? It's like this weight has been lifted off your shoulders, and as a result, you trust and value that creator who gave it to you on a whole new level, meaning you'll be way more excited to click on the next video and continue the binge fest. But how do you create a light bulb moment in your viewer's mind? Well, it's actually the exact opposite of what most people think, and it's going to reveal the answer to one of the most commonly asked questions people have about YouTube, which is this.
How come that creator's blown up when their information's so simple compared to mine?
Go and look at Ali Abdaal, watch a few of his videos, and you're going to realize one thing. You will never feel confused or come up against anything that makes you feel overwhelmed. And that is the key to creating binge sessions. YouTube's not about how smart you appear, it's about how smart you make your viewers feel. So if you give your target viewers overly complex information for the current level they're at, then you made the cheesecake too sweet and they'll feel sick and they'll stop watching. But if you find ways to make that complex information easier to digest like Ali does, then it makes your viewers feel confident, and that makes them feel incredibly satisfied but never full up. And that means they want more and more and more. But how do you do that? I'm not eating that. Well, let's have a look at Ali again, and one way he does this to get amazing results, and you might be able to spot it in these videos' thumbnails. To simplify things for his target audience in a way they really resonate with, Ali gives people systems to follow. Now, the reason systems are really powerful are because they give you simple steps to follow to get a result, and when you are given the exact steps to take, you don't need to focus on anything else, so it removes the overwhelm people get from an infinite amount of options, and then it makes them feel confident they can get a result, which inspires them to watch another one of your videos in the hunt for more of that feeling. You know what's depressing? It's not even a flavor I like. Which brings us on to the third part of the binge trap, and this is why you need to take your ending as seriously as your intro and every other part of your video, and it's got nothing to do with end screens. So you now know that you need to create content that is to your viewers' taste and that you create a feeling so they never feel full up. Now what you need to do is make them hungry for even more. But how do you do that? This is so big. I don't like it. Well, I've actually been talking about it the whole way through this video. In truth, YouTube is not about editing or writing or filming. It's about using those things to achieve one thing, and that one thing will drive your viewers from one video to the next with ease, and that's why the end of your video is so important. So let me explain. If I said to you, eat one mouthful of cheesecake, how certain would you feel that you could do that? Providing that you're not lactose intolerant, of course. Very certain, right? But if I said eat the whole thing, how certain would you feel that you could do that? Well, let's just imagine that you tried. You'd eat a decent amount and then you'd start to feel pretty uncomfortable, and in your head you'd be thinking, I don't think I can do this, and anxiety levels would rise and you'd want to stop. Basically, the more cheesecake you eat, the less certain you become that you can finish the whole thing, so you mentally tap out. I don't think I can do this anymore. And what that means is the goal you need to hit by the end of your video is to make your viewers feel certain so they want to watch another one. So let me explain what that means and show you why creating a feeling of certainty is so powerful. So to feel certain just means to have a strong belief that something is true, correct, or real without any doubt at all. Now, there's some science behind this too, because the reason creating a feeling of certainty is so powerful is because when someone watches your videos, their brain's amygdala, which processes things like fear and anxiety, becomes less active when they feel certain about what they've been watching. This means they feel comfortable, secure, and less stressed. But not only that, dopamine is activated when we experience certainty too. And this gives viewers a feeling of pleasure and satisfaction, and that actually makes your videos more addictive. So putting it simply, all you need to do is by the end of the video, make people feel certain they understood, and they'll want to watch another one. And if all of your videos do this, you have successfully activated the binge trap. But how do you create certainty? Well, I've already touched on how Ali does it with simple systems. You see Ali eating a cheesecake in his videos. But there are a lot of other ways to do it, so let me give you one of my favorites. And it'll help you when you're feeling stuck. So to start, you just need to ask yourself, how can I simplify the information in my video so that when people get to the end, they feel certain they understood? But sometimes that's easier said than done, right? So when I'm struggling to come up with ways to simplify a message, I just ask myself, how would you describe this to a 5-year-old? And when you think of it like that, you usually find all kinds of ways to creatively explain something in an easy to understand way, which you can then edit to match your audience tastes. Oh, it's not even halfway. I'm gonna die. I probably need to say, you're not actually trying to write a script of a 5-year-old. You still need the words to be all grown up and not goo goo gaga. Can we stop it there? Let's just pretend I ate it. I just don't want to die. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clap, and then this is gonna disappear, and then we're just gonna pretend I ate it, right? So after about 3 bites of the cheesecake, I was already feeling a bit sick.
It was a painful afternoon. Also, the cream got all on my face, and I cleaned it off and it just stank for like 10 hours. I don't know why. Why would I? You're an idiot. All right, so good news, gang. This is the part of YouTube University I have been most excited about showing you, because I'm gonna go behind the scenes and I'm gonna show you how I blew up a YouTube video as fast as I could. I'm gonna show you how I blew up a channel to 300,000 subscribers in a few months. And I actually ended up with 500,000 subscribers a few years later. And then I'm gonna show you how to make the type of video that you're about to watch. This is a really special type of video. It's generated me millions of views over the years. But let's start with a behind the scenes of trying to generate as many views as I could in 24 hours. So do you remember this video with the Oompa Loompas and the dirty bin from earlier? If you skipped out on that one, oh yeah, you don't skip any of these. Now you're gonna see how I made it. Now, that original video you've already watched went on to generate 300,000 views, meaning you should pay attention to this video because all the tricks I used worked.
I tried to get as many views as I could on a new video in 24 hours, and I struggled. If I don't post another video in the next 7 days, my channel views are going to plummet a ton because Christmas is coming, and that happens every year. And when you're full-time on YouTube, less views equals less money and less than desirable Christmas gifts. So all I've got to do to fix this is to blow up a new video. I mean, how hard can that be? So to blow up in this time frame in the context of my own channel, I need to get more than 17,703 views on a new video, because that would beat my previous personal best. But that would be tough because, well, I've been trying to do that for more than 3 months now. But I've got a plan. And the first step of this plan was to work out why my previous best ever video did so well on release, which was called YouTube Mistakes That Destroy Your Growth. So what I found was, not only did it get a higher click-through rate, but it got over 100% more engagement in each of these key areas compared to this video, its previous best performing video, in a 24-hour time period. So all I've got to do is to get my new video to beat those benchmarks. And to do that, I need to create an emotional reaction, because this is what causes people to like and share and comment. So I've got to come up with one of my highest ever click-through rates on release, otherwise this whole thing is doomed. So I've got two options. My first option is to come up with a completely new title and idea that has incredible potential. Easy. Or my second option is just to look at a title that's worked well already and adapt it. So I went with the latter and decided to make a new version of my previous personal bests title. I wrote about 15 different versions, and here's what I landed on. Now, I wouldn't say I was crazy about this, but I figure if I can come up with a good thumbnail concept, this will probably give my previous best video some stiff competition. So because this is so important, I no longer come up with thumbnails on my own. In fact, 3 of us brainstorm them every week. This is Jay Alto. He's a thumbnail expert I work with, and this is Tyler. Tyler works for me and is an up-and-coming YouTube pro. Together we brainstormed the thumbnail concept for about an hour, until Tyler came up with this genius idea.
So if the first mistake in the video you talk about is quitting, why don't we show a graph of someone blowing up and then point an arrow right before they do, saying, don't quit.
I think I've seen Cody Wanner do that. Shows this graph of his growth. We could try and capture something like that in the thumbnail.
And after a lot of different tweaks and arrows and shadows, this is what we came up with. So I've actually just finished my plan, and now I'm going to walk you through a few key points. And one of the first things I always do is write down my comment goals. So if you don't know what that is, that's what I want people to write in the comments after they've watched the video. And what it does is, if I read my plan and my script back and I think nobody in their right mind would say that, I keep working on it until I think I'll get that reaction. It's a great way to eliminate the that'll do attitude that holds YouTubers back. And I went big with them and chose, this is the most entertaining educational YouTube video I've ever watched, and this is the best video you've ever made. The next part of the plan was to simply write the 5 points I wanted to make in the video, and then I had to work out how to turn those points into a fun story. My previous best performing video used the theme of time travel to communicate ideas, and it was a clear hit in the comments. So I decided to do something similar, but this time cross dimensions in a giant trash can. So that's the story sorted. Now I need to add another level to this. And this is where the magic's gonna happen. So what I tried to do is to figure out how to make my avatars not just enjoy this video, but feel something, so that they hit, comment, share, or like. And one of the easiest ways I found to do this is to harness the reaction that referencing popular music, films, TV shows, and even sound effects has on people. So let me give you an example. Very early on, I'm gonna use this effect and sound from Back to the Future, because that will make people feel nostalgic. I've also added more characters, like Kylo Ren from Star Wars, and an Oompa Loompa, dumpity-doo. And with my plan done, now I just had to write it. Well, the good news is it's raining, so now I have to go outside and clean a wheelie bin that's filthy with a pressure washer. Ugh. It smells like fire, but like rotten fire. Yeah, really enjoyed that. Now the stench was gone, it was time to set up the kit to film. Ready to start filming, that took 2 hours. Which was a problem, because I could only use the room until 5 PM, and it was now 11:30 AM. My plan was to film all of the scenes that had different characters in it first, and that meant I needed to create this clone effect you can see on screen right now. Naturally, I decided my first clone would speak Spanish, which meant I had to learn it. Increíble, increíble. 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 Apart from that, this effect's actually quite easy to pull off. You just film clone 1 and 2 and make sure you never move your camera. Then in the edit you stack clone 2 on top of clone 1 and then just crop the one on top. Then I had to get changed into different outfits, always making sure I never knocked the camera because it would ruin the clone effect, which naturally I decided to place right in the way of the door I needed to walk past all day. Knowing that I had to get this effect right every time I filmed new characters, I had to run upstairs to put the clips into my editing software to ensure each time it had worked. In and out of the bin, up and down the stairs until 5 PM came, and I'd not filmed half of the video. I set up to film again, and I got off to a flying start when I dressed up as a new character and applied what I thought was my girlfriend's eyeliner. So I've just found out this is not an eyeliner, it's like a black glue for fake eyelashes, and now I can't get it off my eye, which is kind of painful. Just like the day before, it was a constant struggle. Until 6 hours later, I moved on to my final character, the Oompa Loompa. And for some reason, the face paint didn't seem to do anything. So I put on more and more, and ended up looking like a sweaty orange mess. And it just wouldn't dry, even after an hour. Well, I just remembered, why did I bother putting face paint on? Because you can just do this. I can isolate my skin. Just pump up the saturation a load. No need for face paint. So hopefully done all the filming. Knowing me, I won't. I'll have to go back and film loads. Unfortunately, I was right. I had 2 days left to launch and a 2-day edit minimum, and so long as everything went smoothly, I'd make it on time. So I've just been lining up the video, going through the clips, and then I suddenly find that half of the video sound is really quiet. I can try and turn it up, but when I do, it adds tons of hiss. It sounds awful. And I don't need to hop dimensions because I can show you exactly what's happening. It sounds really, really hard to fix. And if I'm honest, I'm not very good with it. So right now I've got 2 options. Option 1, I can film like half the video again, or I can see if I can fix this to a point where it's not actually that bad. I went with the latter option. Oh, for f***'s sake, I can't believe this. So the video is almost done, and I've just started watching it back, and I've noticed there's a flipping continuity error. I would leave them, but I can hear the smarmy comments now. You think you're a pro? What a loser. Can't even write a video with tiny t-shirts. So that means I've got to go and do more filming, which means I've got to get the bin out, and there's trash in it, so I've got to clean it again. And then the Kylo Ren scene wasn't working either, so I've got to film more there. And a video I generally didn't think it was going to be that hard to pull off. It's become a complete flipping nightmare. Exhausted, I had only 2 hours left to film, edit and publish the video because I have to release them before 3:30 PM, otherwise I get way less views. It's always the same. Posting 1 second later would not be an option. Whew. I get so nervous now when I post a video, I actually feel a bit sick. So I went to chill out for half an hour. Right, let's see how this is done. It's got nearly 2,000 views in like 40 minutes. That's the best performing video I've ever made. So that's what we're rocking. And it did not slow down. But not only that, the comment goals I'd written came in fast too. this is the most entertaining educational YouTube video. God, that was the most entertaining YouTube video I've ever seen. In fact, everything I'd planned, from the characters, the sound effect, the music, the story that I'd hoped would get more likes, comments and shares and create an emotional reaction, did just that. And it absolutely destroyed my previous personal bests. First 24-hour performance, over 200 more comments, 40 more shares, 100% more end screen clicks, 400 more likes, less subscribers, and 6,000 more views. For 7 days I slaved away, planning, pressure washing, running up and down stairs and sticking my eyelids together with glue. But did it blow up?
No. In terms of YouTube channels who get millions of views on release, it did not blow up. But in terms of my own channel, yeah, it did. It annihilated my previous personal best, which is what matters, because you only compete against yourself on this platform. And looking back, it's obvious as to why it did so well, because all I did was take what I already knew my viewers were interested in and then built on that. And really, that's all YouTube is about, trying to understand your viewers and then ensuring that each new video you release is always more interesting to them. You know what's really interesting about that style of video you just watched? It actually went on to generate more views than the original video in the series, clocking in 400,000. Although the eyeliner wasn't eyeliner, I'm not sure what I bought. I had black lines around my eyes for a few days after that. But on a more serious note, although I do like watching that video back, it's fun, making a video and then making a video about making that video at the same time as jumping into a bin all day, trying to learn Spanish and putting up makeup and gluing your eyelids together, burned me out. I was ill for a week after filming that. So although I'm a big fan of putting extra effort into content, sometimes we have to think about, are we going too far? And think more about sustainability in the videos you're making, rather than just trying to make every second optimized for attention, because this ain't worth dying for. And actually what's more important is just nailing the foundations, the things that I'm teaching you in YouTube University right now. Okay, so let's look at the next behind the scenes lesson, where I'm gonna show you how I blew up a channel as fast as I could, and they picked up 300,000 subscribers in a few months. Check this out.
Is the fear that your YouTube channel will never actually grow the main thing holding it back? Because I'm about to show you exactly what happens when you lose that fear, and how I took this channel from struggling to post a video to picking up thousands of new subscribers a day. In fact, it grew so fast, YouTube made it Creator on the Rise on the Explore page. And what's crazy is it only took 5 videos in a new strategy to do this. So this is Liv, the owner of the channel I blew up. She'd been neglecting it for a long time because she was worried that the amount of work you have to put into YouTube would never actually pay off. So she stopped posting and decided to devote all of her time to another platform instead. Oh yeah, Liv's my girlfriend. I don't tend to touch my clients like that. Well, not all of them. But then things took a scary turn for Liv, because Instagram, the platform she chose to build her following on, decided it wanted to become TikTok, changed its rules and crashed her reach, meaning her usual posts became almost invisible. And when your content is marketing for your business, invisible posts could mean invisible income. Concerned by her future, Liv came to me and said the words I'd been wanting to hear since the day I met her.
I think I want to grow my YouTube channel.
Good.
I just don't know if it's going to work or if it's going to be worth all the effort.
Glad you trust me. Okay, well I'll tell you what, when your channel hits 50,000 subscribers, we'll book a trip to Iceland. Does that make it seem worth the effort?
Okay, deal.
Pinky swear? No givesies backsies?
Now what Liv didn't know is I'd been researching her niche in preparation for this moment for quite a while, so it meant we could get going straight away.
Okay, so this is my plan to get Liv's channel growing. That's literally it. No keywords, no tags, no description, no fancy tools. And we're gonna try and release a new video every week.
Every 2 weeks?
No, every week. We have to create bin sessions. So once we've got a nice bank, then we can cut down how often we post.
So in order to work out what people are interested in, you research your niche to learn what gets views. And then you simply focus on making more of that, in theory.
Benny, we have a problem. I've been researching Liv's niche, and what I found is everything that's been successful on other people's channels is telling me we should not follow in their footsteps. Basically, I think if we copy what they're doing, you're never gonna grow. But I have another solution, of course.
Good.
A better solution. And we're excited, Mr. Boobaloo, aren't we?
After hearing my plan, Liv was now even more concerned this could all be a giant waste of time, because going against what everyone else was doing sounded like a much riskier option. Let me show you what Liv was going through at this stage, because if she hadn't have eventually fixed this, nothing I could have suggested would have worked. And I think this is going to be something you struggle with a lot too. So this glass of water is all of your time and your energy. This one here is running your business, or it might be a job, or maybe even your school. This one's Liv's Instagram, her marketing, her email list. This one's her family and fitness and her dog Benny. And then this one is YouTube. And you see the line on this cup? That's the amount of time and energy you need to fill up to actually grow a YouTube channel. So in order to stand any chance of doing that, it means something has to get poured out of these other cups instead. And when you know all of these things here help to make money for your business, or they're things you really enjoy in life, removing time from them and then putting them into something new you have no idea will achieve those things is terrifying.
This is vodka.
Anyway, back to the story. Armed with our new Renegade plan, it was time to start making the content. And what was awesome was Liv had been watching my videos on writing and scripting, and the process had totally clicked with her. So she started to fly through the scripts and knocked out 4 of the blighters fast. Liv then flew into production, filmed and edited her videos, and completed the first 4. And when you have so many videos ready to post and get ahead, your stress cup empties, and to me, that makes you a much better creator too. Liv, there's a volcano erupting in Iceland.
Yeah. When did that happen?
So this plan I came up with at the beginning that simply said make interesting videos actually had another page to it, and all that said was make the best thumbnails you can, but also make them before you do anything else. And I even wrote on the next page, never break this rule. Maybe my plan wasn't quite clear enough because this happened. Liv, why are you currently struggling?
Because I haven't made my thumbnail yet.
What's that done?
Made it a lot harder to make my thumbnail.
And who's right and who's wrong?
I'm usually right.
It really will allow you to come up with more clickable packaging, because doing these things first means you're not limited by the content of your intro. Knowing the importance of thumbnails meant I really had to spur Liv on, but not only that, I needed this to work for my own credibility too. So I jumped back in to help with her design, and finally we landed on our winning image and hit post. Have you ever wondered what happens if you don't post a video for weeks and weeks? Well, you're about to find out, because Liv hadn't posted videos for months, and she was worried YouTube might punish her as a result of all of the inactivity. And of course, it did. Not. The first video, sticking to the one rule we had, absolutely flew in terms of her own channel, and it destroyed her previous personal best. In fact, so did the second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, and a couple of her videos, all sticking to my golden rule, ended up getting 1,000 views an hour, and these view numbers went on for weeks. With the videos then working as a team, the subscribers then shot up from a handful a day to 1,000 plus, and 4 of her new videos hit 6-figure view numbers in a very short time. To give you some context, her previous personal best was 37,000 views on a video, but it had taken 2 years to get there. Liv's channel picked up over 21,000 subscribers in a month, a 3,000% increase, and then this happened.
I'm creating on the rise.
So if you don't know what Create on the Rise is, it's actually quite a big deal. YouTube pick one channel to showcase for their fast growth and content on the Explore page out of the 37 million that exist. And more importantly, this happened. Liv, I booked us Thailand.
You mean Iceland?
Iceland. So what was it I discovered so early on that caused this growth? And how can you do the same? First, I need to make a confession. So Liv has over 300,000 followers on Instagram. And now you know that, you might think, well, of course she grew like crazy. She just shared her videos there. Here is the data, and look, no external boost of traffic, because I asked her not to share her YouTube videos anywhere. Seriously, because to me, you want to build a community of viewers who are fans of YouTube, the platform. Because that way, when you release a video, they are more likely to be on YouTube to see it, more likely to click it, watch it, and help it get pushed to more people like them, which grows your channel. When you share an external link, it goes down as an external view. And look, there's no click-through rate data there. YouTube can't push it to more people off of the platform. But also, people don't go on Facebook or Instagram to watch YouTube videos. They go to fight, argue, and give away the furniture they can't be bothered to dispose of themselves. So the amount of views you get, even from sharing your content to a large following off the platform, is just not worth the effort. So what was it that caused Liv's channel to grow so fast? Well, to start, Liv's success was down to a lot of hard work and persistence. But apart from that, let's start with the first of the 3 main catalysts. This was the thing I spotted at the very start of the video, and it could be the light bulb moment for you. So in Liv's niche, everyone was doing the same type of video. They were basically just long lessons. And the chances of them getting traction and growing a channel are very, very slim, because Liv literally everyone was making the same thing over and over again. So competition for this type of content is astronomical and almost a game of potluck. So in my research, I decided to ignore her niche and look wider at what worked for channels in her more general industry, because there were tons of fast-growing channels to take inspiration from. And that then gave us a list of great ideas to try, which we turned into a master plan. But really what happened was we found a gap and a way to differentiate, and that is just so important in a highly competitive niche. In fact, if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm doing the same thing as everyone else and I'm not growing, maybe you just discovered why. But that's not all. Let's rewind the video back to this moment. We have to create bin sessions. So once we've got a nice bank of content, then we can cut down how often we post. And look at these comments. Our plan to achieve this worked, but how you do that is a story for another day. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on Binge Fest. The second thing we did, I just can't express the importance of enough now. In fact, the first discovery just wouldn't have worked without this, and it's this. Look at that homepage, look at the suggested views bar. Every day, more and more people flood to YouTube, and every day other channels get better and better. So it's only ever gonna get harder to stand out here and get clicks. And that is why Liv spent a crazy amount of time on her thumbnails. The two of us sat on the sofa in the evening, struggled to come up with new concepts, because I know that if you don't make something that sticks out fast and intrigues people, making your video is a complete waste of time. In fact, I'd go so far to say that some of her thumbnails took longer to make than her actual video, but that is how important they are. And then the third thing is a massive reason her channel is now breaking records with every video she posts, but it's actually what causes most channels to fail, and it's this. So this is Liv's current YouTube cut. And can you see that the time and energy is right up to the YouTube growth line? And this is because Liv finally stopped doing the thing holding nearly every YouTuber back. She stuck to one source of information and one single simple plan. She stopped worrying that it might not work, and then trusted that if she allowed herself to put in the time and energy that is actually required to get a result, her efforts would pay off. And guess what? With her YouTube cup filled exactly to this line, it did.
I've done a lot of things in the last 7 years, but there is nothing I'm more proud of than helping Liv grow her YouTube channel and her business. But also her channel's passed nearly 500,000 subscribers, and one of the videos that we're actually talking about in that video you just watched has 6 million views. Sadly, it's one where I'm playing the part of a man who isn't very flexible, so 6 million people have seen how useless I am. But the important thing is just to do what I said in that video. Never underestimate thumbnails. And fear not, I will be showing you how to master thumbnails in the coming module. But first, did you enjoy those 2 videos I've just shown you? Challenges like this have actually generated me millions of views. So now what I'm going to do is show you the system I use to make them so you can do it for yourself too. This really is a game-changing video if you can nail it. Hope you enjoy.
Have you ever noticed there's one type of video on YouTube that nearly always goes viral? In fact, it's such a powerful video, you only need to post it once to blow up your views and your business. It's like cheating. In fact, I've been using it for years to generate millions of views, and I built a system to produce it that works every time, bar once. So today I'm going to show you what this video is, the tricks pro YouTubers use to make it, and I'm going to give you the 8-step process to produce your own so you can blow up your views and your sales using it. But first I need to show you the 2 reasons why this is really powerful and why other video types are just less likely to grow your following and generate you sales. So the first reason this is just so powerful is because it builds one of the key elements of viral content and sales in a way like nothing else can come close to, and that thing is your credibility. But why is credibility your game changer? Well, this is Bezer, and he had a big problem. When he was 19, he wanted to make videos about making money, but who's going to listen to a 19-year-old? Surely they can't have any credibility at such a young age. So to get around this issue, he harnessed the hack, and instead of just sitting there telling people how to make money, he started documenting the process of doing it himself. He made Forex trading videos where he showed people how to make money in a week. He tried to turn $0 into $10,000. And then he went on to produce this video where he bought a failing business and turned it around. It's an absolutely incredible watch, and it's undeniable proof that he knows his stuff. And the result was all of those videos blew up. And guess what happens when you blow up a video so long as you have an offer? Your business does too. The truth is, viewers don't want to watch or buy from someone until they feel like they are credible, not in a world with a million fake gurus. Hang on, if you're gonna call me a scammer, don't put me in the back of the thumbnail. My face is too pretty for the bottom of the scam pile. So it's critical that you find ways to make videos that build it if you want to blow up your following and sales, because competition right now is so fierce. So the hack that information-based channels use when they want to go viral is they use storytelling to document challenges that provide undeniable proof of their credibility. And it's not just Bezer doing this, by the way.
way. When I picked up on what he was doing years ago, I tried it and this honestly changed my life. Matt Devella's most viewed videos are challenges, my buddy Finzar, and a ton of other savvy info creators have picked up on this too. And now you know this, you're going to see this all over YouTube because challenges are the ultimate video. The thing is, to have success with a challenge video, do you have to get an amazing result to show off? Well, actually no. And in a minute, I'm going to show you how to fail your challenge and still go viral. Now, the second reason these are so powerful is because of this. If you want to grow a YouTube channel, you need to keep people watching for as long as possible. And one way YouTube shows you if you're doing this is with a retention graph. Now, most people's retention graphs look like this. People slowly leave or abandon the video at certain places. But have you ever seen a retention graph like this before? That's what you get when you make challenge videos for one simple reason. So the problem with regular videos is, let's say there's 3 types of viewers and they all click on this video. Viewer A is a beginner and can only handle the first 2 points before the information gets too deep for them, so they leave. Viewer B only wanted the info from here, so they get it and they leave feeling pretty satisfied. When viewers all want different things from a video, it's very hard to flatline retention. But when you make a challenge video, what do 100% of the viewers care about? Well, if you follow the system I'm going to show you in a second, they should all only care about one thing: what happens at the very end. And that's what will turn your retention from this to this. And when you hold viewers for longer, you build more trust, goodwill, and credibility, and these things are just key for blowing up your channel and your business too. So now you know how powerful these are, why you need them, and why YouTubers love making them. Let's move on to the 8-step system to make your own viral challenge and how other YouTubers harness them before we look at why failing your challenge is potentially a very good thing. Okay, so stage 1. On screen right now, we have a group of challenge videos that all blew up, and they are all fantastic examples of the first step, and that is just to come up with an idea for your challenge that your viewers will find fascinating. Now, ideally, it's going to be about some kind of big result they would like to see in their own life. So think about what the biggest problem your viewers have is, the bigger the better, and then just ask yourself, could I document myself trying to solve it? That's it. By the way, I've made a template below that you can fill out to plan all of this thing with me, so don't worry about taking notes because things are about to get deep. So once you've decided what your challenge is going to be about, it becomes very easy to title the thing because you just call it what you're going to do. So here we can see Smeeth, he made a commercial in 24 hours for just $0. So he just called it that, and it got massive views. Clean Girl, who at one point was picking up more subscribers a day than Mr. Beast because she's made so many short form challenges, went and cleaned an abandoned grave and called it that. And this old classic got 17 million views with the same naming process. But beware, we have to make sure our challenge is in line with the problems or products our services solve. Otherwise, it's not going to resonate with the right kind of people. Stage 2. This next step takes the challenge and puts a little viral cherry on top because it will make more people care about getting to the end of it. To show you how this works, I'm going to play you 3 clips from YouTube creators using the same viral hack, and then I'm going to break down exactly what they're doing because their words are really carefully chosen to hook you.
I want to try to buy a failed $1 million business and then see if by implementing some new strategies, we can maybe revive it to its former glory. Now, although this is pretty risky, buying any 7-figure business isn't going to be cheap and I could end up losing all of my money, the price points for these aren't as crazy and out of reach as you may think. So I really want to try this out to see if it could be a shortcut to making a ton of money or if you'd be better off just starting from scratch.
Last year, I had developed a bad habit of snacking. I had lost all self-control in the face of a free donut or plate of cookies, and I made justifications for my actions. Excuses like, well, I did go to the gym today. Overall, I eat pretty healthy. It's not like I do this every day, until I started to do it every day. I knew something had to change when, even though I exercise often, I noticed I was developing early onset dad gut. So I decided to quit sugar for 30 days.
I developed an unhealthy obsession with sleep pods last year when I went to Japan. Maybe it's because I'm a small man, or maybe it's because they're awesome. Today I'm traveling around the entire world to find the best sleep pod on earth, and all the ones I'm going to are in airports. So there's a strong chance I miss my flight every single day. My goal is simple: achieve a 100 sleep score on my sleeping app. I have not been sleeping well at home, unfortunately, so this video is kind of an excuse to sleep a lot, starting with our only sleep pod in America.
Okay, so let me show you the 2 things they all do which are critical for your challenge video. The first is they have something called a why. So a why is basically a deeper reason to do your challenge that's not just, this is going to be fun. When you have a deeper reason, it then activates the second part of the viral formula. So they say a story isn't a story without stakes. Stakes in a challenge are basically what is at risk if the challenge fails, and this makes the video matter to the characters and the audience. So the higher the stakes, the higher the retention, and tension equals retention, baby. So your why can be you need to do the challenge to solve a problem, and the stakes are set because if you fail the challenge,
the problem potentially doesn't go away. So let me break down how those examples just use those two things so this becomes a lot clearer about how to do it for yourself. So Matt started by saying he developed a bad habit of snacking and he'd lost all self-control and was getting dad gut, so he needed to lose weight, giving us the why of his challenge and setting what was at stake, his health. Then we have Beiza, who said that the reason he wanted to do this was to see if there was a faster way to make money online, which is his why. And then there's the stakes. Well, he really pumps them up when he spoke about the risks of buying $1 million business. It's almost like he knows what he's doing. And then finally, Ryan, well, he said he wasn't sleeping very well, so he just wants to use the challenge to catch up on some sleep. Then he pumps up the stakes by saying he'll probably miss his flights. But there's one more thing all of these guys have in common that makes the stakes and why so much more powerful, and that is they are all universal problems. I mean, who hasn't worried about money or weight or had a bad night's sleep, right? That relatable struggle makes the challenge so much more interesting to us, so make sure your why and your stakes are something your viewers have experienced or care about, and you are golden. Stage 3. This then brings us on to a interesting problem, doing the challenge itself. So at this step in the process, you don't really know what's going to happen, so you'll think you need to vlog about absolutely everything to cover all your bases. By the way, just to make sure you understand what a vlog is, that's just when people talk to the camera like this on the fly. The thing is, when you do this, you will ramble for 10 minutes trying to explain what is happening, and when that part of the challenge only needs to be a 5-second clip in your video, you end up with 15 hours of footage overall, and that creates a mammoth editing task for even the most experienced creators, and we don't want that. So to save you a huge amount of time, I've got 2 beginner options that help make producing challenges faster, easier, and they still work insanely well. So the first is not as exciting for viewers to watch, but it works with the creators that you can see on screen right now. So for this option, you just tell the story about what happened when you took on your challenge, following everything I'm about to show you, and that's it. There's no footage over the top though, there's no vlog. It sounds kind of boring, but if you follow the next steps, it will work. Now the second is going to increase the video's likelihood of success quite a lot. Here what you do is you film footage of yourself doing the challenge, but you don't vlog anything in the moment. What that means is you don't mic yourself up and present to the camera as you go, so it's faster and easier to shoot. But also, it makes the edit 10 times faster because you'll have a lot less footage to go through. Then in the later steps we'll get to in a minute, all you do is film yourself telling the entire story of what happened in your regular studio environment, just like I am right now, and then you drop the relevant footage on top in the edit. You don't even have to make the footage look that fancy. For maximum time savings, you can shoot a lot of it on your phone. Phone footage has actually got quite an authentic feel to it as well, so it can make your challenge feel more real. Now, this is a lot to take on, so let me just do a quick recap to show you that everything I've just shown you is not as complex as it sounds. Stage 1, you just come up with a challenge that gets the result your viewers want, and you call the video that. Stage 2, you come up with a reason it's important to take on the challenge. And Stage 3, you do the challenge and film B-roll of yourself that you will then add later in the edit. All right, let's move on to the next steps. Stage 4. So that's the challenge shot. How the heck do you now turn this into a viral story? Well, this is critical to ensure you keep your viewers hooked, and it's going to make telling your story 10 times easier. And all you do is you establish what the end of your video is going to be. But why the end first? Well, let me just fly to Croatia to show you.
Today I'm flying to Croatia to go on a stag do, and I'm very excited because I get to see my friends I haven't seen for over a year. I've been friends with them for 30 years, so when you don't get to see them, it's kind of like not seeing your family. But it's also a little bit bittersweet because I know that after this weekend, I won't see them for ages.
In the beginning, you set up your why and you pump up the stakes. But on takeoff day, there's a giant storm in your home country, and it puts the whole trip in jeopardy.
Rain is actually going sideways. This is nuts.
What's the end you as a viewer care about from that very short introduction? Well, it's did Ed make it to his friend's bachelor party or not, right? When you've decided on your ending, which in most challenges will be did you succeed or fail, then just connect the dots from the beginning to the end. But beware, most people include a load of information in their story the viewers don't really care about. So to really simplify the process of telling your story, try this. To start, you want to write a list of bullet points of everything that happened during your challenge. Just get it all down. So to show you what I mean, here's everything that happened on the way to Croatia in 30-ish seconds.
Alright, so I made it to the airport and there was someone blocking the escalator. So now I can run. Move it or lose it, bozo. Oh, the toilet. We all run. We all run. We all run. Gonna have to wait. None of these look very entertaining to me. Or he's gonna write a script. Typey. Beer or coffee? Beer or coffee? No, I've got to drive. Coffee. This is John. He taught me. Oops. Let's move that out of the way. This is John. He's the guy that taught me how to write. Alright, good news. I'm in Croatia and the weather's nice. Bad news is my driving licence ran out 3 months ago and I hadn't realised. So I can't rent the car I was supposed to rent, which means I've got a few options. Option 1, can get a taxi from Zagreb to Split. It's like about 4 or 5 hour journey, and it's 450 euros, which I don't really want to pay. But worse than that, have you ever been in a taxi where the driver doesn't stop talking? Don't know if I want to risk that for 4 hours. The next option is a train. I'll say about 8 hours, which means I'm going to be late. The next option is I walk, which will take 3 days, but I think it'll be less painful than listening to a taxi driver yabber on for 4 hours. And the other option is I get another flight.
Plane smells of petrol. That's worrying. If your plane goes down and I die, make sure you hit subscribe.
Made it in one piece. Time for a quick nap, and then I'm gonna go and meet my buddies.
All right, so that's everything that happened. Now what we want to do is drop that list into a simple decision matrix that I've made you. So write what your end is, and then put every bullet point into the chart. If it's something that can impact your ending, it stays. If it doesn't, you delete it. So for my short story, the beer or the Coke choice, the arriving at the hotel, the nap, none of them impacted the ending, so they get deleted, and that means the story simply becomes this. Man tries to get to bachelor party, massive storm stops him, manages to get a flight but can't rent a car, decides to get another flight, finally meets friends. Basically what you do is you focus on the conflict you came up against that could have wrecked your ending and just show the decisions you made to get around that. And whatever you do, do not think story is about showing people how you easily achieved your goal. I mean, imagine if my story was this.
I got a flight to Croatia and landed on time.
You'd be like, oh, cool story, bro. Stage 5. So now you've cut your list down to the most important parts. We bring in this. This is the story arc, and it works like this. On the bottom, we have the length of the video. On the left, we have tension. As a challenge moves on, we want the tension to rise, and that's why showing the things that went wrong or were very difficult to solve that could have impacted your ending are important, because the viewers will be kept on the edge of their seat willing you on. So to keep this as simple as possible, just place your critical bullets on this chart. In the first act, you set up your challenge where you make your why and your stakes clear. Just think of that as your intro. In your second, you then show people all of the things that got in the way of you achieving your challenge and how you overcame them. And in the third, you reveal the final outcome of your challenge, the thing the viewers have wanted to know from the very start. That's it in its simplest form. So let me run a video from Matt Develler through these steps to show you how he used them to produce this bad boy. So let's start by looking at his title, which is just him saying what he did. Then in the intro, he says he entered a powerlifting competition with only 100 days to prepare. Straight away, he's got you with some stakes, and there's a deadline, which means the stakes will always rise as the event gets closer and closer. And remember, tension equals retention, baby. So the video then documents the challenge and shows everything he had to overcome, like tearing a pec, leading to this moment, the competition that he spent 100 days training for. So the stakes are now at their highest, meaning the tension is 2, because if he loses, he's wasted all of that time. And then he just reveals what happened. Did he win or did he fail? So once you have this wireframe down, you move on to the next stage. So for the way I'd recommend you do your first challenge, this step means you write a script that then connects all of the things I've just shown you together. Now, a quick guide for the script. You need a strong hook. Hooks are an entire video themselves, but just try this. Ask the viewers a relatable question and then quickly move on to your why and then get into the challenge as fast as you can. So here's a few examples of that in action from some of my own viral challenges. Do you ever feel an anxiety that you have to make another YouTube video? Is the fear that your YouTube channel will never actually grow the main thing holding it back? Stage 7. And now you just film yourself presenting that script like I am right now, before the 8th stage, editing. So for my simplified method of creating a challenge that I'm currently showing you, the edit is where you cut up your presented script and then you put the footage of yourself doing the challenge over it at the relevant points. Now, I could make an entire video on editing a challenge, but if you're new to this, you just need to keep it simple. Don't get overwhelmed. You need to get this bad boy out, so I'm not going to add anything more to it than that. And that's it. You now have produced the most powerful video in the world that has blown up so many channels and businesses. But what if you failed your challenge? Do you not make it at all because that will wreck your credibility and your sales? Well, actually, failing could be a better ending than winning, so let me explain. If you fail, the first thing you do is you just change your title from this to this. But more importantly, let's look at Matt's powerlifting video and how he navigates this. Spoiler alert, I'm going to show you what happens, so if you've been wanting to watch this, you might want to cover your eyes and close your ears. So here's where he reveals the result of his challenge.
So the results are in, and I finished in 3rd place, or depending how you look at it, 2nd to last.
Technically, Matt failed the thing he spent 100 days trying to win, so his credibility is wrecked, right? Well, no, actually, it's the opposite. And this is what is so fascinating about story. There's only a handful of endings, and even if you fail a challenge, so long as you understand how to use them, you will gain massive respect. So the first ending type, the hero gets what they want and what they need. The Hangover used this type of ending. Stu finds Doug on the top of the roof, which is what he wanted to do, but the journey he goes on himself gives himself the courage to break up with his partner, meaning he gets what he needs too. This is a real kind of Disney ending. The next is the hero gets what they want, but not what they need. So this is when James Bond saves the world, which is what he wants, but then the woman he loves turns out to be a traitor, so he doesn't actually get the love he needs. Poor old James Bond. Then there's the hero gets what they need, but not what they want. This is what Matt's story was. So Matt's story was this one. It's a great one, because he didn't win, but this happened.
Using my rough 1 rep max calculator from a few months ago, I increased my 1 rep max on my squat from 185 pounds to 352 pounds. My bench press went from 200 pounds to 264 pounds. Yes, with a torn pec thrown in the middle. And my deadlift went from 256 pounds to 441 pounds. Insane. Which means Bass's predictions from day one were on the money, except for the deadlift, in which I lifted an extra 44 pounds. The coolest part about this entire experience for me, I did all this at the same time I turned 36 and became a parent for the first time. I challenged my own assumptions of what's capable if you dedicate yourself to a goal consistently and if you have a strong support system around you. Here's to the process.
Increasing your squat 92% in 100 days is remarkable. So although he didn't get the victory he wanted, he became fitter, stronger, and he learned something about himself that developed him as a person, giving him what he actually needed. And then there's the Greek tragedy ending, where the hero doesn't get what they want or what they need. You don't see them often. Don't think I'd advise doing that one. So why is failing your challenge good? Well, all that matters in a story is that the hero is transformed in some way, shape, or form as the result of the journey they go on. So if you fail, but you learn a valuable lesson along the way that will inspire and teach your viewers, your honesty and your experience builds integrity and credibility, and you need those things to blow up your channel and your business. According to Pixar, viewers admire watching someone trying more than they do succeeding, so you have no reason not to give this a go.
The flight I got on from Zagreb to Split was 20 minutes, shortest flight I've ever been on. I definitely made the right decision. Okay, so our next module is one of the most important, maybe if not the most important. Why? Well, it's because everyone underestimates just how critical this thing is. What I'm about to show you is like a door. The wider you open this door, the more views you will get. And if you don't open this door, nobody sees your videos. So now let's dive into the incredibly powerful world of thumbnails, aka views doors. And I've got 4 lessons here that are going to show you how to rent a Ferrari and expense it for your business. Don't tell the government. I'm also going to show you crazy hacks that big YouTubers use to get clicks, and I'm going to show you a video that I originally deleted because I insulted half of Poland and Ukraine, and boy oh boy, they were not happy with me. But my Polish passport's on the way because I have Polish blood in me, so I'm ready to release this to the world again. So don't be shouting at me just because I dissed your chocolate bar, okay? I didn't know chocolate bars were such a sore point. And I'm also going to show you behind the scenes of how I blew up a channel without making videos and a really simple thumbnail style you should just use a lot if you're a business because it's so easy to make. All right, so let's start with this crazy thumbnail hack that meant I actually stopped making videos for a while, took a nice break, and still blew up the channel. This trick has literally generated me millions of views, and I think you're gonna like it.
Do you ever feel an anxiety that you have to make another YouTube video? Because if you don't, your channel won't grow, and you have this worry that if you miss a week or two, YouTube will punish you, and it just makes you feel like you're on this hamster wheel of making content that never seems to end, and it drains you. What if I were to tell you that you never need to feel like that again, because I've discovered something that actually grew my channel 300% faster when I stopped making videos. And not only that, it even gave me a secret weapon, which every time I use, does this. In fact, this experiment has led me to believe that we're potentially all getting YouTube wrong. So this whole thing started 8 months ago. And even though I was ill and exhausted, I was forcing myself to make a YouTube video driven by this fear that I had to feed the algorithm. Feed me. Until I finally stopped and realized that this could not be the way I planned on spending the next 10 years of my life. There's got to be a better way. I sat and looked at my channel in silence for a while as I slowly came to the decision that in order to get my life back together, I needed a month of making content. Now this channel is my business. I employ people and these videos make sales of products and services, and every time I make a video, new sales come in. So stopping making content is double scary. But even with the risky nature of this decision, it still instantly took one giant weight off of my shoulders until my brain decided to add another one almost instantly. why didn't these videos get more views? And that's when probably the best decision I've ever made on YouTube happened. Wait, why don't I just try and make them get more views? So I picked 2 videos and changed the title of one and the thumbnail of another. The next day I jumped into my YouTube studio and saw something marvelous. One of the videos was already getting more views. Crikey, I'd better do another one. And when I went to pick my next victim and saw the title and thumbnail of an interview I did with Hillier Smith, I was like, you idiot. Why would you call the video that? And that thumbnail is so bad. It's burning my eyes. So I went to work on it, even though there was actually a pretty big problem. You see, I decided to set some rules for this experiment around what old video thumbnail and titles I would work on. And the first rule was they needed to be getting very few views, so I didn't risk screwing anything up that was doing well. And this video was dead, so it ticked that box. The next was the comments. They had to be really positive, which also checked out. And then the third was that the video would have to have good retention. Enter the problem. It was, bad. But the comments were so positive, I thought, screw the stupid line graph, just go by the people. So I made the change, and 2 weeks later, nothing had happened. And even worse, the video that had had an initial uplift in views was short-lived, and it went back to being its lame self. Now by now I'm 2 weeks in and I'm due to post another video, and YouTube, just because it loves to wind us up, decided to post this little hat icon in my YouTube studio. And I was like, what is that? And ran my mouse over it, and oh, it's a lovely message from YouTube telling me that my channel's getting less impressions than usual, encouraging me to make another video to fix this problem. And to add fuel to the fire, my channel was currently growing the slowest it had been in ages, which just brought on tons more pressure. And I'm not gonna lie, I gave in. I was scared. So I hopped on my community wall and said, I'm gonna do a live stream next week in an attempt to get rid of that stupid hat icon tormenting me and to try and save my channel. And then I went back to the Hillier thumbnail and stared at the stupid expression on my face, and that's when it hit me. You're not the star of the video, you jabroni. Hillier is. So I deleted the most punchable face I've ever made from the thumbnail and went on a hunt for inspiration, and that's where I discovered this video from Leela, and I thought, whoa, I really want to click on that. Heavily inspired, I made my own version, and what happened next blew me away. A few days after the change, the video was getting hundreds of views an hour. I was over the moon for 13.59 seconds until I glanced at my channel and saw this video about Mr. Beast that had never really done as well as I'd hoped, and the frustration cycle started again. Now this video was actually doing okay, but Mr. Beast content is pretty much the easiest views you can ever get in my niche, so I decided to target that one next to see if I could make a video that was a 3 out of 10, a 1 out of 10. Now I thought for a while about how to fix it, and then had this genius idea. Be lazy and just copy what worked in the Hillier video. Now at this point there was a couple of days coming up to my Save the Channel live stream, so it was time to make the thumbnail for that too. Enjoying this new lazy half-assed life, I just thought maybe I'll just use the same one again. A week passed, and I had what can only be described as the most smug face of 2021. The channel was growing the second fastest it had ever done, with 700 new subscribers a day flying in. But it wasn't just the Hillier video. All 3 of them with the same style thumbnail pop. Even the live stream, and those things usually do awful. And even better was the stupid hat icon. It was gone. And this is where it starts to get really silly. So I've been running this experiment for about 8 months now, over 20 odd videos. Every few weeks I update 2 videos until they start to get the results that I want to see, and then I move on to another 2. Some I've never really managed to get to work yet. Some I've still not tried. Some have had what I'd call a nice result in that they're no longer stagnant, and some became epic channel growers. And recently I got to the stage where there was a handful of videos left to play with, and I'd kind of run out of ideas, so we just decided to try the Hillier thumbnail style one more time. And it flipping worked. Again, I have a magic thumbnail. Just don't tell anyone about this between me. But the coolest thing about this whole thing is not just that I got old videos to hit the kind of views I'd always hoped they would, or that I didn't go bankrupt. It was golf. You see, nobody picks up a golf club for the first time, or the second time, or the 50th time, and then goes and wins the PGA Tour. In order to do that, you have to practice a ton, and you don't practice in a tournament. You do it before, so you can win it. Problem with YouTube is, when we make a new video, we're in the tournament. And if you only ever practice your skills on new releases, there's a lot at stake, and you potentially have to wait a whole week until you can practice again. And it's no coincidence that by updating old video thumbnails and titles, suddenly my new releases were getting more views than ever too, because my old videos became my practice ground that taught me what worked and what didn't. isn't that bad. Which leads me on to why I think we're maybe all getting YouTube wrong. There is no doubt that posting videos is important, and if you're a newer channel, it's even more important because making lots of videos is how you will learn the craft. But I also believe that too many of us are consumed by the fear that we have to keep posting videos, otherwise we could lose it all. Our viewers, our subscribers, our income, and it's unhealthy. And because of this focus on you, we forget that we potentially have tons of quality videos we worked so hard on that if we learned how to package them better, could replace the results you hope your new videos might have with a fraction of the work and the stress. The thing is, as much as changing titles and thumbnails will grow your channel, if your retention's low or your content isn't creating the right kind of emotional response with your viewers, it's game over.
Do you want to know something cool? The magic thumbnail generated 1.2 million views on just one of the videos I used it on in the end. So never think your videos are dead. They aren't. You're just having a nap until you figure out how to wake them up. Unless the content sucks and then they're dead. But we all got to start somewhere. Okay, so next I'm going to show you how to business expense a Ferrari. How to use two very simple thumbnail tricks to generate more views. This is a really short lesson, but it's as powerful as a fridge? No, Ferrari. Supercar. Cut.
I'm about to show you two very powerful hacks that will get your YouTube videos to do this. And for a huge amount of channels, learning to harness these properly will put an end to that feeling that the algorithm hates you. But in order to understand these powerful hacks, you first have to understand Ferraris. If I said to you, I want you to bet money on which one of these would win a race, which one would you say? And no, it's not a trick question. You'd pick the Ferrari, right? In fact, even if I just flicked this badge at you for a split second and asked you the same question, you'd be able to answer it straight away because you know that this little horsey here represents speed, noise, luxury, wealth. You could probably even describe to me the kind of person that might be driving it, which isn't me, by the way, because this isn't mine. Love it or hate it, this thing means something to you. Which leads us on to the first of the two hacks you should be on the lookout for all of the time. And it's something that causes a similar reaction with your potential viewers. In fact, when you use these in your thumbnail image, people will want to click on them more because they can describe on a detailed level, just like the Ferrari badge, what it stands for and means to them. But on a cautionary note, it's only super powerful if you know that your viewers are going to be interested in this click magnet. I mean, if I said to my mum, do you want to go and take this Ferrari out for a spin? She just wouldn't care. But my mate Tim, well, he'd pee his pants with excitement. So what is it? Well, I'd like to introduce you to the idea of power people. The second you see Elon Musk, you think money, wealth, introvert, geek, and you tell yourself a story about him depending on your perception of him. Some might love him and say he's a genius, others will hate him and say he's a scammer. But there is no doubt simply using his face in your thumbnail and telling a story about him that is relevant to your viewers' interests can instantly get you more clicks because his face has meaning. But I'm not telling you to make a video about Elon Musk. He's not the hack. It's just an example. What I am telling you to do is find the Elon Musk of your niche. People your viewers are fascinated by around your topic, the people that they care about and aspire to be like, the people they're interested in that have meaning to them. And then you just need to position that in a way that your viewers will click en masse like the examples you can see on your screen now. But how do you find your power people? Well, first you need to understand what the second powerful hack is, because power people on their own are great, but when you combine them with the thing I'm about to show you, it's like covering your video in nuclear waste and mutating it into a click monster. To explain this 10 times faster, I'm just going to show you on screen what this is now. Can you spot the pattern? Hopefully, because I made it pretty easy for you. These videos with tons of views are all using the second must-find hack. Power words stick out to your viewers more than others and get your videos more clicks. In my niche, hack is one of them. In the self-help and weight loss niche, life-changing brings in the views. And in the finance world, 10x, as annoying as it is, gets used all of the time, but it flipping works. Because these words like the power people have so much meaning to the viewers the second they see them, and they are dramatic, and that's so important for clicks on YouTube. Nobody wants to click on lukewarm words like get better, or thing you can do, or average gains. So how do you find your power people and power words? Well, there's two things that you need to do. The first one's a long-termer and the second could be an instant win. Let's look at the long-term option first. When you go on YouTube, you'll arrive at your homepage and this page is catered to what you've been watching. And the chances are you watch similar videos to your viewers. So all you need to do is just be more mindful as to what is shown here over the long term to see what power people get suggested to you. It's simple, I know, but it's amazing how few people use the homepage for clues. And then the second way that's going to be flipping easy for
some of you, and it's the fastest way to do this, is to simply go to the 10 biggest and best creators in your niche and then set their videos to the most popular and look to see if they have any Ferrari badged power people bringing in the views. And then look at their other titles that did the best too. Do these top videos have a pattern of the same word appearing time and time again? The important thing is to use words and people that install meaning in your potential viewers the second they see them. Okay, so now we know a few strategies. I want to show you the tricks pro YouTubers use to make world-class thumbnails, because a lot of you, that's actually what you need to get anywhere right now. And I'm also going to get a copyright claim on this video you're watching right now and lose all the ad revenue because I decided to theme it around the film The Goonies and stole the soundtrack and used it. So bye-bye ad revenue. Let's all just wave goodbye to that. Anyone who loves The Goonies, oh, you're in for a treat. Hey, you guys.
How would you feel if you discovered that the reason you click on a YouTube video wasn't actually your choice, but that YouTubers were hacking your brain in a way that forced you to click? And the reason they have to do this is because if you don't click, they could lose out on millions of dollars in ad revenue. So in this video, I'm going to reveal the astonishing tactics they use to do this, and we're going to reveal numerous instances of them employing their clickbait strategy. We'll even try to recreate Marques Brownlee's first ever YouTube thumbnail to show you what it takes to get it to their now modern day standard. But that's not all. We're then going to send our remade thumbnail with 3 of Marques Brownlee's newer ones to a group of full-time YouTubers. Finzar, a pro editor with an insane eye for detail, Leela, an incredibly talented video production expert, and Hey Dominic, YouTube's leading Instagram pro who literally teaches people how to make eye-catching images for a living. And if they guess ours is the imposter, James here has to get his ear pierced.
I don't want my ear pierced.
What would your kids think if you're an ear piercing?
They'd be pulling on it and making the hole really big.
Okay, we definitely need to get this right then.
So for those of you who don't know who Marques is, he is a YouTube legend. He's been on the platform forever, and the lengths he goes to just to make his videos and his thumbnail images will shock you. But this level of perfectionism helps him to get billions of views and made him one of the most respected tech influencers in the world. The thing that makes YouTube so weird though is, well, it makes sense why this image would get your attention. It is beautiful. But how does this one get as many views when it's so ugly? No offense, whoever made that. Well, this is one of the first and most powerful hacks YouTubers use that force you to click, because they know thumbnails are not all about pretty design. Oh no. In fact, 80%, maybe even 90% of the power they use to get you to click is about working out what will interest you on a deeper psychological level as fast as they flipping can. And to do that, many spend hours, maybe even days, trying to find a smart way to create a particular feeling in your brain the second you see it. This feeling they obsess over is the difference between thousands or millions of views, and that feeling is intrigue. Others call it curiosity. You could even argue it's FOMO. This ugly image, therefore, is not a rush job. It's a giant psychological mind hack designed to make you feel something that makes you not just want to, but need to click to confirm something about yourself. Back at the studio, I was giving James the bad news that the Marques thumbnail we had to remake was about a remote control for a laptop.
What?
Yeah.
How can we make that one of his new ones and have it not called out as being an imposter? I mean, we don't even have the product.
That is where you were wrong, because I actually had this weird laptop and the remote, and it's in my attic. So should we go and get it? You can stay here if you want.
All right, I will.
Okay.
Good luck on your adventure.
In my attic, I fought through the dust and the spiders and came across some mysterious items before I saw the corner of the laptop sticking out and was ready to go back to the studio with its very remote. So how do top YouTubers come up with an image with so much intrigue in it you are unable to resist clicking it? Well, it's down to a few things. First, YouTubers will spend a lot of time researching to find inspiration for their image idea. Now that inspiration, it could come from anywhere. However, they often turn to other YouTubers' thumbnails, or sometimes even film posters have elements in them that they can borrow. Even those weird ads on the bottom of blog posts are a minefield for ad revenue generating thumbnails. But when they have that inspiration, YouTubers then spend a massive amount of time brainstorming and creating multiple concepts that could help to generate that desired feeling. But this doesn't stop there though. The top YouTubers mega hack, and even channels without millions of subscribers, have these things called think tanks. So basically they hire 4 to 5 people to come up with 4 to 5 different images for each video they make, and then each member of the think tank will present their idea, and the thumbnail that gets picked can win the designer a bonus. Now that might seem like overkill, but so much time and effort goes into their videos, they cannot risk not having it click. On a much smaller scale though, even the YouTubers who are starting out or have less than 6-figure subscriber counts have realized just how important getting a click is, so they join training communities to give each other help and feedback on their images, because going it alone is almost a guaranteed recipe for failure. Then what YouTubers do is going to seem borderline insanity, but they take multiple versions of their winning concept, not just 2 or 3, but they make 20 of the same image with tiny tweaks. Now, some of you might not even be able to spot the difference between the images they make. This example here from the fantastic Mike Shake used a slightly brighter or slightly darker background with slightly different words and lots of different font sizes. And then what he does is when he launches the video, he'll switch between the different images to establish which slight variation brings in more of your views. In the studio, things were looking up for James's ears as we stumbled across something that might make it harder for pro YouTubers to guess our weird remote thumbnail thingy was the imposter.
So Marcus's most viewed video is about a Game Boy, and it was part of this retro tech series. What that means is we can potentially get away with this in a thumbnail and it not look like an imposter if we mix in some of the retro tech images with the thumbnails that we send to the YouTubers. Feeling better about your ears?
Yeah.
You know what they say, ear today, gone tomorrow.
You're not gonna cut them off like...
So the big question right now is, how do we make this look like one of Marcus's new thumbnails?
Whilst that's going on, I'm going to use the next powerful strategy YouTubers use that force you to click, and you can see it right now. Don't adjust your screen, that's it. This yellow block is a thumbnail that got millions and millions of views because it harnesses this trick. And so did this one from Veritasium. Now the reason these work is because the thumbnail challenges your beliefs. And when we are challenged in this way, the feeling of being potentially lied to is so strong, we are compelled to click. So this hack is to go against the grain of what viewers believe, and it is very powerful. Back in the real world, we entered our brainstorming stage to try and make the old remote look as sexy as one of Marcus's more recent images.
Can we Photoshop that out? Do we just try and take a picture of just this? Or do we work with this? I don't know, this is your job. And it's your ears at stake, so go figure that out.
Heavily inspired by our research, James set out to draw up some drafts of thumbnails like one of his French girls, whilst I generally just got in the way and in the hope he would end up having his ears pierced.
There's a rocket. If you leave your work unattended with a pen, in the UK, this is what happens.
You're nearly 40.
Despite my rocket, James drew up some amazing looking thumbnail ideas, and that meant the next step was to start producing.
One thing Marcus Brownlee has is the best kit in the world and a giant team to make these images. Now, I'm lucky enough to have this guy, who's actually a photographer, professional one, and now he draws thumbnails for me for a living. But if you don't have a James or a Marcus Brownlee team, does that mean you can't make amazing thumbnails like Marcus anymore? Well, no, because there's actually another hack that YouTubers use that force you to click, that generates billions of views, and it requires them to take no photos at all.
Charisma on Command are the masters of this. They get millions of views because instead of taking photos of themselves, they use images of famous people you actually want to click on instead. I mean, this Peaky Blinders one is genius because they released it when the show was trending, so it's a double whammy of clickability. But wait a second, is this video actually about that celebrity? And that's the thing. This one is, but a lot of the time you'll see things in YouTubers' thumbnails that the video is not 100% about, which is clickbait, right? Well, yes and no, because the top YouTubers have a simple strategy that stops you feeling betrayed once you start watching. And all they do is simply include whatever or whoever it is in the thumbnail in the opening scene of the video, and you're going to start to notice this all of the time now. You might find that thing or person never actually gets shown again. Here, Charisma on Command undoes the clickbait by including Russell Brand in the intro and then the opening section of the video, but after that, it's not about him at all. But you definitely don't feel cheated. This whole video would have been designed to get your attention first, with the most clickable person they could think of for the topic being featured in the thumbnail, and then they would have written the content based around it. So it's not clickbait. Back in the studio, James was in his element, but I was Googling the best ear-piercing studios in town, because having seen this weird remote thingy, I didn't think he stood a chance. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, how on earth could anyone compete with Marcus Brownlee? Look at all the kit they're using just to try and recreate one of his images. But the tricks I've shown you so far enable all kinds of creators to get millions of views. However, this is only half of what's going on. The second half is where this all gets turbocharged with some crazy computer trickery. So the highest contrast you'll ever get in an image is black and white. And the more contrast something has, the more likely it is that that thing will stick out. Now the top YouTubers in the world establish what the most clickable thing is to their viewer, and then they use colors and shading to ensure that that thing gets your attention fast. And of course it doesn't stop there. They'll use software like this one, they'll put their image in, and then they'll get an AI generated heat map which will model the highest point of interest for the viewers. This means they can get a really clear picture of if the thing they wanted to stick out does. In a minute I'm going to show you how they then use this to help pick a winning thumbnail, because It's flipping mind-blowing. But let's get back to the studio, where things were not going as planned.
Got some bad news, James and viewers. I know you've been enjoying the Goonies theme, but it's really hurting my nipples, this t-shirt. So I'm sadly going to have to say goodbye to the Superman t-shirt.
So it turns out taking a photo of an old laptop remote with this battered old laptop is not very easy.
That looks awful. That is not what we want.
In fact, even if the laptop wasn't smashed up, getting photos of it to look as slick as Marques Brownlee's was a massive challenge. I mean, you'd think Marques was just taking a simple photo, but to get anywhere close, we had to use a giant light, a rig for the camera to keep it steady, another laptop to monitor the photos and take them, and even with all this kit, it was going to be very hard to hide the broken screen. And because I didn't have much to do whilst James did all the hard work, I got bored and ended up drawing another rocket.
You drew a dick on it!
Bringing us to the next thumbnail trick YouTubers use, and I really think this one will surprise you. So we know you need intrigue, and we want to use contrast to make things pop. Can I get away with that? But there's another design hack that the top YouTubers are using, and it levels this up even more. So look at these 3 thumbnails. They all have something in common. Can you see it? Well, there might be a few things, but the answer I really wanted was this. Now, this isn't a set in stone rule, but to play it safe, when using colors, many YouTubers only tend to use 3 in their images. Like I said, not a set in stone rule, but bear with me. So what this does is keep the thumbnail super clean, and then it allows for that point of contrast to pop. Did it again. Stop doing that. In fact, you'll find a lot of the time they'll change the colors of their clothing in Photoshop to match other elements in the image to stop them taking too much attention away from the thing that they really want you to see. But this is where it goes next level. So let's take this image of Wonder Woman Michelle, who spent time being a garbage collector. Watch this. If I make her hoodie a different color, it doesn't work. The image feels dirty and less appealing. She doesn't stick out as much. But that's not it. This green of the garbage truck, that's not real either. It looks more like this in real life. In fact, there's a strong chance this photo was taken in a studio and everything else was added after. So the YouTubers are manipulating every color in their image to ensure 1, the right part sticks out first to get your attention and create intrigue, 2, the colors work together as a team, so they are often part of a color palette.
James has finished doing the production and now it's time to Photoshop, and by now it's time to Photoshop, I mean now it's time for you to go and Photoshop it. Don't get your ear pierced, James, because we have a 0 piercing policy at Film Booth. You'll lose your job. How'd you like those steaks?
Yeah.
Still giggling? Fine, whatever.
Love losing jobs. For our first thumbnail, I had to start by removing Ed's rocket. Then I played about with the image inside of Photoshop to make it look as Marques-like as possible. The second image was tougher as the laptop was so obviously broken, so I tried to keep things as simple as possible and ended up finding a solution that worked, hopefully well enough to keep my ears safe.
James, you are not getting your ears pierced.
With the images ready, I moved on to harnessing the next trick YouTubers use that force you to click.
I think this is one of the most powerful steps in thumbnail creation going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into thumbsup.tv and I'm going to give it a title, and then we'll see what it looks like on the homepage, and I'm going to screenshot that, and then I'm going to drop it into my feedback community called Thumbnail University, and I'm going to wait for the legends in there to point out anything they don't like about it or any reasons they might not click, and hopefully they are all going to pick us a winner. But also, I'm going to drop this into something called Creator ML, so check this out. This is going to use AI to work out which title and thumbnail combo is more likely to get views. You know what? It's pretty crazy how accurate it is.
We had 2 clear thumbnail and title styles win the votes in the community feedback group, and what was really interesting to see was that the AI picked pretty much the same title and thumbnail as its winner too. The thing is, there was a split decision between the red and the purple design, but the AI had gone all in on the purple, so we decided that we would too. And thanks to feedback from David here when he stated that Chromebook worked better than the word laptop, and I agreed with that too, this was the imposter we landed on.
So now what I'm going to do is we're going to put our image onto a board with 3 other Marques Brownlee thumbnails, and I'm going to send them to my YouTube buddies to see if James has to get his ear pierced or not. The question is, could you spot the imposter?
First up, we had YouTube editing superstar Finzar, who spends his life tweaking subtle details so he'd spot even the slightest mistake.
Okay, which one do you think definitely Marques made?
Bottom left, the Chromebook accessory one.
And then you definitely think that we made...
I don't know. This is the thing. Like, I think it's got to be the iPad one, actually.
You want to know which one we made?
Is it the bottom left? Did you make the bottom left one? Oh, yeah. That's so good.
1-0 to James. Next, I asked Leela, who is so good at production and all things Adobe, they literally hire her to make their promos and tutorials, so she is a true professional. But I also asked Hey Dom, king of Instagram content on YouTube, it's his job to help make images that get noticed. So getting past both of these two would be a complete miracle.
James, the results are in.
Are they now?
I've got some bad news for you. Because Leela said this.
Here's the thing. I think the one that you made is the iPad.
Do you want to know?
Is that the one?
No, we made the purple one.
The one that I thought was definitely his.
Yeah, and Dom said this.
You made the bottom right one.
Last chance to change your answer.
I'm gonna change it. I'll take the top left one.
So, do you want me to tell you which one we made?
Yes, please.
The purple one.
Oh gosh, really? I didn't expect this one because I'm like, this is so clear, this is so perfect, you know?
I've had to call the ear piercing people.
Yeah.
And let them know that we need to cancel the appointment.
That's good news then.
How you feeling?
Oh god, yeah, that's a relief. My wife will be very, very pleased about that. I mean, I was looking forward to having like a dangling crucifix.
This was supposed to be something bad. Like, what's your deepest, darkest fear?
It would have to be shaving my head. That would be
okay,
the worst.
Next time we're shaving your head.
Now you might be thinking to yourself, this is an insane amount of work to put into just one thumbnail. But the truth is, getting a click has become so competitive, YouTube is now a game of working out an image to make that people will click on, then working out what video you can fit into that.
I'm gutted we didn't get James to pierce his ears. I actually think he'd have done it too. Maybe one day we'll make a sequel and I'll see if I can get him to pierce his nose and his ear, and then we'll connect a chain from the two. Maybe then one down to his nipple, then his navel. Yeah. Navel? I haven't said that word ever. Anyway, bringing us onto a lesson that saw Eastern Europe gang up and attack me in the comments, so I pulled it down. Sorry guys. I'm not actually kidding. A wave of angry comments all just suddenly appeared. People hadn't even watched the video. They were just telling their friends to go and comment on the video. I was like, yeah, I deleted it because I was scared. But I'm ready for you now, so bring it. It's also just a chocolate bar, so get over yourself. Seriously, bring it. Anyway, this video is going to show you some really simple thumbnail styles to emulate so that you pop. Pop means click, and click means views, and views means moolah.
This YouTuber found a way to ensure they almost never have videos flop. In fact, every video they make gets hundreds of thousands of views without fail. And the reason they get these insane results is because of the 3 golden rules they stick to that you can use to get your YouTube videos more clicks too. And after this video, you're going to start to notice that last one being used all over YouTube because it is so incredibly powerful. But the first anti-flop tactic that Andre Geek, the YouTuber in question, uses actually helps him to get more views here, in suggested, and on the homepage. And that happens because of this. What chocolate bar would you pick? Cadbury's or this other one I can't pronounce? You'd pick Cadbury's, right? Because you don't need to eat it to know it's gonna taste good. And that packaging is a guarantee it will. This other option, well, that could be disgusting because you've not tried it before, so you'll nearly always pick the safer option out of a survival instinct. Andre, through creating a very consistent thumbnail style over time, has the Cadbury's effect with his viewers and has built a brand with his style anyone who discovers him once can easily recognize again, and that helps play a big part in his views being so consistent. In fact, his thumbnail style has become more than a thumbnail and acts like a seal of quality. But there is a word of warning for you here, because before you can really benefit from a recognizable thumbnail brand, you first have to find an effective style, because if your concept doesn't work, then you do not want to keep repeating that. And that's the real art to this, one I'm struggling with too. The second pattern Andre relies on is a powerful beast, and I think too many creators shy away from it. Pretty much the theme of every video he makes, but see if you can spot it in this batch of videos on screen now. I'll give you 3 seconds. Andre nearly always appeals to a very powerful emotion in his packaging, and that emotion will get your videos more clicks. In nearly every video he makes, he targets fear of loss or fear of missing out. Fear is something people need to get comfortable using as a click-through weapon, because it works so well in a massive amount of niches, especially the educational ones. So what do your viewers fear? Work that out, show it in your thumbnail, and your click-through rates could explode. And then the third and final rule is going to feel so obvious ridiculous when I point it out, but there's a very good reason he uses it along with a ton of other highly successful channels across multiple niches. To show you how obsessed he is with it, I went and counted his last 50 thumbnails since the time of writing this, and 42 of them utilize it. Have a see if you can guess what it is from these images. Let me give you another 3 seconds to spot it, because learning to find patterns like this is one of the keys to growth on YouTube. Nearly every thumbnail Andre makes has money in it or a representation of currency, digital or fiat. And now you know this, the next thing you need to do is ask yourself, well, why? To me, it's clear. It's the thing his viewers care about the most, so it sticks out to them a ton, and it quickly sets the context of the video too, and it speaks so much louder than a thumbnail like this. Money or even just dollar signs are click-through rate weapons for so many creators. In fact, if I were to build a YouTube growth survival kit, I would include this in it. That is fake money that you can buy on Amazon, which you can then use to take photos like Andre and instantly create images that actually mean something to your viewers. Oh no, wait, this is real. Or is it?
Okay, so one issue with all of this is it all seems quite hard, right? So let me just show you a really easy, if not kind of boring way to make thumbnails for your business instead. Boop. Can I tell you a secret? Over the last 5 years, I've helped hundreds of business owners grow their YouTube followings, and they all have one big problem in common. They find coming up with thumbnails incredibly hard and insanely time consuming. The thing is, it doesn't have to be that way because there's a thumbnail style that's faster and easier to make and is incredibly effective at blowing up channels. So in this video, I'm going to show you what it is, how to make it, and how to split test it so that you can use it to get more views and then drive more people to your products and services.
And if you're struggling to come up with ideas for your next video, just try this out and let me know how you get on in the comments. So to start, let's look at a channel exploding using this method, and you can see how effective it's been from their social blade data on screen right now. What's great about their strategy is they keep their images so simple, like anyone could make these, and the channel is called A Diary of a CEO, and all they do is they use a face and some simple text in their image, that's it. But we need to go one level deeper to understand what's actually going on here to get these sort of insane results so that you can actually use it too. So this thumbnail in particular I want you to take notice of. So let me show you why it's so powerful and how other channels are using the same system so you don't think this is a one-off. For example, this image. It's very simple, but it's using the exact same strategy as well as this one here. And here's me using it on my old channel, Film Booth. So why are these so powerful for generating views? The reason these thumbnails have helped the videos explode comes down to a few things. Firstly, they are very simple and they're designed so that the text is the first thing that stands out. If it didn't, what happens next just wouldn't be as effective. So it's critical that when you try this, you don't over-design your images and make the text a secondary part. The Diary of a CEO thumbnails do this really well because the highest point of contrast is black and white, and what that means is the text pretty much couldn't stick out anymore even if they tried. I mean, look what happens when I use other colours. It just doesn't work as well, right? Now the next reason, and the most powerful, is due to this. When we are presented with information that conflicts with our beliefs, it creates a psychological discomfort called cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is a big word that's used to describe feeling uncomfortable when you have two different beliefs or when your actions don't match beliefs. So for example, we've been told for ages that we need to have 8 hours sleep a night, right? And we've been told to relax, and then we've been told we're visual learners. And of course we're always told to upload videos. So people want to click just to find out what the heck is going on because it challenges what they thought to be true. These thumbnails are amazing because it suggests there's more to learn, that we maybe missed out on something important, and they're click magnets because it builds curiosity in us, which is the key to getting views. But how do you make this thumbnail style for yourself so you can blow up your views in your business? Well, step one, you just want to ask yourself, based on the topic I want to talk about, what do most people believe to be true that maybe isn't? If you're struggling for ideas, head over to ChatGPT and type, I need some examples of things that could create cognitive dissonance in the music production niche. You would of course put your own niche in there. It will then fire out a list of examples, and you know what? It's pretty good too. Here's a few statements it came up with in relation to the music production niche. It said, good marketing can make any song a hit, even if the production quality is poor. It also said you don't need to know music theory to make songs. It also said expensive gear doesn't make your music sound better, knowing your tools does. And then you move on to the next step. You work out how to get this statement down to 4 words or fewer. Although some of my examples that I showed you don't do this, as a general rule of thumb, we want fewer words so the thumbnail is faster for people to read. Do not turn your thumbnail into a title. And then the third step is, and I touched on this before, you have to design so your text sticks out first. Now, a few simple ways to do this are make the text the highest point of contrast on the page, which I mentioned, but also point arrows at the text and keep your design very simple so nothing competes with it. And that's why I love these, because they're easy. Step 4 is all about context. Rian's team used a brain in the don't relax image as it tells the viewer straight away what the topic is related to. Now, you could use any item at all, a person, but really you kind of want to give visual context to what the topic of the video is about. Or just keep it very simple like Diary of a CEO and let the words give that context. Now, I don't recommend you do this, because with no context, well, this video could be about any topic in the world, right? Another thing to be careful of is if you're in the image, make sure your expression matches the statement too. So the days of over-the-top mouth-open thumbnails are dead, especially if you want to build credibility for your business. So think about the emotion you want to convey and then see how you get on. Now, there's a few other things that I think are really important here too. Firstly, look at this. Which one feels more credible to you? Pulling out stills from a video should only be something you do because you had no other option. The smart move is just to batch shoot a ton of photos, making different expressions with a quality camera and lighting setup. This is going to give people a way stronger first impression, and then you can just pick from all of those different photos for every thumbnail you make. You're going to notice a lot on YouTube, especially the business channels, they use the same photos over and over again because it saves so much time, and you don't need to reinvent the wheel for every video. This next part's genius because you have to learn about what appeals to your viewers if you really want to get views. And one amazing way to do that is to make 3 versions of a very simple thumbnail like this with different words on them. Then you just pick the one you think works best and you launch it, and then wait a few hours and see how it performs, and if it doesn't do that well, you can then switch it to the next statement. What can happen is over the coming hours you can see views spike or maybe even decrease, and what this means is people are more interested or they are less interested. And this is how you learn what appeals to people. And then what's even better is, let's say the views do spike, you can reuse these words or very similar on a new title or an old video to try and get views in that. So it's just such a good way to learn about what your viewers care about without having to spend days doing multiple designs.
Or you can use the new YouTube split testing feature where you simply load 3 thumbnails in, and then when you post your video, you wait a few hours for the data to load. Now, if you're a smaller channel, this might take longer, but when it does, it's going to tell you which option is working the best for your audience. What's even better is you can run split tests like this all of the time on old videos too, so you can learn faster about what your viewers click on.
There is one issue with this though. So new and small channels, you guys don't really get enough impressions to play around with this yet. So you'd have to put out a video and then wait a lot longer before you started to see any results. But either way, it's critical you always have at least 3 versions of every thumbnail. I mean, look at this video. It was a 9 out of 10 when I launched it. I switched it to this thumbnail. Hey presto. Having just one thumbnail is a death sentence for your content. So how is this going to make you more money? Well, for those of you who have an offer, more views should equal more money if you have your marketing set up well and you haven't completely overcomplicated your video's descriptions. But for those of you who don't, every video you make is training you to understand what your viewers are interested in. And when you learn about what copy attracts them, you can use the same strategy all over the place. For example, you could use your video's packaging as a hook to drive attention towards your email list. Or when you do have an offer, you could use the same copy as a hook on your landing page to help drive people down the page and make them read more.
That video actually started life off as an email. It got so many responses, I just turned the email into a script, and it worked out really well too. Gotta love repurposing content. There's a link to my email below if you want to get content months before the channel gets it. And now we get to a new module, editing. And I'm going to show you what not to do in your editing. I'm also going to re-edit famous YouTubers' videos to fix their biggest problems. I'm going to re-edit some viewers' videos too, and that will help you fix common editing mistakes you're potentially making as well. And I'm even going to show you a video where I challenged a famous YouTuber to an editing battle. So we went to the woods naturally and then set off smoke bombs and edited on plastic chairs in the rain. What else would you do? Exciting stuff, I know. So let's start with the first lesson that's going to stop you making rookie mistakes. And if you watched the lessons earlier, where I went back in time and shouted at myself for getting so flipping upset about a flop, this lesson you're about to watch now was the video that flopped. But guess what? It ended up with 1.1 million views. So don't forget, a YouTube video is not just for life, it's for Christmas. Or more than the first 7 days. Imagine if someone got you a YouTube video for Christmas. That would suck.
I remade and revamped Graham Stephan's first ever YouTube video to show you how anyone can make their videos 10 times better, even if it's their first ever attempt.
Us YouTube creators all have something in common. Our first video was our worst.
That, and we put our heart and our soul and sometimes even our bodies into our content. But there's these 2 big problems that hold our videos back time and time again. First, the common mistakes that we all make that wreck videos. Unfortunately, these are incredibly hard to recognize when you're doing them. Secondly, a video could actually have the making of something pretty special, but we just don't know how to take it up to that next level to achieve it.
But by pointing out these common mistakes in Graham Stephan's first video and then showing you how to fix them, by the end of this video, you'll start to to spot them in your own content,
but will also be armed with the skills to do something about them too.
Quickly though, who is Graham Stephan and why him? Graham for me is responsible for making financial content interesting. He sets the bar in that niche, and due to his lovable character, quality content, and his ability to make you hit the like button,
the more like buttons get pressed on this channel, the more iced coffee I can afford to drink.
He's amassed over 3 million subscribers in 4 years, but his first video, a video to give real estate agents some tips to sell properties, makes these 7 mistakes that just wreck it. Before I tell you the epic error in this video, I want to see if you can spot it in this first clip.
Because this is the ultimate killer of retention on videos, and just getting good at noticing it is going to really improve your content.
It looks a little bit better when the lights are turned on. Even if it looks marginally better with the lights turned on, just turn the lights on. It's so easy to do. I feel like a lot of people just overlook it because they think it's not that big of a deal. But if you can make your place look 1% better just by turning on a light, do it. It's the easiest, simplest thing you could do. It makes the place look better, it makes it look brighter, it makes it look cooler. Just turn on the lights.
So there we are, did you spot it? The problem was repetition.
In Graham's first video, he repeats himself 48 times in 11 minutes. It stops the video progressing and it makes the viewer switch off.
So now I'm going to cut out the repetition in his first tip.
For 2 minutes, Graham talked about how you should turn on the lights for a home viewing. It's actually quite funny, and I like that he tries to get humour in, but for new viewers, it's like, oh, come on, get on with it.
And there we have it. A 2-minute section of his video is now 20 seconds long. Now let's see if you can still understand his point, even though I've completely annihilated it.
When you're showing a listing, turn on all the lights. A lot of people just overlook it because they think it's not that big of a deal. But if you can make your place look 1% better just by turning on a light, do it.
Now I'm going to cut all the repetition and waffle from the rest of the video. With every laboured point gone, it's now 6 minutes long. Doing this to your videos is really hard, but I would urge you to spend time working out if every second of your content is actually needed. And that brings us on to pace. But pace isn't all about speed though, it's about creating constantly flowing content that resonates with your target viewer.
Poor pace is the reason you watch people's videos in double speed on YouTube. And when people hit that ×2 speed button on your content, your average viewer duration won't get hit, but your watch times do. Graham's pace in his latest videos is spot on. It's like the information never stops. In fact, in Graham's last 8 videos, he spoke an average of 237 words per minute. In his first video, he only speaks an average of 200.
So we need to find a way to put an extra 30 words a minute into his first video to bring it up to his pace, which is tried and tested with his viewers. And to do that, we need this, the J-cut, to remove the very thing that keeps us alive, breath.
We want a constant stream of information here, so watch this. A traditional cut like this means every new clip stops the narrative. It's not fluid. When you use a J-cut like this, you literally get to the end of one clip's audio and bring in the start of another clip, so the narrative is constant.
We're gonna start with this. When you're showing a listing, turn on all the lights. Lights on, lights off. Light on. We're gonna start with this. When you're showing a listing, turn on all the lights. Lights on, lights off. Light on.
Now this is massive for your retention, but you still need to be tactical with your J-cuts. Don't just ram loads together to remove tiny weeny gaps. Make sure the cuts feel natural. It's also not a game of making a video
as fast as it can be either.
Before I go and do this to his entire video, we also want to look at jump cuts because these are a really easy way to make content more energetic, but they're also something people tend to get wrong. Well, not quite wrong, but not as good as they should be.
This is a jump cut. You just zoom in a tad on your video in the edit, then zoom out in the next clip. But the mistake people tend to make, including me, because I've often forgot, is they zoom in like this. So watch, something isn't quite right.
Now, try this.
Zoom in on your clip, but make sure the eyeline's level with your previous clip's eyeline, and then watch it again. You see that the jump just feels so much more natural, and when you combine it with the J-cut, it's just liquid smooth.
Stop the video. So I've just noticed something that Graham Stephan's editor does that I've never seen anyone do before, and it's really flipping good.
This camera angle is the same as this camera angle, and the editor has flipped it and then zoomed in, so it looks like there's another camera filming him. What this does is it gives the viewer something that feels new to look at. It almost feels like a scene change, and it's genius. I'm doing it now to one of his clips, and bam.
This is such a great way to fake a multi-camera setup. So excuse me whilst I go through this video and add all of the J-cuts and jumps to boost his pace. Have a guess before I do it at how much time this will shave off the length of the video.
It knocked off another 1 minute 15 seconds, which means his video is now at the same pace that his current audience know and love him for.
It's definitely getting better, but the next things are gonna 10x this bad boy. But we've got one issue that we have to address.
Graham decided to use some music that sounds like you just walked into a massage parlor. Listen.
Lights on.
and it just doesn't work with the content. Now, music is something you should be planning before you film because it can really impact a video, both good and bad. I mean, look at this and you'll see what I mean. Unfortunately, the next issue with this is more mine than yours. Because I don't have the original footage for this video, these cuts now mean I've got a song in the background that's all out of time, which might ruin my entire project. I'm just glad I didn't spend 4 days on this. So I've just added this track that you can hear right now as a solution, but the problem is if it clashes with his music too much, I'm just gonna have to bin it. It's kind of out of my hands, that one. So now we need to remove the next problem, dodgy footage, which isn't actually Graham's fault. Because I've cut Graham's video to pieces, it looks pretty yucky in places, but it's actually a great lesson for you, because if something looks bad in your video, don't worry, just cover it up. You can do that with B-roll, images, text, and not only does it hide anything unsightly, but it actually makes for a more entertaining watch too. So in Graham's video, he tries to make 6 points. So I'm going to chapter the video to make these points crystal clear. They're also going to cover up some of the dodgy bits, and the viewer reads this text, and then it can help them to get re-engaged again. For now, I'm just going to use Helvetica Bold in capitals, and then layer it on top of an image that is relevant to the title. But that's still boring, so to give it a little bit more energy, I'm going to add some movement to the image, a slide-in transition, and have the text type on, and then I'll add some sound effects, and here we go.
When you're showing a listing, turn on all the lights.
Simple, but effective. And then all I have to do is make the other 5, put them on the video at the appropriate places, and the video's coming to life. So it's now time to add the va-va-vroom. So I'm gonna go through this, and I'm gonna show you some tricks. First, I simply add more sound effects to his footage. A simple light switch on and off effect makes all the difference.
Lights on, lights off.
Then I throw in some more text, because his face is on screen for too long, and it starts to slow things down.
Turning on a light, do it.
Now this part's really important. Graham is making a point, and the key information here that will wake his viewers up is how much money someone could make if they follow his advice. So you just can't let this point go unnoticed, because it is the thing they'll pay the most attention to. So add some stock footage of someone making it rain with cash, text that appears on screen as he says the amount, and then a cashier sound effect to reinforce this, and this.
It could be a small investment that could net the seller 5, 10, 15, sometimes $100,000 more just by using the right pictures.
Becomes this.
Net the seller 5, 10, 15, sometimes $100,000 more just by using the right pictures.
And now we go up another level. This is what will transform your videos. What you can see there is me counting to the beat of the backing track I've used in Graham's video, because I'm going to change the image on screen to the beat of the music. So this...
And it doesn't matter if it's a $200 per month lead or if it's a $10 million listing. I personally prefer evening pictures like right around...
Becomes this.
And it doesn't matter if it's a $200 per month lead or if it's a $10 million listing. I personally prefer evening pictures like right around sunset. I think it makes...
The difference it makes cutting all of your B-roll to the beat of the music is insane. Everything just falls into this rhythm that your viewers will struggle to escape. But there's still 2 common problems left to fix. Here Graham's talking about being late to a viewing, and then he just throws in a clip of him driving his Lotus Exige, which is kind of disjointed.
Be a little bit early if you have to, but show up on time. If you say you're going to be there at 2, show up at 2.
It assumes the viewer will understand that he's on the way to a viewing, but it's like starting the story near the end. So with your visual story, you still want it to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. So I'm gonna go and film some B-roll for this video myself to show you what I mean.
I find this to be an issue. It's just showing up on time. Show up when you say you're gonna show up and be on time. Be a little bit early if you have to. If you say you're gonna be there at 2, show up at 2.
So before we move on to the final and one of the most important things to fix, I thought I'd show you 30 seconds of Graham's first video revamp to show you all of these things and how they come into play.
What's up YouTube, it's Graham here. I'm gonna make a video today of the easiest tips that you can do to be successful in real estate. We're gonna start with this. When you're showing a listing, turn on all the lights. Lights on, lights off. Light on. A lot of people just overlook it because they think it's not that big of a deal, but if you can make your place look 1% better just by turning on a light, do it. The next thing you need to do is use professional photography. It's so easy to overlook a listing that has really shitty pictures. It's gonna bring in so many more people. It could be a small investment that could net the seller 5, 10, 15, sometimes $100,000 more just by using the right pictures. And it doesn't matter if it's a $200 per month lead or if it's a $10 million listing. I personally prefer evening pictures like right around sunset. I think it makes the place look the most vibrant.
And then all we need to do is give him another massive retention boost by sorting out his ending. Before I cut it down, Graham said goodbye to his viewers and asked them to subscribe and comment for about 30 seconds, meaning 3 seconds into that section, most people will have left and just killed his retention. Which if you want your retention graph to look like this at the end with a 0 drop off, then you have to do something that almost seems rudely abrupt and say, watch this video next because it's going to tell you how to make more interesting content, and this happens.
Oh my gosh, I can still feel the gut-wrenching pain of that video flopping. But let me give you a pro tip for making YouTube videos for your business. If you want to build trust and prove you're credible, show, don't tell. That means show off your skills. So notice how many of these videos that you've just seen are me showing how I got a result that my viewers want. Yeah, this stuff builds proof that you are legit. Just sitting there saying you can do this just carries no weight. And that video was the same. I was kind of showing my skills whilst teaching. Anyway, next up, I'm going to show you different styles of editing so you can take your pick as to the direction you want to go in. And more importantly, I ate a block of butter. Wow, I really was desperate for views back then.
I dived deep into some of the biggest creators on the planet's videos and discovered 5 editing strategies they use to keep their viewers hooked. And what you're about to learn will finally help you work out for yourself how much editing is too much editing, as well as which one of these strategies you should actually use. And after this, you're never going to watch a David Attenborough show again the same, I'm afraid. So let's start with editing strategy number 1. Here's how this whole thing's going to work. For every editing strategy we're going to look at, we have one YouTuber who rocks the extreme edit, and the other you might consider a little bit more chilled. And for our first strategy, we're going to compare the way that Mr. Who's the Boss and Casey Neistat hook you with a really simple or not so simple trick. So let's start with mega editor Aaron, aka Mr. Who's the Boss. Is that a question? Mr. Who's the Boss? Every video Aaron makes is an editing marathon. There's never a moment of stillness, and he wants you listening, he wants you watching, he wants you reading, and I sometimes think he wants you dancing. But why reading? Well, it's because when a word pops up on the screen, it's almost impossible not to read it. I mean, you just read this, right? And that's how he keeps your attention. Now, to do this yourself, you can use words on screen that say exactly what you talk about, or just keywords that pop up to reinforce your point. And if you want to go to the next level like Aaron does, you can track them to your movement for that little bit of extra magic. B! Go away, you stupid bee. On the other side of the argument, though, we have Casey, and the way he uses text isn't about saying exactly what he's just said, but actually letting the viewers read so they fill in the gaps of the story to work out what he's doing. So let me show you what I mean with this clip. In this video, Casey's off to South Africa, and he's talking about how he has to take multiple flights. And when he arrives in South Africa, instead of just saying to you, "We're here," the jazz hands, he simply points his camera at the text on a sign in the airport and leaves it on there long enough for the viewers to read and fill in the blanks. So he's making the viewer do some work to piece together what is happening rather than just handing them everything on a plate. And actually, Casey uses text quite a lot, but you wouldn't really feel like he does because it's nearly always physical and filmed rather than typed in and animated, which makes the content feel more authentic and actually potentially a lot easier to edit too. So which style should you use, the real-life text or the graphic text? Well, I have an answer for you, but it's going to make a lot more sense when you understand the next 4 points, because I'm not going to lie, it's the same answer for all of these next points too. So let's move on to battle Ryan Trahan and Johnny Harris. So Johnny Harris, if you don't know who he is a bit of a YouTube legend because he answered the question that has been keeping you up at night. Why are McDonald's ice cream machines always broken? If he'd been in the UK, he would have been knighted for that bad boy. Now, one thing Sir Johnny is known for is his maps. He films them, but actually it's his motion graphics of them that the viewers are really wowed by. They are the video equivalent of butter melting in your mouth.
That is just not as nice as it sounds.
And then there's Ryan Trahan and this graphic of a map. This is one of the biggest and most respected YouTubers on the planet, and he made this. In a world where Johnny Harris quality exists, how does Ryan get away with this utter disgrace? Well, there's a few reasons, but the one I want to focus on can be made clear when I simply switch Johnny's map onto Ryan's video like this.
I'm headed to this tiny little town that's going to allow me to boat to the island. This is not your average Uber ride.
You see the problem? Ryan's graphics are actually as equally engaging because they're so simple, but more importantly, they match the tone of the rest of his video. It's authentic. And Johnny just couldn't use crap like this because you would never trust him, because it would be the wrong tone when talking about a really serious subject like why the ice cream machines won't work, or why Putin would kill us. That's a better example. All of his credibility would just fly out the window. But it's the same for Ryan. If his video suddenly took these ultra swish graphics and put them on one of his highly playful videos that he kept basic for a reason, the viewer could lose trust too because they didn't sign up for something super serious. Which brings us on to the next editing strategy, one that most YouTubers probably wouldn't even think they could achieve, but they can. Honest, and I'll prove it to you, I will. And our 2 editors who are battling it out are Gorgsar and Colin and Samir. So the problem the average YouTuber has is that it's just them on camera. But why is that a problem? Well, I've actually touched on this in videos before, but I'm gonna go a bit deeper. So name one amazing film that only has one character in it, and don't say Castaway. Wilson was a character. And don't say Les Êtes tout, the silent French film from the 1920s, because I just made it up. Characters make stories more interesting because viewers can gravitate towards one a lot more than another. And when you double your characters, you double your chance of keeping your viewers interested. But if it is just you, how can you bring in a character? Well, I'm going to show you using editing. And this is how Gorks did it. He made himself into multiple people using the clone effect, and I've done this quite a few times on Film Booth too. On the chilled edit side though, Colin and Samir have multiple characters in every video because there are 2 of them. So when they edit, they just have to make sure they don't cut one of them out. Super basic editing there. But also they bring in tons of other people to their show. Even their second channel, which is a lot simpler, is designed around characters because they host it but get the questions from the audience who then get involved and become a character. So the chilled edit version of this could just mean you bring in more people, and the extreme edit could make anyone or anything a character. Isn't that right, Wilson? Wilson? Wilson! Wilson!
Yo, man!
Oh, you had me worried.
Sorry, man, I just been chilling with my homies.
Where did you learn to talk like that?
Tom Hanks.
But he sounds absolutely nothing like that.
You been tripping.
Moving on to editing strategy number 4. Yeah, 4. And this time we're battling out Mr. Who's the Boss and Casey. Again, looks like I got a bit lazy with my research there. No one will notice, just don't make it too obvious, Ed. But maybe there's a reason I use them again. Anyway, let's start by looking at this opening scene from Aaron's video. Look at all that information we have. The numbers down the side, we have Aaron on the right, we have a split screen on the left. There's just so much going on. Meanwhile, in Casey land, we have this. Just one thing at a time. Really what they're both doing is their own version of this next editing strategy, which is all about showing rather than telling. So this is like the golden rule for video. The more you show, the better. It builds credibility, it builds intrigue, it builds story, and it can let the viewers work things out for themselves. The highly edited version of this is designed to be a sensory overload, in the same way the Avengers films are. I mean, look at how much Aaron is just showing us here. It's crazy. And it's like, oh, this guy must know his stuff because there's just tons of info. But Casey's approach is, well, he wants you to focus on only the thing that matters. So in the edit, he has to decide what that thing is to best show rather than tell to fill in the gaps of his story. So remember the text from earlier when he held the shot so you could read the sign? That was the showing bit, and why I must have used it again as an example in this video. Not because I'm a very lazy man. Which brings us on to our next editing hooks battle between Eric and Natalie Lynn. And if you've not seen Natalie, you're missing out. Let's start by looking at Eric's strategy here, who's also very good. So his videos are super fast paced, energetic and fun, and one of the things that adds to the whole viewer's experience and helps hooks them is that whoosh, that boom.
Pressure.
Oh my
Don't
god!
do that.
The noise, it all adds another dimension that creates that Avengers style sensory overload, and it helps to build the emotion, the pace and the excitement that keeps people interested. And it might surprise you to know that those noises, they don't actually exist in real life, apart from that one time. But on the chilled editing side, we have Natalie. Listen, those sound effects you can hear right now, well, they do exist in real life, except they don't. I don't want to ruin every David Attenborough show ever for you here, but he also has the same editing strategy as Natalie. The noises you hear in his animal shows, they're not real either. They don't mic up a duck, not after the incident. Now, you're never going to unsee that now when you watch one of his shows, but the reason Attenborough and Natalie use fake sounds that sound real is because of this. If I use this noise on this clip, the viewers would suddenly lose trust and get pulled out of the story. They could even feel a little bit lied to. And because Natalie's videos are raw and very personal, clearly fake sounds would burn that trust too, and it would wreck the storytelling, thus no longer hooking you. Moving on to editing strategy number 5, we're going to battle Emma Chamberlain against entertainment YouTuber Preston. And this strategy, when you get it wrong, can really do a heck of a lot of damage. So let's start with Emma's use of it. This video has 8 million views, and the first 4 minutes have no editing other than just a straight cut of her poking her head out of a bathtub. That's it. Meanwhile, on Preston's channel, we have this. He makes sure that every single second has some kind of movement going on, from the camera movement to transitions to jump cuts. And actually, when Emma does intentionally throw in some edited movement in her videos, it's done like this. Kind of like a cheesy way but the viewer knows it's supposed to be cheesy. The thing is, her lack of movement is just as an intentional choice as Preston's hype edit, because she wants the main focus to be on what she's saying, not all of the crazy exciting things going on around her. She just has to trust that her viewers will want to listen, without trying to trick them into it. And to maintain an authentic tone, you can't go and throw in loads of manufactured excitement. And that's actually one of the biggest problems I see with hype editing. People tend to apply it to content that it just doesn't fit with because they think retention is all about editing effects. And it's just not at all. It's a lot more about the way you order your information and the creative ways you work out how to get that message across. So what kind of editor should you be, and which one of these strategies should you use? Well, actually, you should use all of them. Every YouTuber I just showed you, no matter what side of the argument they're on, is actually doing the same thing as their polar opposite. They all use text, characters, showing, not telling, sound, movement, and these really are the basics to master. So the thing you have to ask yourself isn't which one do I use, but how do I work out how far I take them? And so you can answer that question for yourself, I'm going to read you what might be the hottest take on editing of all time, but it's really going to help you pick your side. So recently this message popped up on my Twitter, and I've not managed to verify it, but either way, it makes my point perfectly. It's supposed to be a message from Casey Neistat where he's talking about making YouTube videos. Now, it's a quite long message. The first half just completely tears into hyped editing, but this was the line that I think matters the most for you when Casey says, the best steakhouses in the world serve their fillet on a plate with nothing else. Shitty franchises cover theirs in sauces to distract you from the fact you're eating dog food. But I actually have a problem with this because I like franchised food covered in sauce. And when I go to a posh steakhouse, I ask for ketchup because who are you to tell me how I can eat my food? You do not have my taste buds. And that's editing. Billions of viewers all around the world will all have different tastes. All you have to do is ask yourself, what kind of viewer do I have? The billions who love franchised food, or the kind that eat their steak raw? Think about your viewers' expectations when they click, the tone you want to create, what style might build trust with your ideal audience, and then just choose a side, edit for them, and forget everyone else, because no matter which side you pick, someone probably will not like it. So live by the ethos, you do you boo, and you'll be okay. Is that an ethos? But there's actually something else I've not spoken about that makes a really huge difference to your video's tone and energy, and I don't think enough emphasis is put on this, because if you get good at this, you could potentially edit less but still maintain energy.
When I made the thumbnail for that video, I remember looking at it going, there's 1 million views right there. I was wrong. They got 800,000 views. But still, I had a good feeling about that thumbnail. It's a pretty good looking one. You should use that style too as well if you want a social hack. Okay, on to an editing video. There's more a sit back and just enjoy the story kind of video. It's going to teach you some tricks that I picked up editing thousands of videos over the year when I owned a production company, whilst battling this guy Finzar, one of the greatest YouTube editors on the planet. The question is, who won? Oh wait, you're only actually going to see my side of the battle, but I won, I think.
Finzar! Finzar!
Guy from Film Booth.
I challenge you to an editing duel.
This is Finzar. He's not just a YouTuber who teaches people how to edit, but he's probably one of the most creative editors on the planet. So this was a really dumb fight to start.
I accept!
Okay, Finn, this is how the fight's gonna work.
As Finn slithered off into his house for some unknown reason, I was left shouting out the rules of the challenge. And they were that we both had to film a video that promoted our phones, but were full of mistakes YouTubers make all of the time that the other person would have to then fix in the edit.
But you can't fix everything in the edit.
This time next week, meet me in the woods and we'll have our editing fight. But there's more. We only have 3 hours to complete the edit.
Back at Film Booth HQ, it was time to plan my video that would be packed full of mistakes.
I'm probably Finzar's biggest fan. And that's what makes this all so bittersweet, because what if Finn edits the video I make him and it's just so much better than mine, everyone thinks I'm a big phony. So to stop this from happening, I've not really got much of a choice. I have to make this a complete nightmare for him. And to do that, I'm gonna film on this. A green screen. And I'm gonna scrumple up the background a ton, so that it's almost impossible to remove in the edit. I'm also gonna light myself with 2 very bright, different colored lights, and that's gonna make my skin look disgusting, and then I'm gonna wear a green t-shirt so that when he tries to remove the background, my body vanishes too. I'm also gonna chuck in some really awkward presenting, and film some of the video on this, a 360 camera, which if you've not edited before, takes a very long time to figure out.
So because we stupidly decided to film this in the woods, we need internet access, which means we've got a tether from our phone. Not running too slow, but it's definitely not the best internet. Ideal. So I'm just gonna leave that there, but we'll get by. Finza, let us begin the clock. Ready? Good luck. Set. Edit.
Now 3 hours to edit a 60-second video might sound like a long time, but when you've both intentionally sabotaged each other's videos,
360 footage. You, Ed.
Working out how to make sense of the random crap you've been given could eat into half of that. But also, this was what Finn gave me to work with. Lots of random files that I would have to piece together to tell a story. Me, on the other hand,
I did some editing for you because I thought that was what we were supposed to be doing.
He's given me one A-roll clip of him talking.
And that meant I'd done about half an hour's work for him, and he could just get straight on to fixing all of the other mistakes. So I was behind before we even started.
What was this B-roll on?
That's from my old Nikon Coolpix camera.
After I'd lined up the files so it made some sort of sense, I moved on to the next problem, which was an interesting one.
Finn's presenting is so flipping aggressive. I'm not quite sure what kind of tone to give this thing.
Boy, do I have the offer for you. This is my video, okay? I get to do whatever the hell I want with it.
And usually I'd just drop in some friendly plinky plonky music to lighten an aggressive presenter. It just felt like I'd wrapped a very hungry bear in candy floss.
Don't believe me? Look at this scientifically proven scale comparison behind me.
Not being sure how to fix such rage, I moved on to try and solve Finn's next massive mistake.
Sake. When you hold your phone up, the thing you're supposed to be promoting, you hold it up just so it's half on and half off of the green screen, making it completely useless.
The reason this is a problem is because anything outside of the green screen can't have the background removed quickly. So due to time constraints, this would be the best I could make, which sucked.
You're gonna have to do some manual keyframing, Ed.
And to make things worse, all of my attempts to sabotage Finn hadn't worked.
Ed.
Yeah?
Look at this green screen. How good does that look?
Supposed to show me. It looks great, Finn. Okay, then another mistake. He's just ridiculously close to the green screen and there's no light on the back of his head. And what that means is, because of his famous Finzar hair, the green light's gonna get caught up in it. So watch what happens when I turn the green screen on. His hair just vanishes with it.
So to solve these two problems, I fell back on an editing rule that saved me many times in the past.
What I learned about editing and especially green screen work is, if you bodge it up, make the problem a feature.
So to work out how to turn my problems into a feature, I needed some inspiration. And to find it, I headed to a website called Envato Elements and flicked through their stock images and effects. And that's where I found this, and suddenly everything clicked. It looked like something out of a futuristic film like Blade Runner. And in those films, they have hologram billboards. So I thought maybe I could turn Finn's advert into a hologram set 1,000 years in the future. This meant I could shrink Finn down, add him to the busy scene, pop on some effects to make his quality hologrammatic, and it would not just hide those problem areas, but the imperfections would actually add to the overall effect. But not only that, his angry presenting now made more sense.
This is a phone. It's pretty big.
The thing is, I only found one image I could use as a background, and in order to stop a video feeling predictable, you need more than one scene. But with over an hour already wasted, I needed to find more images fast. Enter my futuristic backup plan.
So I've lent to something called Midjourney. This is an AI robot. I type the image that I want and then it gives it to you.
So now I've got backgrounds I can put Finn on, and they're all hiding the mistakes. Everything was coming up Millhouse. Kind of.
Finn.
Yeah?
I've run out of data. Is your internet working?
Do you want my data?
Yes. Why was you not using yours in the first place? Why were we both using
Listen.
mine? It would have been so much quicker.
Password is poop.
Oh my god,
That's
we have
actually
the
the
same password.
With the data flowing, it was time to fix the next problem, where Finn had intentionally put his microphone on the wrong way round.
Oh no, my mic cut out and flipped upside down.
And that meant it sounded rubbish. So instead of trying to fight a losing battle, I just decided to once again make the problem a feature. So I threw a little distortion onto all of Finn's audio, which made the hologram work even better, and the audio problem was hidden.
I mean, just look at this footage.
It's almost as big as my head. Then boy, do I have an offer of a lifetime for you.
Are you nearly done?
It's looking good right now.
Doesn't sound good.
With the slowdown at the start, trying to make the problems a feature, and fighting with my AI robot to make some images for me that didn't look like something out of an 80s horror film, I still had to find music, sound effects, and there was a ton of dodgy masking that needed fixing. But with only minutes to spare, Finn was feeling the heat too, and resorted to some dirty tactics.
I challenged Finn to an editing fight. He didn't flinch, he said, okay, right, who will win and come out on top? And whose videos will suck and ultimately
there's still some masking you want to do, and there's still some other bits left. He's not stopping.
Just one more hour. I've stopped. I just had to save. I had to save.
You have to save.
Do you not save your projects, Ed?
No, Final Cut automatically saves every move you make. Why would you use that? We should probably go into a house.
We should probably go into a warm, cozy house.
So I need some
with
water.
an armchair.
I've got so much smoke in my mouth from that.
And now it was time to present my edit to Finn.
This is a phone. It's pretty big. And if you want a phone this big,
Then boy, do I have an offer of a lifetime for you.
still not swayed, well then keep watching this video because I'm going to give you 3 reasons why you should buy this phone. Number 1, this phone has a really big screen.
It's almost as big as my head.
Don't believe me? Then have a look at this scientific scale comparison. Number 2, great camera. We all know that sudden urge to take a selfie impulsively and post it across all social medias just to prove your worth to the public that doesn't know you. Well, like every other phone, this one also has a selfie camera. Selfie camera, which takes some insane photos and videos. I mean, just look at this footage. Someone called James Cameron, because he wants his camera back. Number 3, the phone case. But Finn, the phone case isn't actually a part of the phone. Shut the hell up. This is my video, okay? I get to do whatever the hell I want with it. This phone case is great, with a velvety interior and an exterior that's scaly and a little bit flaky. This one is sure to make your friends say wow. Wow. So do you want this phone? Because if you do, you need to call this number below. We have phone lines open 24/7 for the one person who buys this phone.
Good luck, and good night, and good night, and good night, and good night.
Yeah, that was awesome. I like the Owen Wilson wow montage. There's a lot of good details. You did a good job with the green screen as well, actually. Well done, sir.
It was a very fun edit.
Yes, well done.
I'm going to link to his side of the battle below so you can see what he made. But don't go leaving yet, because I need to show you why I quit YouTube in the end, kind of. So as you're going to find out at the end of YouTube University, I quit a YouTube channel with 380,000 subscribers. And this next video and a comment someone left below it was actually one of the reasons why. In fact, I posted this video for a few hours, then took it down. It's another one I deleted. So not many people have ever seen this, but it's a good lesson. I'm going to let you watch it. It's going to point out a ton of common critical editing areas that you have to avoid. And then I'll tell you what happened after.
Have you ever been talking to someone with a bit of food on their face and they have no idea it's there, but you don't want to make them feel awkward, so you decide not to tell them, even though it's annoying you? This is happening on YouTube all of the time. There are simple editing mistakes people don't realize they are making that are at best making your viewers feel uncomfortable and at worst annoying them. So in this video, I'm going to show you what they are and how to fix them, because they are causing death to your content by 1,000 paper cuts, and one really hurts. And one of these mistakes has caused a big issue to arise, because a lot of people talk about how it's a problem. However, nobody seems to have diagnosed the real issue. They're just saying, oh, you're editing too much, which isn't correct. So let's start with our first culprit, and the reason your viewers will hate it is because of 1980s kung fu movies. So back in the day, they used to dub voiceovers on top of martial arts actors, and what that meant was everyone on screen looked and sounded like this when they spoke.
You know, I guess that you would be the only one who would dare to come here.
Which is annoying. On YouTube, we have a digital equivalent, and I'm doing it right now. So although subtitles are great for people who maybe don't speak your language, how annoying is it for your viewer when they're all out of time? What happens is when the text is just a little bit too late or a little bit too early, viewers notice it and just can't stop noticing it, to the point they end up paying more attention to the subtitles than your video, and they get frustrated with you, the creator, because their brain just can't process it. And that is why you must avoid mistiming subtitles. The real question you should be asking yourself is, do I even need to bake these onto the screen in the first place? And the thing that everyone says is a mistake that isn't really a mistake will help you establish that for your own videos. But now, let's move on to the second big mistake that your viewers hate, and this one aggravates them on a subliminal level. So let me explain. Have you ever been sat there watching TV and then out of the corner of your eye, you've seen something move in your room? You instantly forget what you're watching and you try to work out what just happened. This editing mistake causes the same kind of reaction. And the mistake looks like this. So on my timeline right now, you can see it. We have the presented footage on the bottom. Above, you can see a block of color, and then on top of that, we have some text. So let me hit play on this to show you how it creates an annoying feeling for your viewers. Formula, and when you get this right, you potentially don't need much else. Did you see that? I call it a flash frame. That tiny flash where the text stays on top of the presenter is like the distraction in your room when you're watching TV, because it seems to appear then vanish in a split second, and that's what causes the frustration for your viewers. So all you do to solve it is, before you export your video, just have a real quick look at all of the assets you put on top of your footage and make sure they all stop exactly at the right time. Mr. Editor, you did not just leave a flash frame in this video about not leaving flash frames.
Sorry, Ed.
Alright, Greg, thank you. The next mistake will not just annoy your viewers, but take them back to one of the most anticlimactic moments of their life. To show you what it's doing, I've added the mistake to a clip of one of my older videos, and I'm going to play it now so you can feel just how jarring this is. Put in so much work and they just chuck up a video and it blows up. The thing is, although these channels break all the rules, they have perfected the fan. Did you feel that? Let me explain why it didn't work. Did you ever go to a club or a bar or a party or a disco and meet a lovely young man or lady and end up snogging them all night? That's British for kissing, by the way. And then when the lights turned on, that lovely young person you spent the entire evening with wasn't so lovely. Oh, that takes me back to my first kiss at a school disco. They said their name was Jane, but when the lights came on, I realised they said John. Apart from that, John was a great maths teacher. Anyway, that anticlimactic feeling is happening on YouTube all of the time when creators add music to their videos and it just stops without winding down to a natural endpoint. Now, this might seem so small, but an abrupt end to a track really aggravates people because the viewers pick up on this and it feels like you didn't care enough about them to fix it, or even worse, they'll notice it and think you're a bad creator because you didn't change it. The thing is, when you end music in the correct way, it actually creates massive satisfaction because it audibly ends a segment in the video, which gives the viewers closure that it is now complete and something new is beginning. So how do you end music in a way that pumps up viewer satisfaction? Well, it's really simple. The first thing you do is you go and find your track and then you work out the exact point in your video you want it to come to a natural end. Then bring in the audio and put the end of the track at that moment. Then extend it to where you want it to start. And that's it. The end of your section now sounds like this. In so much work and they just chuck up a video and it blows up. The thing is, although these channels break all the rules, they have perfected the foundation. So much better, right? But now you have a big problem. The beginning of your track also needs to start at a natural point, so you have one or two options. The first is you pray you got lucky so that when you drag the clip to the beginning, it starts at the point that sounds absolutely perfect. The thing that's probably going to happen is it'll sound like this. Why is this small YouTube channel blowing up with no thumbnails and no editing? And why is it's not bad, right? It doesn't feel like an intro. It feels like we've dropped our viewers into the middle of a story. So the second option is just to copy the track and then find the place that would make a great intro and line it up with your start, then go to the original audio and pull it out so it overlaps. Now again, you might get super lucky here and it mixes together just fine, but now what you need to do is try to match the beat of each audio clip until it sounds like they mix together. Now, one sneaky little trick to cover up any slightly off mixing is to overlap the two tracks and fade one in and one out, and if the beat matching works, it'll sound like this. Over YouTube. It's not fair when you put in so much work and they just chuck up a video and it blows up. The thing is, although these channels break all the rules, they have the thing is, you probably just created a new problem because now you've moved the clips about a bit, the ending has moved a few frames away from where you want it to actually finish. So to solve that, all you do is slow down or speed up the music a few percentage until it matches up again. And now it sounds like this. Why is this happening all over YouTube? It's not fair when you put in so much work and they just chuck up a video and it blows up. The thing is, although these channels break all the rules, so before we get onto the big editing mistake, everyone says it's a mistake, but actually gives the wrong reason as to why it's a mistake. Let's look at a few more ways your editing is driving people loco. Spanish for crazy. And I've put it on screen now with this image of a lost kitten crying. Is anything feeling a bit wrong to you about this? Putting static images on screens can feel pretty boring. So a simple way to spice them up a bit is to add some movement. Now they say motion brings emotion, and when you combine it with music, that is definitely true. The thing is, most people just think you need to add movement to create an appealing effect, which causes the mistake. What you actually need to do is this. See the difference? Movement doesn't need kung fu pace. Often it just needs to be subtle. When it's too fast, it will make it harder for the viewers to digest, which they're going to hate. Now, if you want to create a feeling of chaos, then erratic movement, that's one way to do it. But in most cases, this is better than this. In fact, it's pretty rare I zoom in over 10% on a clip that's on screen for 3 to 5 seconds. Which brings us on to the next mistake people make, and I made a short little clip to demonstrate it.
Guess how many jelly beans are in this glass? Funnily enough, most people tend to massively overestimate quantity. The reason they do this is because of something scientific I couldn't be bothered to research.
If your viewers are reading or trying to digest something and you suddenly whip it away, it will make them feel frustrated with you because they were genuinely interested with what was on screen. You took that thing away. So always give your viewers time to digest important information. But how long should you leave information up for? Well, it all depends on what you're talking about. So a general rule of thumb I use is leave it on slightly longer than you need to read it yourself.
yourself, so an extra 1 or 2 seconds. The thing is, what if you need to move your video on and can't leave information on screen? Well, I've got a trick for you which will actually help people read what's on screen faster and easier. So let's say you've got a lot of information on a screenshot and really only one part of it is important. The first option is just to remove all the info that isn't needed and only show the section that is, or the second option is just to simply pop an arrow on screen pointing to the thing that matters as soon as the content appears. The viewers don't waste any time trying to work out where to look, which means they'll digest the info quicker, and that means you can move on faster without slowing down the pace of your video. So our next mistake is one part of the mistake everyone says is a mistake, but gives the wrong reasons as to why, and it's like going up to someone reading a book and just turning the page when they're halfway through a sentence. I'll do it right now so you can feel just how awkward this is. Anything filicky about that? So this is a jump cut. In talking head videos like this, you use them to jump in on the presenter, and it gives the feeling of a second camera, but that's not all they can do. You can use them in other ways too. So for example, let's say you really want to hammer home a point. You would jump in on the line that was the most important for the viewers to listen to, because if you don't, they might not pick up on just how important it is. See? I literally just did it to give that effect. In the movies, they cut mid-action, which creates tension in the viewer, but in a talking head video, we don't want to make people feel all tense. So instead, we do the opposite and cut at the end of the action, or in this case, the presented line. Just like I did then too. As well as if you wanted to bring up the pace of the content, especially when something really, really exciting or chaotic is happening, because it will work with the narrative and the tone of your voice to do exactly that. Another way to use it is for comedic effect. So you simply jump in on a reaction like this. Ugh. It has to be at a natural point, or for one of the reasons I've stated, because otherwise it's like turning the page on a viewer mid-sentence, and it makes it harder to focus on what's being said. Which brings us on to the mistake everyone talks about, but gives the wrong reason as to why it's a mistake, because it doesn't actually happen in your video. It happens before someone clicks play on it. To show you how this works, I've re-edited Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. Watch this clip and see if you can spot the problem.
What on earth have you done to poor Mr. Darcy? I have no idea. He looks miserable, poor soul. Miserable he may be.
Alright, so let's just say your thumbnail looks like this. Super edited, and you have set an expectation with your viewers as to what's likely to follow in the content. And that means those viewers are probably going to expect a fast-paced, highly edited video like my Jane Austen edit. But if it looks like this, your viewers' expectations are probably that it's going to be very info-heavy and deep and unedited experience, and they click it because that is what they want. So if it starts like this, I built a system to blow up any online business, and for the next 60 minutes, I'm gonna drill it into your brain. Those viewers are going to leave because their expectations were not matched. But this isn't all about thumbnails and editing, it's just an example. What this means is there isn't one style to rule them all. What's more important is you think about your viewers' expectations and edit your video in line with them. And if I'm totally honest, for a lot of educators, that could potentially mean hardly any editing at all. Because if we look at the fastest growing YouTube educators of the last 12 months, Dan Ko, Nisha, Hamza, it's all pretty minimal. They use simple text and animation to help make points, but in a way that complements rather than making the edit the thing the viewers notice the most. The truth is, if you throw too much of your edit, you become the kid that bought his first bottle of cologne and sprayed the whole entire thing on himself that stinks out the building. I remember doing it with Lynx Africa. So when you feel yourself adding in extra cuts and effects, just ask yourself, does my viewer actually want this, or am I just doing things that don't meet their expectations? And for that, all you need to do is work out the best style for your viewers.
Okay, so the reason I took that video down was pretty simple. So I posted this video to my old channel, Film Booth, and on the same week, I posted a video on the channel you're watching right now about how you should never edit a video again and it's only holding you back. Basically, I was telling people to outsource. See the problem? And someone commented on the editing tips video saying, I love how one channel is telling us to edit and the other's saying not to. And I was like, well, I have two channels that contradict each other now. Can't really do this anymore. So yeah, I quit the bigger one, and you're gonna learn more about what happened and why at the end, because it's the final video in YouTube University. But don't skip, because there's one more editing ditty to watch to level up the basics, and these are things you need to get right, so watch me fix the big problems in my own viewers' videos next.
I asked my viewers to send me their YouTube videos to react to and try and improve in the edit, to help teach others how to make their own videos work better. And as I watched the legendary and brave applicants' videos, one thing stuck out from nearly all of them that I decided to focus this entire video on, because
when you improve this, no matter who you are, I guarantee you will get more impressions and views, and that is your intros.
It's guarantee, stronger than Russian coffee.
So in this video, I'm going to re-edit some viewers' intros to show you some powerful editing devices that you can use to improve the retention of your next release. Starting with this channel, the Itchy Feet Guide. And this video is a walking tour of Guildford. Now, I chose this because, well, I was born in Guildford, so nostalgia. But also because I wanted to show you how much a title of a video will impact your editing and your intro. So let's have a brief look at the clip and see if you can get where I'm going with this.
Welcome back to Itchy Feet Guide. Today, we'll be walking from Guildford High Street along the Riverway to St. Catherine's Hill, where you'll find the ruins of a 14th century chapel, before making a loop back into town.
St. Catherine's is roughly about a mile away from Guildford town.
So the first thing I want you all to think about for your intros is this. What is the title of your video and who did you make it for? Because it will really impact your opening scenes this. So let's look at the title of our Brave Volunteers video, Exploring Guildford's Lost History at St. Catherine's Hill. So I'm going to hazard a guess that this content is for tourists or people who just love a good walk in the UK and they are considering checking out what Guildford has to offer. So what do we need to do the second they hit play to hook the viewer? We need to show them the best shots of Guildford that we've got so that they go, wow, wow, wee, wah. I want to go to Guildford now. Now, if your avatars are walkers, then that would mean maybe using a shot of a trek. If it's the history that you think is the main appeal, then you need to slap them in the face with some ruins or something old. What you've got to do is paint your viewers a picture that Guildford has all of the things that they are looking for and more to get their attention fast, and then unpack the video from there.
Which these guys actually did really well. But there was one thing that we need to change to make it work better. Your very first bit of B-roll.
So they definitely had the right idea here, because they're talking about starting out their journey in Guildford High Street, so they show it. However, having experienced the delights of Guildford High Street, I know that it looks like this. And that lovely picturesque town is really quite a powerful image, and the shot that you've used in your videos is the crossroad before Guildford High Street. So for an opening shot that's trying to sell an area, it's not quite got that wow, wow, wee, wah that we want. So what I'd suggest here is one of three options.
Firstly, you could have kept you on screen longer in the intro and just dropped that B-roll. Or you hit up Google and grab some awesome photos like these. That's the version of Guildford that will really suck in a viewer. Or to avoid the copyright issues, go and get some of your other footage that looked great and put that there instead. So I went through the video to find the shots that worked best to replace this, but I also added a few more to their introduction because I felt they left some of their best work too late in the video.
I'm just going to speed things up a bit and I'm going to cut out some of the pauses. Now, I'm not going to go crazy with pace here like I do in my videos. I'm just going to remove the bits that are silent for a little too long to keep it flowing. Oh, and by the way, I'm not actually going to do that. I'm going to get a robot to do it because I found some software that you drag your file into and it deletes all the pauses for you. It's called Recut. You play with the settings for how long a pauses you want to get cut out. It works out the gaps and then it exports an XML, which you can use in like Final Cut and Adobe. You load it into your timeline and it looks like this, which is just going to save YouTubers so much time. So now let's have a look at your new intro.
Today, we'll be walking from Guildford High Street along the Riverway to St. Catherine's Hill, where you'll find the ruins of a 14th century chapel, before making a loop back into town.
St. Catherine's is roughly about a mile away from Guildford, so it's perfect if you're not looking to walk too far away and yet still want to enjoy the beautiful scenery that the Riverway has to offer.
Maybe not that bit. Our next channel is the Dad Night, and I'm only going to re-edit one thing from this intro, and that is this.
Was it the right thing to do given such a young family? Let's find out.
Now, I've spoken about these intro stingers before, but using these is like going to a restaurant and a waiter ignoring you when you want to order. It's getting in the way of what people came for, and it makes me mad. But I know that people love using them, and they're fun, and they look cool. So instead of just trying to ban them, I'm going to re-edit yours to keep it really short, under like 3 seconds. So I'm going to cut some chunks out, and then I'm going to speed it up a little bit, and then I'm going to add some sound effects. And now we have something like this. That makes me way less angry. Next up, I'm going to show you how to edit an intro to add more humour to it, and humour is often just a matter of timing. Now, this style I'm going to use, I'm not saying is the only way to do things and that everyone should use it. Every technique I ever teach you is for you to decide if it is worth testing or not for your audience. So here we have Cairn Creek, and this is the pre-edited intro.
Hey guys, welcome back to Cairn Creek. I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Nathan.
And we're here in Southern Ohio.
We're not in Southern Ohio, guys. Cairn Creek does not have a Woodmiser LT40. Look at that thing.
So the first thing to fix here is this is just slight pause at the beginning, and I'm going to delete that so it's like bam, straight into the video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Cairn Creek. Hey guys, welcome back to Karen Creek.
Now what I like about this is a nice dynamic between you guys on camera. I'm enjoying the playful banter that you have, but this pause here is just a little bit too long.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Nathan.
And then what also happens here is Nathan kind of pops out a little bit too soon for the gag of him just appearing. Now I know it's going to completely wreck the quality here, but I'm going to zoom in on you a ton so that you can't see him appear, and then zoom out and he's there. And then I'm going to cut out the gaps a bit and do a few jump cuts like so.
Hey guys, welcome back to Karen Creek. I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Nathan.
And we're here in Southern Ohio.
We're not in Southern Ohio, guys.
And then this section, what they're talking about is the star of the video, the wood miser. And Nathan really bigs it up.
Look at that thing.
So as an editor, you've got a choice. Because they're having fun, they're smiling, joking, and then they point out the star of the show, I think it would work well to really feature the wood miser. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut out this clip here, and then I'm gonna take a still of that frame and then stretch it out and then add a zoom in a little. And then I'm gonna add my choir, and this
Karen Creek does not have a wood miser LT for you. Look at that thing.
becomes this.
Miser LT for you. Look at that thing. Now he's got a 35.
Next up, we have this video about unboxing an orchid. And in this example, I'm gonna really focus on just the first 4 seconds, because in this video, you have the makings of a great intro. Problem is, it's about 90 seconds into your video. So this moment here, this is your hook, and it should be at the very start because it will create some intrigue.
Ooh. You're gonna enjoy this one.
And you need that to build the anticipation of the unboxing. And then what else I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and film something to make this work that little bit better. And what that does, it doesn't reveal what's in the box. It just creates more anticipation as you see it open, combined with your reaction. And then we can roll into the content and it looks like this.
Ooh. You're gonna enjoy this one. How's it, my Orchids and Fanboys friends? Dave here with another orchid unboxing.
Wow, you are so close to getting a degree in YouTube, you can almost smell it. What does a degree smell like? I don't actually know, I didn't get one. But I'm gonna say it smells like sardine paste and Finch's tuna juice combined, maybe? All right, so let's move on to the next module where we take a look at how to turn all of this hard work into cash in your back pocket. Whoop-de-whoop. I'm going to show you how long it's actually going to take you to make money from YouTube. I'm going to show you how small channels make absolute bank on the platform. I'm going to give you a little trick to make money like right now. And I'm going to show you how I generated over $140,000 in 7 days for a group of small YouTubers. So let's start with setting some expectations here, because these are important. And look at how long it will take you to make money from YouTube based on your own situation and where you are right now.
Do you ever wonder how long it will take you to grow a YouTube channel and make big money from it? Well, some people think it will take them years, whilst others think it will take them months, and often they're both completely wrong. The truth is, you're probably one of the following 4 types of people, and each one has a different time frame they should expect to see results in. So today I'm going to help you work out which of the 4 you are. I'm going to show you what kind of time frame you can see results in, and I'm going to give you steps to speed things up so you can get more views and make more money. To start though, it's critical for your success that you understand why having clear expectations of how long it will take you to grow a channel and make money matters so much. So to make this incredibly easy to understand, I'm going to introduce you to runner A, Ed, me, and runner B, Ted, who looks a lot like me too, but just pretend it's someone else, okay? Anyway, they both have to try and win a race. The thing is, runner A has no idea how long the race is. Runner B, they know it's 10 kilometers. So what happens is runner A gets off to an amazing start, but after a kilometer, they're already out of steam, because in their head, well, they just thought it was going to be a short race, so they ran it as fast as they could. By the time they get to the 3rd kilometer, they've run 300% further than they expected and used up all their energy, and with no end in sight, they are struggling to keep themselves motivated. So they quit and die. Meanwhile, runner B knows it's going to be hard because, well, they've not run 10k before, so they start off slow with the aim of just getting to the finish line, and they pace themselves. Which one do you think will actually hit their goal? When a challenge extends far beyond their own expectation, it causes massive mental distress, and it leads to frustration, demotivation, and a sense of defeat. But when people know how long their challenge is, they enter it with a mindset geared towards endurance and sustained effort, making them more resilient to all of the ups and downs. But not only that, if you believe a challenge will be short, you can expend far too much energy and then, like runner A, burn out. So the reason it is absolutely critical that you have clear expectations for how long it will take you to succeed on YouTube is to 1, stop you feeling demoralized and wanting to quit, and 2, stop you burning out trying to put in too much energy that's not sustainable long term. So now you know why this is important. Let's have a quick look at the 4 categories of creators so you can work out which one you might fit into. So this is creator type 1. I'm going to name these guys the Scorpion because they are small but can pack a mighty 1-2 punch and make money very fast. In fact, some of my Scorpion clients have released their first ever video and picked up 3 new clients from it with only a few thousand views. And Matt here landed 3 sales from his first video only a few weeks after taking YouTube more seriously and joining my program. And Chad here, well, he's blowing up his email and generating sales with under 5,000 subscribers too. But even though Scorpions can get very quick monetary wins, it's still wise to think in at least a 12-month time frame to see levels of success to avoid getting totally frustrated if it doesn't pan out like that. As there's going to be a lot of ups and downs here. Now, the reason these guys can do so well so fast is because they have no following or a very small one, but they do have an existing offer. So a product or service that's already making them money via other traffic sources. Basically, they have the business working well. Now they just need more eyeballs on it, and that's why results can almost be instant. So how do you speed up results here if this sounds like you? The first thing you need to do is learn what problems your audience really want solving, then just go to town on making videos that help them solve it in a way that differentiates you to everyone else in your niche. That is absolutely key. And the next thing you do is you just try and outsource as much as you possibly can, especially the things that you're doing that don't move the needle towards your goals fast, and then you focus all of that new time only on the things that do. So for example, you have to hire an editor because that could take you 10 hours of video, so you put that 10 hours into something else that really impacts growth, like ideation or packaging or writing. And what that means is you end up with better edits, better ideas, better scripts, and all of this will equal faster growth and more money because you made better use of your time. You also have to keep posting videos consistently. If you can aim for weekly, that's amazing. And here what you want to be doing is practicing getting good at filming, writing, presenting, and refining your workflow to generate that growth. The other reason posting consistently is critical for Scorpions is because you will learn what does and what doesn't work. So some videos will do well and others won't. This is just a sign you're still figuring out your audience and what they're interested in. And that is something you can only do by just keeping up the volume. Trust me, if you do that over time, things will click and every video you make will start to do a lot better. It's also really important you allow yourself to be a student again and not just expect videos to fly out the gate until you've made at least 10, and that's a generous estimate too. If you've got a new channel, YouTube's not really going to know what to do with your content straight away. And without a big bank of videos, you're not going to be able to build up session times either, which is critical for growth and sales. So although money can come in from small views quite quick from a single video, growth will feel very up and down and probably quite slow for a while until you have a big bank of proof that you are a credible expert on your topic that people can binge on. And then finally, all you really need to do is leave links to your products below your content in your description and you will see sales come in. The next type of creator I call the cheater. Now this type of creator, again, can go from making $0 to tens of thousands of dollars in a matter of weeks. Now the reason this happens is because they have a strong community on YouTube already, but no product or offer. So if you're getting 3,000 to 10,000 views per video and you've begun to build an email list that's above 1,000 subscribers, you can produce courses, consulting offers, digital products, live events, workshops. The list is absolutely endless. And as long as you nail the offer and messaging around it, when you promote it to that following, you can expect to make 5 figures in your first month, no problem. Now the reason I know this to be true is because I put 40 creators in this bracket through a system to help them launch their first simple low-ticket product, and they averaged $10,000 in their first 7 days. So how does the cheater get a quick win here? Well, a cheater doesn't live in fear of what happens if it doesn't catch its food. Although they should, because if they run at full pace and don't catch their prey, they can actually die from using all their energy and not filling it back up again. What's that got to do with YouTube? Well, this type of creator usually has a massive fear stopping them from chasing their dream goal, which can only be accomplished by releasing an offer. And if they don't do that, sadly, they probably won't be able to continue and they'll die like the hungry cheater. And one of the things that holds these people back is they worry it won't sell, people won't like it for them, but what they'll make is wrong. And all this just, it gets too overwhelming, it stops them from making any products at all. So the first way for a cheater to get a quick win is just to try and get over that fear and realize it's necessary for your survival. You're not evil because you sell. The next thing you have to do is realize a cheater doesn't build a giant trap like Wile E. Coyote to catch its prey. They just run after it and gobble it up. YouTube cheaters always overwhelm themselves trying to overcomplicate what they have to do to get a result. Now, it's not their fault. Online, you are taught to build lead magnets and funnels and tripwires and run complex email automations, but really, keeping things as simple as possible is the best thing for you to do. And because YouTube has built up so much goodwill, all you really need to do is this: make a product, tell people about your product. Doesn't sound hard, right? It works. And then we have the third type of creator, the peregrine falcon. Everyone thinks that the cheetah is the fastest animal in the world, but they're not. They can hit 70 miles an hour, but a peregrine falcon can hit 168. And that's why I've given this next type of creator that name, because they can see the fastest results on the planet so long as they don't fall into the common trap creators of his natures often do. A peregrine falcon YouTuber I spoke to was about to make this massive mistake, but I'll tell you what I told him, and he went on to generate $150,000 $100 in 3 weeks because of it. So this creator type has an offer and a following already. And the person who is about to give themselves 10 times more work for less of a reward said to me,
Ed, I want to double my views.
And I said, why? And they said,
because it will double my business.
The thing is, it wouldn't. They had a blocked pipe stopping them from making more money. And they were hoping more views would unblock it. Views are not the ultimate problem solver for this type of creator, and generating them is really hard work. So I always look for the quickest win first. So I told them that actually they just needed to unblock their pipe by changing their offer. They did. And hey presto, $150,000 flew in over the next coming weeks. It doubled their income, and they didn't have to make a single extra video to do it. Now they put their effort into getting more and more growth with their pipe unblocked, and it has allowed them to generate an extra 7 figures in a year. So how do you get a win here if you're one of these creators? Well, I've just explained, but I'm going to give you a bit more info. If you have an offer, before you focus on views, look at each stage of your sales process to make sure there's not a bottleneck. So the first thing to look at is, what's my conversion rate on my landing page, and what can I do to increase that? I don't think people understand just how much of an impact changing the headline on a landing page can have and totally transform your sales. But always analyze the offer first. It's the quickest win. And then we have creator type 4, a gazelle fawn. This is probably the most common type of creator. At birth, a gazelle mother hides the baby fawns in long grass for up to several weeks until the mother deems them ready to join the rest of the herd, and this is going to be really similar to this type of YouTuber's journey. In fact, they need to accept that it's likely it will take them at least 3 years to see life-changing results here, because YouTube is basically going to keep your channel hidden in the long grass until it sees signs that you are ready to take on your niche. So the gazelle fawn has no or very little experience in making videos, or no or very little experience in business. Now, if you're thinking,
that's way too long,
think of it like this. In 3 years' time, you will be 3 years older no matter what. So would you rather be 3 years older and have no success, or 3 years older living your dream? Now, it's possible for this type of person to get results faster, but if you don't have someone with experience helping you, 3 years is the mark I'd be thinking, no less than. Because you have to learn how YouTube works, understand how to build a strategy, be very consistent, learn thumbnail design, thumbnail strategy, writing, presenting, filming, editing, and then build a small dedicated community. And secondly, you need to come up with an offer that those guys are interested in buying, so there's a heck of a lot to learn. And most people guess this stuff on their own, so it just takes so much longer. After 3 years of staying consistent, you should be skilled at content creation, understand your audience, and have a business that's starting to look after you as a result, but only really if you're smart about how you do this. Really, you need to accept you're unlikely to have any kind of monetary payoff at all in the first 12 to 18 months. The real magic will happen, though, between years 3 and 4, when your hard work begins to compound. Tim Schmoyer managed to double his business every year for 10 years because of how this all works. Results on YouTube compound if you stick around for the long term. But what can you do to speed this up? Well, the first thing you need to do is get clear on your niche and the people you wish to serve. Then you want to carve out a space in it by solving one big problem for those people. And after that, you need to stick to a plan, stay focused, and build systems to speed up your production, ideation, and growth. Then when you get some cash, you want to invest it into outsourcing your editing so you can focus on the things that will help you grow the channel faster. Now, 99% of people will fail YouTube, but in order to fail, all you need to do is what the 99% of people aren't willing, and that is just to simply keep going. Now, there are many other types of creators out there, but these are the ones that I interact with on a daily basis and have evidence of results and timeframes from. So if you're like, well, I'm not one of them, that's why.
I got an email after that video went out from the person who made 150k in 3 weeks saying, Ed, it's 1.4 million now. I should have charged them so much more for that advice. Okay, so now you know how long this might take, let me show you how small YouTubers are making big money right now, which might speed that up.
How did this small YouTube channel make $24,000 in 7 days if this one with millions of subscribers is going broke?
I'm broke right now. You know, obviously when people see that you have millions of followers, they assume that you're a millionaire. But in reality, only few people with 1 million followers actually have that kind of money.
It doesn't stop there, because this channel is getting 5,000 views per video and is generating over $300,000 a month from it, and they only started posting videos on a regular basis 5 months ago. Something doesn't make sense here. What is it that's making so many small channels so much money fast? Well, the truth is, they just took the fast and easy option most creators ignore. So now I'm going to show you what that is so that you can do it too. And it's a 4-step process I call PISS. It's an unfortunate acronym, but just stick with me, okay? So before we move on to PISS together, let me show you the reason most people will spend years making no money on YouTube, have a tougher life, become a slave to the algorithm, and fail. So here we have 2 different channels, and the amount of jelly beans in each glass represents their following size. So channel 1 here spent 5 years building theirs, and they can just about afford to go full-time and hire some help. Yay. Channel 2, however, spent a year building theirs. It's not very big, but they're on the cusp of quitting their job
and are already paying an editor to free up their time. What that means is they can devote energy to things that actually make them money, rather than just spend hours lining up footage. Now this is the crazy part. In a year, Channel 2 will be making 10 times more than Channel 1 as a result of this. But why? Well, let's just say both of these guys are in the same niche, the self-help niche. It's a very big one. Channel 1 went out looking to build the biggest audience they possibly could. So what they did was make videos that appealed to as many people as they could by covering a lot of different topics. So one video was about productivity, and the next was about why you're not happy in life, and the next was about getting out of a rut, all in the chase of monster views. Channel 2, on the other hand, asked themselves, who can I serve better than anyone else with my skill set and experience? And then who wants this type of content? And then they only focused on that. And what that meant was they only made videos to help people overcome, let's say, being more productive by creating simple systems in their life, and that's it. But how does that make Channel 2 more money though? Each of these delicious jelly beans, which I keep eating, this was full when we started, oops, is a different colour. And these colours represent a different problem that the viewers have. Channel 1 has such a general audience, their viewers all have different big problems that they are slightly more interested in solving than others. Channel 2, however, only makes content to solve one big specific problem. And what that means is everyone watching has the same pain point in common. And this is where the money is made fast with less views and less effort. Because both of these channels then decided to make an offer so that they can earn more money from their hard work. The thing is, if you want to make a great product, it has to solve a specific problem people have, and because Channel 1's audience all have different problems, well, their product can only appeal to the red jelly beans in there, which means their earning potential in this case is actually half the size of the tiny channel with 10 times the amount of work put in. But worse, because these guys are not the undisputed expert in solving that specific problem they're now trying to make money from, and they're more general, even the red jelly bean people in their audience are just not that convinced to buy it, because they've only seen the creator talk about it a couple of times. So there's not that much trust that they can deliver a result with that product yet. So what happens is Creator 1 has to slam the price down to try and get the more general audience interested, and they struggle. But not only that, they get a load of hate from their audience because it's only useful to 10% of them, and it just feels like a giant cash grab. This is why Yes Theory had a backlash from their audience when they tried to sell a course on making YouTube videos. The viewers only really care about watching them do exciting challenges, not buying courses about things they don't have any interest in. I mean, imagine if I suddenly turn around to you now and I was like, hey,
pay me $20 and I'll give you a haircut.
The math don't math. Meanwhile, Creator 2, who's only focused on one big problem, is charging 10 times more and getting 10 times the signups because their entire audience knows and trusts them for solving their biggest problem already. But not only that, because Channel 2 has spent so long trying to solve one big problem with their free content, they're much better at teaching people how to overcome it too. So their paid product is 100 times better than this channel's one. This means they get a ton of testimonials, they get great results and happy customers, and they make more sales because of that. And the best thing about this for Channel 2 is they're not trying to compete with the best creators in the world for mass views on general topics. So they can spend less time making videos but still go a very long way. I mean, Will's channel here literally has no editing and he's doing 300 grand a month. So how do you get started making money in this way? Well, let's look at the P in piss. So you can start to work this out for yourself. And I've actually been talking about this whole way through the video. So the first thing you need to do is find a big problem you have expertise in solving. Now, this problem is going to have a sweet spot, but it can't be too specific. Like,
I help men with size 14 feet find stylish Wellington boots for festivals in Sweden.
But it could be,
I help men in their 40s look more stylish.
Targeting viewers by age is actually really smart. So Azul did it here with his finance channel, and he hit 100,000 subscribers really quick. So niching down doesn't always mean smaller growth. Now, this problem needs to be associated with pain of some sorts. The more pain it causes people, the more they want to solve it, listen to you, and spend money on it. So if you're solving pain in the health, wealth, and relationship niches, you can generally make more money very fast with not that many views. Another example I love here is Amir, whose first video landed him 3 new clients, and Matt here, who made 100k from one video. He's not even at 100k subs yet, because they targeted a pain. After that, the creative space makes really good cash too, like music production and arts and crafts. The next part of our acronym that I'm going to stop saying is to simply pass on information that solves the problem for free. That's it. And that's what your YouTube's all about. Congratulations, you've already done it. And then once you've done this for a while, you're going to start to become massively valued by your viewers, and they'll trust you and want to support you, and you'll just have an epic amount of goodwill built up, which is key for your sales. This is when you then create a solution to that problem which you charge for. That could be a one-to-one call, a small course, a big course, a cohort, a mastermind. There's a ton of options out there, but just keep it simple to start with and work up. And then you just need to make
make sure it solves a big problem in a specific way to give a very specific result. This is the key formula, because your audience will see it and go,
that's exactly what I need. Take my money.
And then what happens is sales explode. Now, I'm not going to go into how to position an offer. I would recommend reading Hormozi's first book because he simplifies this a ton. It's a great place to start for anyone who's new to this. And then after that, you can technically just stop and move on to the last part of piss. Well, I think we need to change the narrative here, because the last part of our acronym for me is the most important. Because when you do this, you're going to get more referrals, and it's going to make people not just talk about you, but go out of their way to WhatsApp their friends to say how awesome you are. So let me explain. I have massive feet. And it's very hard to get shoes where I'm currently in Dubai. I literally cannot find anything out there, apart from in one shop, Gucci. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want to spend Gucci money on things that smell. But I gave in, I went to the shop, and the shop assistant comes up to me and he says,
yeah, we have that size.
And he helps me pick out some shoes. He then offered me a coffee, and I was like, oh, hang on a second, they didn't do this in Zara. Wow, this is so cool. I got offered a coffee in a clothes shop. Which isn't even that amazing, is it? Then I put the shoes on, and he tells me what a fantastic choice I've made and how great I look. And I was like,
yeah, you're right, buddy. I'll take them.
And then he says,
oh, I saw you looking at belts over there.
And the next thing I know, it feels so good. I've got a flipping belt. I walk out the shop £1,300 lighter, and 10 minutes later, the shop assistant WhatsApped me to say thank you from his own personal phone number. Now, I know this guy's just trying to get more money out of me, but you know what? I'm okay with that, because he was so flipping helpful. And he made me feel so valued that I wasn't just another customer, I was the customer. And that to me is what is missing in the online space, and where I personally try my best to fix. Because after that message, I told my friends in Dubai about it, told my parents, and I just made a video raving about the service in Gucci to you, and maybe like 10,000 people will watch this video over its lifetime, so that's a massive referral. All he did was offer me a coffee and say thank you in a way I just didn't expect. When you surprise people by going further, they tell other people, and this is the thing that will make everyone else in your niche look like Zara, whilst you look like Gucci. But how do you provide an extra service? Well, here's a few things I've done to give you an example. I once sent handwritten letters to thank people for buying my digital product that was $9.99. I gave everyone who bought my first ever high-ticket cohort my next product for free as a thank you for just being the first people to trust me. A client's product launch was on a Monday, and on the Sunday I noticed that their landing pages needed some pretty urgent changes, but their web person was away and they didn't know how to do it, so I said, give me your WordPress login, and I spent 3 hours fixing it myself. I think we should treat people in a way we would like to be treated. The result is people see you care, and that makes them feel special. And the online space is not known for that, and somehow it seems to get away with it too. So if you want to make money fast on YouTube, forget being famous, carve out your own space, become known for solving a specific problem, and it really does make your life 10 times easier. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever worried that every video you make has to be really unique? Well, if anyone's actually watched this entire giant video to this point, you'll have noticed I use a jar of sweets to explain something before, as well as water in a lot of cups. So one of the golden rules of YouTube is this: if something works, just repeat it, but slightly different. I use the same metaphor with different props in so many videos now, and nobody's ever said anything other than how much they enjoy them. Don't fall into the trap of thinking your viewers always want new. They just want good, and slightly different. All right, so now if you want to make money fast on YouTube and learn a ton about your viewers at the same time, I got a trickski for you. Trickski, just practicing my Polish when I become a citizen. Now, this is a really easy way to make money from YouTube. It's generated me hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. I don't do it anymore, but it was a great way to get started off. So pay attention to this lesson, and in like 30 minutes time, you could have this up and running for yourself and getting that sweet cash coming in.
YouTubers need to get their viewers to pay them to grow their YouTube channels, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to do just that. You're going to learn how to make thousands a day, spending $15 to $30 a month, how to set this system up the way Rolex would so you can earn even more, and I'll even show you how to use this to grow your bank balance exponentially. But there is a word of warning with this too, so we'll look at why this might not be the best idea either. But before we get onto that, let me show you why this will not just make you money, but actually grow your YouTube channel faster too. So back in 2021, I just made the leap of faith to go full-time on my YouTube channel. I'd quit my business, I'd given half of it away, and I needed to make money from YouTube in a way that was really fast and easy. And when I say easy, I wanted something I could set up in a matter of minutes and just leave links to it in my video's description and on my channel page. Didn't really want to promote it much at all. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, that just sounds too good to be true. But the thing is, it actually worked, and it generated me hundreds of thousands of dollars over the coming year. The cool thing was, I only had to work 1 day a week on it too. But how did this grow my channel? Well, let me show you. All I did was make a calendar my viewers could book a one-to-one session in with me, and I charged $195 for the hour. I left links below every video saying book a one-to-one, and I put that on my main channel page too, and that was it. People just booked in. The reason this grew my channel as well as paying me was because I was getting to meet my avatars, and by doing a lot of these calls, I started to see what kinds of problems they really had. And what this meant was I could make videos that served people better because I now had the inside scoop and could make videos about things that felt more relatable to the viewers, which meant more clickable thumbnails and titles and longer watch times too. I was basically getting paid to be a better YouTuber. Oh, and by the way, if you like the sound of doing this for yourself, check out the link in the description and download the free guide I've made for you. Along with this video, it's going to walk you through every step and get you making money fast. But this is the interesting bit, which can give you exponential growth of income and will mean you can actually just stop doing this. So it got to the point where I realized 99% of the people who called me were all making the same mistake. So I was just repeating myself with every call, and it felt crazy to do this multiple times a day. Also, because the problem was so large, I wanted to help more people than I could in the 4 hours a week I'd allotted. So I built a digital product that solved the issue. It was a course and a community that was scalable called Thumbnail University. And the result of this was it made more money and took up less of my time a week, and it got amazing results for people too. So getting your viewers to pay you for your time is an amazing option for most YouTubers to consider because it's very fast to set up. I mean, it could take you 15 minutes, it'll make you money, and it will get you full time pretty flipping quick too. And that means you can upsell. It's also going to teach you a ton about your audience and give you content ideas and make your videos more relatable. And then over time, you can produce scalable digital products that solve the problems that they have, meaning you can earn more from working less. All right, so before we look at what the heck you would even talk about on a call and how to set up your own calendar in a matter of minutes, let's look at how to create demand in your service the Rolex way. It's a Casio. So the big mistake I see people making when they offer consulting is that their calendar often looks like this. They leave every hour of their day available for people to book in, which is a really bad idea for a few reasons. Firstly, you need to batch your consulting time, because what happens is you'll spend an hour talking to someone and you'll do a lot of thinking, and after that call, you'll really struggle to go back to doing other tasks other than more consulting. Kind of messes with your head a little bit. So if you have a call at 9 a.m. and then one at 3 p.m., you'll find the time in the middle is actually really unproductive. So set up a calendar to only allow people to book on the same day like this, and then you'll be in the right headspace all day, or just do 2 hours in the evening twice a week. Just don't give them freedom to book from 10 hours a day. It'll wear you out. Now, the next reason you need to limit the amount of time you give to this is the same reason Rolex don't make millions of watches. They create scarcity so that demand is higher than supply. This means they can charge a lot more, but also, who do you think is going to be worth more money? The person with 25 hours free in the calendar a week with hardly any bookings, or the person with a month's waiting list? At one point, my waiting list was 2 months long. I thought bookings would slow down as a result of this, but they actually sped up. So pick a few hours a week, bash them together, and don't worry that they might not be the perfect hours for your viewers. You won't be able to please everyone in every time zone, so fit it around your lifestyle. The thing is, how much are you going to charge for something like this? This is a bit of a strange one. You might actually have to charge a lot more than you feel comfortable with because pricing is a double-edged sword. So when I started consulting, I was charging $195 an hour. Might have been slightly less. And I did this for a few months, and I remember thinking to myself, you know what? I've never actually heard back from anyone after our call. Now, I had their channel links, so I went back to see what they were doing, and nearly every single person I'd spoken to had quit. I was really shocked and kind of devastated, but I also realized something super important. They just wanted a quick fix. I gave them the reality, so they didn't bother. In fact, when I went back to look, most of them had written on the form that I used to send to them pre-call, do you think I should quit? That's the only thing they wanted to know. The solution to this was interesting. I doubled my prices because I realized I was just attracting the wrong people. I put it up bit by bit over the next 12 months, but it wasn't until I got to $550 an hour that things started to change quite a lot. Now, the crazy thing about this is call bookings didn't slow down when I charged more. They actually just continued at the same rate. And secondly, the people I ended up talking to were far easier for me to help. They were more serious about growing a channel, and they got better results too, because when people pay more, they're more likely to action the advice because there's more at stake. So your price will really depend on how credible you are in the space, but you really don't want to be charging small amounts for your time. So I can't tell you what to charge exactly, but what I will say is this. Firstly, just go and look to see what other people in your niche who might be offering this are charging, and then base it on that. If there isn't anyone, don't worry too much. Just charge an amount you feel slightly uncomfortable with. So let's say you feel comfortable with $100 an hour, charge $145. And then to promote it, it's really easy. You just mention that you have this in a video. It's really not a hard sell. And then once you've got a few clients, you can say things like this.
When I have one-to-one calls with my viewers, they often tell me that they struggle with this.
So you can do like stealthy promotion within your videos that nobody's going to mind and works really well. Now, if your weekly times book up fast, then you're probably too cheap. Nobody books you? Well, just wait a bit longer and see what happens before you do anything drastic. The crazy thing about consulting calls is a lot of people don't want to hire a cheap consultant. So your price really does tell a story. I think you're better off being too expensive than too cheap because cheap is always expensive to someone, and those are the people you do not want to attract. So how do you set this whole thing up? Well, there's lots of tools, but the simplest one is this. It's called Calendly. I don't actually use it, but it is good. You just sign up, you pick your dates, then you link it with your calendar, you set your price, and on the calendar booking page, you can write copy to let people know what this is all about, the things you can discuss, and that's kind of it. Now, if you've built enough credibility and trust, you probably won't need more than this. Others might need a little help, so you might have to build a landing page that sells yourself. I'm not going to go into how to create that today because I think you should actually just try the simplest option with the least possible friction first. But ideally, what you want to do is get testimonials on that landing page when you do have it, because it will help a lot. And then after they have signed up, they can fill out a form. On that form, write this. What's the one main thing you'd like to get out of this call? What are your goals in, and then just insert your niche or the topic. What are the things you're struggling with the most? Again, in relation to whatever it is that you help them with. And then ask them to send you some links to things if you're judging anything creative or need to see any other kind of document. You can put anything else you like on here, but that's really just the simplest option to get you going. The whole point of making them fill out a form is firstly so you can read it and refund them if you think this person is not the right fit for you. And don't be scared to do that. If you message someone and say,
oh, by the way, from what you said on the form, I don't think I'm best suited to help you, I'll give you a refund,
they're going to really respect you for that. And then the next reason, it just gives you time to prepare. The amount of prep that you do, it's going to be up to you. Over time, you're probably going to end up seeing the same problem over and over again, so you probably won't need to do too much in the long run. And then you just link Calendly to Zoom so that when they book, it sends them the call link, and that's it. Now, don't be a little skank. Now, don't be tight. You've got to sign up to the paid Zoom. You can't do this on the free one. You look like a cheapskate because it only lasts 40 minutes and it costs like $12.99. And then all you do on the Zoom is you make sure you set it up so they can hit record on their side. This is going to save the recording to their computer, and then you won't forget to send them that recording, and it's way less admin after. Okay, so what do you say and do on the call? And are you even good enough to charge for this yet? Well, let's look at the call first. So on the call, all you do is you focus on the problems they've put on their form. That's it. You don't need to go and talk about things they don't care about unless you think those things are going to help them hit the goal thereafter. Which leaves us with the killer question. Are you good enough to charge for your time? I think the best way to find this out is if you do what I've just shown you, and then if people start paying you, the answer is yes, you are. YouTube is a beast for building trust and goodwill with people. Some people will be really excited to meet you and just want to pay for that experience. So get good enough out of your head, and whatever you do not think this is all about views and subscriber numbers. I recently helped someone with less than 1,000 subscribers and less than 1,000 views per video get bookings in their calendar. All they had to do was build it, then mention it in a video, and it worked. Okay, so what's the big old problem with this? Because it sounds pretty flipping good, right? Well, it all comes down to your goals. If you want a passive lifestyle, this isn't very passive. It's a great leg up to get you to full-time faster, and it can build cash flow really fast too. It's just not that scalable. You also tend to find that a lot of people just stop enjoying it eventually. I've spoken to a lot of consultants, and it's always the same. Everyone feels like they just repeat themselves over and over again. So at some point, it just doesn't make sense to keep doing that when you could build a digital product that just does all the hard work for you and makes you money in your sleep. But it could be the thing you need to get you to that point, so it gets a thumbs up from me for getting YouTubers making money fast, easily, and to get them to full time.
What do you think? Will you set that up and start today? You have pretty much nothing to lose, really. But before you go and do that, let me show you something else that can make YouTubers a ton of money. In fact, I tested this on 14 creators, and they generated hundreds of thousands of dollars in 7 days following a simple system.
Do you find it unfair just how hard YouTube creators work, yet they don't make the money to pay off all of their efforts until they've been producing videos for years? I did, and I wanted to change that. So I found a system to make small YouTubers money fast and set out to prove almost anyone can use it to generate thousands of dollars without needing millions of views. And it worked. This is how a group of YouTubers made between $2,000 and $36,000 each in 7 days using that system.
So what is this monetization system? Well, in order to make it work for you, I need to show you the biggest problem that YouTubers have to solve if they want to take advantage of it. So this glass is your life goals, and this glass is your income. In order to achieve everything you want from YouTube, all you have to do is fill this glass with water to enable you to make money. If you can do this, it'll enable you to go full time, or build a team, or just to be able to pay yourself the money that you deserve for all of your hard work. And when you achieve all of those things, faster growth on your channel will happen too. The thing is, most YouTubers are trying to fill up their glass using ad revenue and sponsorship, which is like trying to fill it up by putting a straw in it and then dribbling water down that straw. And that means you become heavily reliant on trying to generate a massive amount of views, and sadly, that can take ages, and actually it's not possible or profitable for most niches, so it's very unlikely their glass will ever fill to the level they want. But if they do, it just happens at a very slow rate. And that makes a big burnt out mess. Oh, it's everywhere. So how do you solve this? Well, by doing this.
So how do you throw away your straw and fill up this glass and make money when you're a small creator and you're not getting millions of views? Well, that's where this system comes into play. So let me explain how I discovered it and the plan I came up with to monetize 20 strangers as fast as I could. You're probably wondering where this system's come from, so let me explain. A while ago, I made a video about blowing up Liv's YouTube channel on my other channel, Film Booth. A few years before that, she'd come out of a really manipulative relationship and had pretty much lost everything she had. On top of that, this happened.
This Delta variant moves so fast.
I am officially declaring a national emergency.
You must stay at home.
And that destroyed her in-person business, and the only thing she was left with was some Instagram followers. Anyway, I bounded in and said,
okay, don't worry, we'll build a business around your Instagram following. Let's just start with a simple offer, and we'll build a funnel, and we'll start an email nurture campaign and build some landing pages.
And her face just dropped. She said,
I don't know how to do that. Who's going to buy from me?
And I could just tell that this whole world of online business was completely overwhelming to her, to a point where it would have made the straw feel like it was the safest bet, which is just a catastrophic trap. Eventually though, we did find a compromise and we came up with what might be the world's simplest product ever. I mean, the thing didn't even have a checkout page, it just had a bit of text at the bottom of the page that said, send us the money to this PayPal and we'll email you back access, which doesn't sound like a scam at all. So we launched it and the results were amazing. It generated thousands in a few weeks. So we did it again the next month, and it made even more, and again the next, and even more. And after 12 months of doing this, Liv's business had completely exploded. But not only that, she now had a bank of passive income generating product. And that meant that every time she posted something, sales would come in, but more importantly, she'd done this. And then that is what gave her more time to focus on growing her YouTube channel, because she no longer had to worry so much about making a living. Since then, there's always been one thing on my mind. Could this simple system work for other small creators too? So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna refine the system and try and get 20 YouTube channels to go through it. But there's an issue because I can't work with them all on a one-to-one basis, because it just wouldn't be enough time. So what that means is I need to come up with a set of instructions they can follow that doesn't overwhelm them, that works if they've never done any marketing before, if they've never written any copy, if they've never come up with a product, if they've never done any kind of business activity at all, and keeps them accountable and gets them a result. How hard can it be? Okay, so it's taken a while, but I think the system is ready, and now all I need to do is find a small group of creators to put through it. And there's one person in particular I really want to help. In fact, I wrote pretty much the whole system with her at the forefront of my mind, and her name is Marie. She's been making YouTube videos for a while about formulating soap. And for maybe 12 months, I've been telling her to take a break from posting content on her channel so that she can focus on her business, because I think she's worth $1 million. And playing the never-ending posting video content game is just gonna stop that from happening. So I really want to show her just how much monetization potential she has if she can just break from posting for a bit. And I figure if she tries this and she gets a result, the whole past 2 months will have been worth it.
But there was a catch.
So this isn't going to work for 100% of people. You of course need some kind of following. So now what I need to do is work out the smallest possible following size this will work for so that they can get a result. And this is actually a pretty big decision, because if I let someone do this who is not ready for this and they don't get a result, it could really knock their confidence. And if you knock someone's confidence that bad, well, they could never make a product again. They could potentially quit YouTube, and even worse, they could convince themselves that actually the straw is the better option, and it's just not.
Anyway, I came up with my list of criteria that I believed creators needed to get a fast result, and it looked like this. So firstly, they needed to be an information channel. Basically, they have to teach something. And then secondly, they need to be getting about 3,000 views per video on average or above. Then they would ideally need some other kind of way to promote themselves too, which is a problem, because saying to people, oh, you need a big social media following to promote, is gonna make the pool of people who can do this too small. I wanted to help more people faster. So instead, I decided all they would need to use is the community wall as well, because I've actually used that a lot in the past with great success. There were some other things that if creators had them would make this much easier for them too. Like ideally they'd have a bit of an email list, as that would make sales much easier. Now the email list doesn't have to have loads of people on it. Liv didn't even have one at all when we started with her, so I knew that this could work without, but anything extra would help a lot. So with that worked out and my plan and system ready, I sent an email to my own list inviting them to apply to the new system. And to make sure I didn't bring in the wrong kind of people and destroy a bunch of confidence, I made sure they all did a survey first, which asked them questions like how many views they got and the kind of engagement they had on videos. If they scored over a certain amount, they could then apply to take part in the system because they'd hopefully be ready for it. And guess who was one of the first to apply? Marie.
I was over the moon. So before I show you what happened to the 19 creators who went through the system, let me just walk you through the process of what they had to do to make money. Starting with the product that I was going to teach them to build, which I call a video workshop. They are either a live 90-minute event you sell tickets to, then sell on demand after, or if you don't fancy doing it live, you pre-record the presentation and then sell it on demand. That's it. So let me break down the system for you. So this was designed to take 4 weeks. Each day there would be a new task for the YouTubers to complete. Week 1, all they would do is work out what topic to make their video workshop about and then come up with a headline for it. A headline is one line that sums up the value of the workshop and the problem it solves that they would then build everything else around. I made a system to help them come up with their headline and gave them a step-by-step set of instructions to show them how to find out what their audience might be interested in buying too. Week 2, all they would do is build the promotion. Now you might think that building the promotion before the product's a bit weird, but think of it like this. Elon Musk didn't turn around and say, let's make a rocket. He said, let's try and get people to Mars, and then started trying to work out how to get that result. It is the same with making your own products too, because what you want to do is make big claims about how wonderful your product is, and then go and figure out how to make sure you pay off those claims to give the users a great result. If you can do that, you'll win. Then they would just write up 7 days of content to promote their product by following templates I'd already written for them, meaning they could basically just fill in the blanks, or they could just customize them themselves easily and use them as the foundation. Then in week 3, they would just need to build or prepare the video workshop. I gave them a simple set of golden rules to follow that make presentations of this nature deliver great results, and then in week 4, they just schedule the promotional posts they'd written in week 2 and hit launch, and then deliver the live if they went that route, or just sit back and watch the money come in. By this stage though, sadly there were some casualties. The 19 people I started out with quickly became 18 due to the war. 3 others had found life had just got in the way, and they'd not been able to devote the time to the work, which left 14 still in the game. So I've just been chatting with the guys in the Discord, and they are all saying about how nervous they are about launching. And I have been honest with them the whole way through and said, you are going to get trolled for releasing a product. But that's not the only thing that makes this so hard. So I've released quite a lot of products now, and every time I do it, the same thing happens. I feel physically sick on launch day. I start to doubt myself. I ask questions like, what if people hate it? What if it's no good?
What if no one buys it? What if everyone complains? What if I get trolled?
But you know what I've realized after doing this for a few years now? That feeling of dread isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing. That is the feeling you get before your life changes for the better. So discomfort is just a sign that you are setting yourself up for success. And of course, I was right, because the trolls did come flying in for the guys when they dared to try and make a living. But I had built that into the system, so they knew exactly how to deal with it. No, not like that. Nobody complains when Coke and Pepsi put an advert on TV, and the only value they have ever provided to society is diabetes. You change lives with your free content, and if anyone has a problem with you trying to make a living after giving away so much free information and energy, they can go and suck a giant camel. But after the small amount of initial troll comments came in, this happened. At the time of filming, 11 people had launched their workshops, and the results was staggering. A creator who was getting a few thousand views per video netted $36,000 in their first 7 days. Another hit 30,000. An even smaller creator made $6,800. Every creator bar one made over $2,000 in only the first 7 days after they launched, and as a group, they produced over $120,000. Even after the initial promotion, sales kept coming in. The passive income dream that you were told about was now a reality for them, which meant their channel was no longer a channel. It was an asset. But what happened to Marie, one of the hardest working creators in the world? Well, I've not showed the amounts earned next to different creators' names just to keep it private and for themselves, but I will share this with you.
I had my best month ever. It's a little bit scary because you were so right about taking time off and launching a product, and oh my god. I really realized just how close I was to burning out, and I'm finding like my joy again around like the reasons I started doing this. I've been doing so much formulating, like so many hand lotions. Oh my god. This is
yeah. So I guess the only question you should be asking yourself right now is, what's stopping you from making life-changing money? Because for many of you, it's not your view count. You just need to put down your straw.
It's not really the best. I actually went on to test that on 40 YouTubers in 2 months. Now, they had to hit a views criteria to be able to take part in it, which was over 3,000 views per video, and they needed an email list too, but the average creator hit $10,000 in their first 7 days of launch. So I think it just goes to show, YouTube's a lot of hard work, but you will get a payoff if you have a good plan, and don't try to shoot too soon. You can never release a product too late, but you can probably release one too early, and that can be painful, and it'll really hit your motivation. Which brings us on to our final lesson. And guys, I'm so sad,
Wow, it's been such a wild ride. If anyone's actually got this far from the very start and managed to not have a seizure from all the fast-paced editing a lot of the videos, you gotta let me know below. I don't really expect that many people to have spent 5 hours watching this, but now it's time to reveal the ultimate lesson I learned over these 7 years and why I quit a channel with 370,000 subscribers. This is one of those videos that's gone on to inspire a lot of other creators to do the same, and so far, nobody I know is regretting it. Including me.
Do you want to know something crazy? Every minute, 79 years of video gets streamed on YouTube now. That's almost double Netflix. But not only that, since 2018, the amount of channels has exploded from 23 to 114 million. Now, this has caused a pretty big problem. And really, I think it means every creator right now should be asking themselves this question. If YouTube is changing this fast, am I actually keeping up with it? What that means is, are you following advice that's now potentially outdated and holding you back? Or are you adapting to take advantage of this new scale to hit your own personal goals? Because I think the rules have changed. So in this video, I'm going to show you why I quit my channel with 370,000 subscribers, because I believe there's now a better way to do things that will make a bigger impact on the world. I'm going to show you the massive problem of YouTube that's triggered this decision, and I'm going to help you work out if you should pivot too, using a strategy that grew this channel from 0 to 300,000 subscribers in 12 months. Before I unpack the direction I'm going to be going in, for those of you who have been watching me for years who actually might care. But first, if you've not met me before, who the heck are you? Well, I'm Ed, and the channel that I decided to leave behind right now hit 370,000 subscribers and generated tens of millions of views. It was called Film Booth, and over the years I became known for quirky videos that show people how to grow YouTube channels in kind of a different way to the old search method that everyone used to teach. Now, this channel started to pick up quite a lot of traction, and as a result, I started to work with lots of YouTube creators, and over the years I've helped to generate them hundreds of millions of views and tens of millions of dollars. And that's pretty much what I spend every second of my day doing right now. So now you know who I am. Let me show you the list of problems that have developed on YouTube over the coming years that caused me to abandon that channel, and it might make you question your own strategy too. So Film Booth, just like your channel, has a niche, which in this case is growing YouTube channels. Then inside that niche, there's different viewers with different types of problems. So each ring you can see on the map on screen right now represents one of them. This ring is gamers, and they're wanting to learn how to grow a gaming channel. Now, a unique but potentially critical problem they have to deal with is the ups and downs of games trending. What that means is a new game can come out and explode, they can make videos about it, and their channel will explode too, and then that game becomes old and the popularity vanishes, and that creator's screwed. So they have to learn how to pivot to find a new niche. But also, they should know how to plan ahead to protect themselves from it, right? As well as know how to monetize in different ways so that they can survive these potentially life-shattering situations that one day might arise. Then there's the tech channels. So these guys are really dependent on news. In the months where it's slow, their views drop a lot. So if they want to survive, they need to learn how to deal with that. They also need to know, well, how do they work with sponsors? How to navigate the lines of getting paid to review something that they don't really think is that great and make a living so they don't go broke. Then there's faceless automation channels. And with AI, wow, these things are breeding like rabbits. But they have their own set of problems too. For example, a niche can explode in popularity and vanish, so they always need to be on the lookout for new niches which they can monetize and replace that lost income. And they need to know a lot about the legal side of YouTube, as they come up against quite a lot of copyright issues. And then there's the entrepreneurs, and these guys just want to build a following to grow a business, so they need to learn how to build credibility fast using content, how to launch products, how to write sales copy, how to build teams, and how to turn views into leads, as well as how to build a channel in a way that allows them to run a business at the same time. But that's just the start, because we also have vloggers, car channels, makeup channels, entertainment channels, lifestyle channels, people who sit on the floor at the end of their bed talking to the camera channels, educators, short form channels, VR tubers, live streamers, podcasts, meditation channels, rain noise channels, music channels, and people who haven't even started yet channels. I could go on forever, but I would run out of breath and die. Now, you might be thinking, that's one heck of a messy chart, Ed. What on earth are you trying to show us? Let me just demystify this massive issue. I have, viewers have, my niche has in abundance, and maybe you do too. So at some point, no matter which of these rings viewers are, they all have the same problem that overlaps, which is this area here. I call it the crossover zone. What that means is, if you want to get big views, what do? Well, you make content that appeals to those problems. That way, you can get the attention of more people and longer watch time because everyone is interested in them, and then you get more views. Can you see the issue with this though? Firstly, only ever targeting this area means all of these unique problems around here, the critical ones for millions of people, never get covered. And due to YouTube's unique video ranking system, us creators have nervous breakdowns when we see anything below a 2 out of 10, so we all live in fear of targeting problems outside of this zone, and we go back to making what will get us our next 1 out of 10 instead. What that means is, particularly in my niche, viewers will never get the help they need in the areas most critical for their own success. What they just get is stuff that relates to the most people over and over again. But that's just the start. The second problem is another big one. So even when you talk about things that relate to everyone in this area, you need to give them examples to help them understand the more general information, right? And what that means is, on Film Booth, for example, I might have used Mr. Beast to make a point about getting lots of clicks because loads of people know who he is, but then you get comments like this. I don't know how this applies to a knitting channel. Now the thing is, what you will have said does apply. It sits in the crossover zone, it has to. But it's incredibly hard for viewers to apply knowledge when all the examples you are giving just feel so far removed from their own situation. I mean, how could someone relate Mr. Beast to knitting? You can't. When examples don't relate to viewers, this can cause a lot of confusion. And people can misinterpret your information, and then they act on what they thought it meant, and then this can mean your videos potentially cause more harm than good. And in Film Booth's niche in particular, the YouTube growth niche, it's a huge problem. Because I'm constantly hearing from people saying, oh, I did what I saw in this video, and they did the exact opposite of what they should have done because the example given to follow was not relevant to them in the first place, so it's not really their fault. Now, the irony of all of this is, the video you're watching right now could actually cause the same problem too. So please keep that in mind whilst you continue to watch. Which brings us to the third big problem. So each of these rings actually has more rings within it. It gets even messier. We have the beginners, we have the intermediates, we have the professionals. And what that means is, if you want to keep all of these types of creators and all of these expertise levels clicking and watching to get big views, you have to make videos that target common problems in the crossover area, we know that, but then you have to present that information in a way that all of them can easily understand. But how do you keep a beginner and a pro happy that are in two totally different rings? Well, if you want big views, you can't go too deep because the mass market is beginners and they'll leave because they don't understand and they feel overwhelmed, and that will mean your video struggles. And then you can't go too light because the intermediate could get bored. So what you have to do is remove anything that overwhelms or bores the mass market in your niche. And when you try to appeal to as many people as possible, this happens. Why is a channel called A Diary of a CEO making a video about why have gotten bigger? Well, you know why. Because it's mass market crossover zone content. Now, the good news is I've nearly stopped listing the problems, so let's just get this next one out of the way. Problem number 4 is that there are 114 million channels on YouTube now. And guess what? They all want views. Of course they do. And guess where they all aim? Here. So there's even more competition for the crossover zone in most niches now, and that's only going to increase as the younger generations are all wanting to become creators that get views. Okay, so hopefully you can understand the big problems YouTube currently has. Now let's look at why pivoting to become a specialist that only focuses on one of these rings within your niche can overcome all of these issues and actually help more people in a way that's more impactful. And this channel here used it to go from 0 to 300,000 subscribers in a year. Because even though it sounds like you're shrinking your audience, it could actually mean you get more views still. So let me explain. So the self-help niche on YouTube is massive. I would say there's thousands of problem rings in it. There's relationships, motivation, general happiness, productivity, and many, many, many more. There's also a gigantic amount of creators trying to break into it right now. The thing is, they all do the same thing, make videos that focus on the crossover zone. So they cover really big topics like how to get out of a rut, how to focus, how to become driven, how to be happy. And what that means is they compete against a massive amount of creators all doing the same thing, as well as some of the most experienced YouTubers in the game who have years of practice and a team working with them, meaning competition for impressions is insane. But this channel, well, they grew from 0 to 300,000 subscribers in a year with 25 videos because instead of aiming here, they aimed here. And they set themselves up as a specialist in using flow state to become a high-performing individual. Which sounds kind of unusual, right? But they're probably going to hit 1 million subscribers in the next 18 months as a result of this. Now, I have to state to Rian, he is an expert in the topic, and I met him and I've worked with his team, and he's an absolute genius, which of course helps. But despite that, the important thing to take notice of here is they didn't stray into making money videos or business growth or made videos like how to be happy to chase more views because that looks like the biggest opportunity. But also, also, if you watch one of their videos, they're not written for the mass market either. They intentionally try to put off the wrong people with the way they write their scripts so that they can make more of an impact with the right ones. Also, their videos are pretty long sometimes, so his channel's only really for people who want to take high performance more seriously, and what that means is he tells stories that the viewers he really wants to help relate to. And that delivers quality, life-changing information to a smaller group of people, and as a result, they leave comments like this. So even though he's one ring in the self-help niche, that group of people and specific problem are huge, and because he stuck to focusing more on impact with the right people than mass views with the general audience in the niche, is paying off. Only 4 videos from 25 in his first year haven't hit 100,000. This is almost unheard of in the education space, especially for a new channel. And this is why becoming a specialist in solving a big problem for a specific group of people is potentially a massive opportunity for you right now. Because YouTube has become so big, these outer rings are too, and they could be a goldmine for you because there's less competition fighting for them. But actually, what's so appealing about specializing is this. If you really want to grow a following, you have to find a way to differentiate to all of the other people in your niche. It is absolutely critical, no matter which strategy you take. And that's very hard because, well, how can you instantly come across as different? Well, one way to do that is just to be a specialist. That way you can become associated with something. So people say, oh, it's the person who gets married couples back together. Oh, that's the person who teaches people to run the 100 meters 10 seconds faster. Oh, that's the person who helps people learn Spanish in 30 days. When you specialize, you differentiate, and that is a game changer. The thing is, pivoting to only serve one of these rings in my niche is the right decision for me, and it's why I've decided just to leave Film Booth right now, because that audience is just too mixed. I can't help gamers, and I can't help business people, and I can't help vloggers at the same time in a way that really impacts them. So I have to pick one of them to go all in on. But should you do the same? Well, recently Alex Hormozy came out and he said he's going to do something very similar. Now, Alex, he went really wide in the business niche. It's always kind of surprised me that he made videos about what he ate. But what he was really doing was aiming here on the chart, trying to grow the biggest audience possible. So what that meant was his thumbnail designs were for mass market, his editing was for mass market, the content depth for mass market. But now he's come out and he said he's going more specialist too, so that he can drive more value to a smaller group of people, which he knows will drop his views. So if one of the most successful educators in the world is doing this, you should too, right? Well, I actually have a problem with what he's doing and with what I'm telling you to do, and we can't really ignore this, because Alex's goal was to generate as many eyeballs as possible to cast a wide net so he could filter out people to invest in. So he went wide and made mass market business content edited to a faster pace to try and keep more people entertained with less detailed info. And that worked, and it meant he got the fame to achieve his result. So you could argue that actually he got it right to start, and becoming more specialist is a luxury he can now afford because he's internet famous and he's built his personal brand. And I'm doing the same thing on a smaller scale, broader to more specialist. So the thing that bugs me is, if we both started off as specialist, would either of us have got anywhere? Well, I actually think it would have been easier, but with a slightly different outcome. So let me explain. So forget the subscriber count, that would probably be lower. But what happens is, and I see this every day, if you go to town helping a specific group of people solve a specific big problem, you end up with a way more dedicated community of fans. And those fans actually want to support you and buy your products and services. That means the money comes in way faster with way less views and subscribers, and then that money can be used to help outsource editing, design, or other tasks that will grow your channel. But it also frees up your time to put into making even better or even more content, when what happens is you create a flywheel that speeds up results everywhere. When you stay more generalist, you're more likely to get no or very slow traction because you compete against the biggest creators and the masses for impressions, which means you differentiate less, have less growth, leads, motivation, less income, and you have to use a lot more of your time trying to go. And it's ultimately why the majority of people feel like they can't get any kind of real payoff, and that it's all too much hard work and they quit. Whereas a specialist works smarter, not harder, and wins quicker at the sacrifice of fame in the widest area of their niche. And of course, you can always go wide later once you've learned YouTube and made money and grown a following and dominated your space. But if you're like Hormozy or me and you're taking the opposite approach, you might want to ask yourself, do I even need to bother? So to help you work out if you should become a specialist and how this all works, I'm going to put on a free live workshop for those of you who want to take this path with me, or even just consider it, or just come and laugh at me. There's a sign up link below. I'll email out the details to all of you, and if you're watching this way in the future and you missed it, just fill that out and I'll send you the recording. But before you go and do that, you might want to wait just to see what I'm going to specialize in, because it's only going to be useful to a smaller amount of people. So I'm going to leave Film Booth on its own, just where it is. Seems a little bit crazy, just leaving a channel that spent so long to build, sitting there on its own. But you know what? If I am going to show people how to become a specialist, I need a smaller channel, right? It's like, it's not fair, I'm cheating. I know it doesn't quite work like that. But yeah, Film Booth is going to be... I'm just going to leave Film Booth as it is. I want to take some risks. I want to try something new. And I don't really want to pump loads of new videos on that channel either to cover up all the old content, because I'm very proud of it. And I know a lot of you guys really enjoyed it too. So I just want to keep that there. But from now on, the channel that you're watching right now, which is called Creator Booth, is going to serve people that I understand the best, the people I can help the best. I know their problems. I had their problems. I solved their problems. They're people I've been working with for years. I hang around with them every day. My entire network is full of them. I am them. So it doesn't make any sense not to go all in on them. So this channel is going to teach people how to write and produce content in a way that relates to them a lot, so they can understand it far better. It is going to cover growth tricks still, but it's also going to show them how to build email lists and products and services and turn their channel into a business. So if you are an entrepreneur or a business owner that wants to make products and services and build a business and amazing lifestyle, this channel is for you. I won't be covering sponsorship. I won't be covering ad revenue. I won't be covering anything that applies to the entertainment channels, because it would be a disservice, because it's just not my expertise. And it would also mean it would be a disservice to the people I can really help when my expertise has spent years working on lay. So I'm going to dramatically decrease my views. But really, I didn't get into this for fame. I got into it because I wanted to make impact, and this is the best way to do it. So the style of video might change slightly too. I'm still gonna do fun storytelling stuff, but there'll be more deep dives, longer content, more scaled back content, and stuff that goes into more specific problems most people probably won't be interested in. But the ones that do will hopefully have life-changing experiences. So everyone else, look, thank you so much for the years of support if you're watching this. It's been a fantastic ride, and I really do appreciate every single one of you.
You now have everything I know about growing YouTube channels. Well, kind of. Well, not everything. You got a lot. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy, because making videos and YouTube is hard. But there's one thing that's even harder. So watch this video next for the 5 most powerful tips to prime your mindset for success. And without these in place, most people crumble. I can't believe I did half that stuff. I have no idea where I found the energy. I wish I had the energy now.